kill.
One team rose above the rest. One team survived through the abyss of the lower bracket. Young blood, raw ambition. A 75% rookie roster for FFCM 2026. P Esports brings 3 rising stars to the fight, ready to turn FFCM 2026 into their playground. They begin their journey strong, winning against Heavy and EVOS. They gave Buriram a fierce fight and chipped the King's armor even though they lost. But the message has been sent to the world. P Esports is here to win. After suffering a defeat against the winged beasts Team Falcons, P Esports was sent to the abyss of the lower bracket. Amongst the foes stood one monster of a team, the former champions of CS, Team AG. P Esports fell down the monster AG and sealed their title as the Titan Slayer.
Nếu các bạn nghi ngờ về team P Esports thì các bạn hãy theo dõi từ đầu mùa giải đến cuối mùa giải, bởi vì đôi khi cái sự nghi ngờ của các bạn lại là bất ngờ.
The Titan Slayer, P Esports, marches down the lower bracket and meets a familiar Titan. Buriram stands tall as the last hurdle between P Esports and the grand finals.
P Esports redeemed themselves and destroyed the world champion Buriram,
and are one step closer to being named the 2026 FFCM champion.
P Esports gets this win and they move to the grand finals.
Thi đấu thắng trước một nhà vô địch thế giới như Buriram giúp mình có động lực bắn với team tiếp theo là vô địch. Đến với trận chung kết lần này, tụi em đã biết được bài của đối thủ và giành chiến thắng trước họ.
Welcome to the grand final.
P Esports did the unthinkable and shot down the winged terror, Team Falcons.
2-0. One more game away from the very first major title.
The spirit of fresh blood paved the way to victory. P Esports, the team that rose above the rest, the team that survived through the abyss and returned brightly victorious.
Cảm thấy rất là vui đó. Em cảm thấy rất là vui tại vì đây là sự nỗ lực của cả team tụi em cố gắng trong những ngày mới lập team đến hiện tại và giành chức vô địch của năm nay.
The slaughter is over. The throne is claimed. P Esports, your champions victorious.
This is P Esports with Limit all alone in front of them, and it is the moment Vietnam finally gets it done. Your champions, your very first Clash Masters.
Hey, survivors! The 9th anniversary party is about to start! Whoa! Looks like you guys really couldn't wait, huh? All right, let's get this started! The 9th anniversary is here, and the rewards are ready to party! Complete tasks, earn tokens, celebrate, and unlock milestone rewards all the way to the grand prize! This time, you can get an ultra-stylish mail bundle and a super cool vehicle skin, so don't miss out! Jump in through the event entrance and explore the brand new 9th anniversary party lobby! There's a ton of fun stuff to do here. Fight your way to become the champion of the arena, or hop onto the dance floor and follow the lead dancer. The fun doesn't stop there. Team up with another player for a hilarious piggyback battle. Grab wacky items such as the big hammer, or turn into a giant or a mini character. Don't miss out on the awesome free anniversary rewards either, including a special backpack skin designed and voted by all of you. Factory is also getting a 9th anniversary makeover. If you're in Bermuda, make sure to stop by and enjoy some unforgettable anniversary fun. What surprises does the 9th anniversary have in store for us? First up, more skills can now be enhanced. During a match, you can upgrade Upgrade your character skills to unlock stronger effects, power up your playstyle, and outplay your opponents. In Battle Royale, you can gain skill boost energy by surviving, getting eliminations, and dealing damage. In Clash Squad, skill boosts become available at the start of later rounds, giving you more ways to adjust your strategy as the match heats up. Some skills will have 2 boost options, while others get reduced cooldown time. And if that's not exciting enough, we're also turning up the heat with Weapon Awakening. In Battle Royale, Weapon Awakeners can be obtained during the final battles and may also show up in places like arsenals. Use them to give your weapons a major power boost for the endgame. Best of all, almost all weapons can be awakened, so you can stick with the one you love and power it all the way to Booyah! Over in Clash Squad, perk points will replace cyber points. You can use them to unlock perks like awakened weapons, armor, buffs, and more in the CS store. The match result page will also show the skill boosts and buffs chosen by both teams, so you can see exactly how each side built their advantage. There's even more 9th anniversary fun packed into your matches. During the event, random anniversary quests will pop up in certain areas across the map. Complete them with your team, and you can grab great loot right from the quest spot, along with upgrades to nearby vending machines, revival points, and even buffs. You might be collecting anniversary fragments, reforging a giant sword, or bouncing high into the air to grab coins. Sounds fun already, right? In Battle Royale, surviving with your team is easier too. During the event, you can revive teammates right where they were eliminated, so your team can recover faster and jump straight back into the action. Just remember, this revival chance is limited. And of course, we've got some extra fun for you and your friends. Toss a coin jar to create a special coin zone. Then hop in, dance, and claim coins together. You can even grab the rewards yourself. And after an awesome elimination, celebrate with a quick fist bump when a teammate is nearby. Come on, survivors! The party's better with friends! And here are the other character skill adjustments. And let's check out the changes to weapon balance. Want to find the richest loot and hottest battles? During the parachuting phase, map areas are now color-coded by loot tier: gold, purple, and white. This makes it easier to plan your drop and take control right from the start. Ever finished a match and thought, wait, what just happened? That's where the new match review feature comes in. After a BR ranked match, or any time from your match history, you can now watch a full match review and track your team's movement path, eliminations, enemy positions, airdrops, loot interactions, and more. Your key moments will be highlighted, and you can even check the actions of a specific teammate. New animated filters are here. Style up your highlights with themes like 9th anniversary, rainy day, cherry blossom, and more. Next up, we've got some custom room updates. Winners of CS or Lone Wolf matches can now share a special victory results screen. There's also a new option to display the host's win rate for that mode. You can now show your social media account on your personal profile. Find your social to let more players get to know you. Everyone ready? 3, 2, 1!
Welcome to the next level of Southeast Asian Clash Squad dominance. This is the Free Fire Clash Masters SEA 2026 Summer. Let's break down the battlefield. First up, the group stage. 8 teams split into 2 deadly groups of 4. Every squad plays a single round robin in a strict best-of-3 format. Victory gives you 3 points. A loss leaves you with absolutely nothing. Once the dust settles, the rankings lock. The top 2 squads from each group punch their tickets straight to the high-stakes upper bracket. And if the teams are locked in a dead tie on points, the tiebreakers are brutal. We look at head-to-head results first, then total map differential, total map wins, and finally, total round differential. Only the best numbers move forward. Finish 3rd or 4th? You drop directly to the lower bracket, where one single slip-up means you are eliminated from the tournament. Except for the massive best-of-5 bracket finals and the grand finals, every playoff match is a merciless best-of-3 war.
And how do they choose where they play? In
the semi and grand finals, map priority isn't decided by a simple coin flip. It's forged in blood. Before the match starts, each team sends out their absolute best mechanical specialist for a high-stakes 1-versus-1 lone wolf duel. Win the duel, and you control the map pick order for the entire series. Get ready for a lot of intense 1-versus-1 in a BO9 match. Once the map is set, the ultimate mind game begins. The active skill ban pick. Using the official Global Finals draft tool, teams will systematically ban out dominant active skills and alternate picks. No more running the same meta combos every single round. And if you lose game 1, don't sweat it. From game 2 onwards, the losing team gets the massive advantage of banning and picking first. Adapt, counter, and outsmart, or watch your championship dreams burn to ash. 8 elite rosters, new mechanics, unrivaled chaos. Who will conquer the new era and cement their legacy? Find out live. Squad up, drop in, and get ready to master the clash.
One team rose above the rest. One team survived through the abyss of the lower bracket. Young blood, raw ambition. A 75% rookie roster for FFCM 2026. P Esports brings 3 rising stars to the fight, ready to turn FFCM 2026 into their playground. They begin their journey strong, winning against Heavy and EVOS. They gave Buriram a fierce fight and chipped the King's armor even though they lost. But the message has been sent to the world. P Esports is here to win. After suffering a defeat against the winged beasts Team Falcons, P Esports was sent to the abyss of the lower bracket. Amongst the foes stood one monster of a team, the former champions of CS, Team AG. P Esports fell down the monster AG and sealed their title as the Titan Slayer.
Nếu các bạn nghi ngờ về team P Esports thì các bạn hãy theo dõi từ đầu mùa giải đến cuối mùa giải, bởi vì đôi khi cái sự nghi ngờ của các bạn lại là bất ngờ.
The Titan Slayer, P Esports, marches down the lower bracket and meets a familiar Titan. Buriram stands tall as the last hurdle between P Esports and the Grand Finals.
P Esports redeemed themselves and destroyed the world champion Buriram,
and are one step closer to being named the 2026 FFCM champion.
P Esports gets this win and they move to the Grand Finals.
Thi đấu khá trước một nhà vô địch thế giới như Buriram giúp mình có động lực bắn với team tiếp theo là Falcon. Đến với trận chung kết lần này, tụi em đã biết được bài của đối thủ và giành chiến thắng trước họ.
Welcome to the Grand Finals.
P Esports did the unthinkable and shot down the winged terror, Team Falcons.
2-0. One more game away from the very first major title.
The spirit of fresh blood paved the way to victory. P Esports, the team that rose above the rest, the team that survived through the abyss and returned brightly victorious.
Cảm thấy rất là vui đó. Em cảm thấy rất là vui tại vì đây là sự nỗ lực của cả team tụi em cố gắng trong những ngày mới lập team đến hiện tại và giành chức vô địch của năm nay.
The slaughter is over. The throne is claimed. P Esports, your champions victorious.
This is P Esports with Limit all alone in front of them, and it is the moment Vietnam finally gets it done. Your champions, your very first Clash Masters.
Hey, survivors! The 9th anniversary party is about to start! Whoa! Looks like you guys really couldn't wait, huh? All right, let's get this started. The 9th anniversary is here, and the rewards are ready to party! Complete tasks, earn tokens, celebrate, and unlock milestone rewards all the way to the grand prize! This time, you can get an ultra-stylish male bundle and a super cool vehicle skin, so don't miss out! Jump in through the event entrance and explore the brand new 9th anniversary party lobby! There's a ton of fun stuff to do here. Fight your way to become the champion of the arena, or hop onto the dance floor and follow the lead dancer. The fun doesn't stop there. Team up with another player for a hilarious piggyback battle. Grab wacky items such as the big hammer, or turn into a giant or a mini character. Don't miss out on the awesome free anniversary rewards either, including a special backpack skin designed and voted by all of you. Factory is also getting a 9th anniversary makeover. If you're in Bermuda, make sure to stop by and enjoy some unforgettable anniversary fun. What surprises does the 9th anniversary have in store for us? First up, more skills can now be enhanced. During a match, you can upgrade your character skills to unlock stronger effects, power up your playstyle, and outplay your opponents. In Battle Royale, you can gain skill boost energy by surviving, getting eliminations, and dealing damage. In Clash Squad, skill boosts become available at the start of later rounds, giving you more ways to adjust your strategy as the match heats up. Some skills will have 2 boost options, while others get reduced cooldown time. And if that's not exciting enough, we're also turning up the heat with Weapon Awakening. In Battle Royale, Weapon Awakeners can be obtained during the final battles, and may also show up in places like arsenals. Use them to give your weapons a major power boost for the endgame. Best of all, almost all weapons can be awakened, so you can stick with the one you love and power it all the way to Booyah! Over in Clash Squad, perk points will replace cyber points. You can use them to unlock perks like awakened weapons, armor, buffs, and more in the CS store. The match result page will also show the skill boosts and buffs chosen by both teams, so you can see exactly how each side built their advantage. There's even more 9th anniversary fun packed into your matches. During the event, random anniversary quests will pop up in certain areas across the map. Complete them with your team, and you can grab great loot right from the quest spot, along with upgrades to nearby vending machines, revival points, and even buffs. You might be collecting anniversary fragments, reforging a giant sword, or bouncing high into the air to grab coins. Sounds fun already, right? In Battle Royale, surviving with your team is easier too. During the event, you can revive teammates right where they were eliminated, so your team can recover faster and jump straight back into the action. Just remember, this revival chance is limited. And of course, we've got some extra fun for you and your friends. Toss a coin jar to create a special coin zone. Then hop in, dance, and claim coins together. You can even grab the rewards yourself. And after an awesome elimination, celebrate with a quick fist bump when a teammate is nearby. Come on, survivors, the party's better with friends. And here are the other character skill adjustments. And let's check out the changes to weapon balance. Want to find the richest loot and hottest battles? During the parachuting phase, map areas are now color-coded by loot tier: gold, purple, and white. This makes it easier to plan your drop and take control right from the start. Ever finished the match and thought, wait, what just happened? That's where the new match review feature comes in. After a BR ranked match, or any time from your match history, you can now watch a full match review and track your team's movement path, eliminations, enemy positions, airdrops, loot interactions, and more. Your key moments will be highlighted, and you can even check the actions of a specific teammate. New animated filters are here. Style up your highlights with themes like 9th anniversary, rainy day, cherry blossom, and more. Next up, we've got some custom room updates. Winners of CS or Lone Wolf matches can now share a special victory results screen. There's also a new option to display the host win rate for that mode. You can now show your social media account on your personal profile. Find your social to let more players get to know you. Everyone ready? 3, 2, 1!
Welcome to the next level of Southeast Asian Clash Squad dominance. This is the Free Fire Clash Masters SEA 2026 Summer. Let's break down the battlefield. First up, the group stage. 8 teams split into 2 deadly groups of 4. Every squad plays a single round robin in a strict best-of-3 format. Victory gives you 3 points. A loss leaves you with absolutely nothing. Once the dust settles, the rankings lock. The top 2 squads from each group punch their tickets straight to the high-stakes upper bracket. And if the teams are locked in a dead tie on points, the tiebreakers are brutal. We look at head-to-head results first, then total map differential, total map wins, and finally, total round differential. Only the best numbers move forward. Finish 3rd or 4th? You drop directly to the lower bracket, where one single slip-up means you are eliminated from the tournament. Except for the massive best-of-5 bracket finals and the grand finals, every playoff match is a merciless best-of-3 war. And how do they choose where they play? In the semi and grand finals, map priority isn't decided by a simple coin flip. It's forged in blood. Before the match starts, each team sends out their absolute best mechanical specialist for a high-stakes 1 versus 1 lone wolf duel. Win the duel, and you control the map pick order for the entire series. Get ready for a lot of intense 1 versus 1 in a BO9 match. Once the map is set, the ultimate mind game begins. The active skill ban pick. Using the official Global Finals draft tool, teams will systematically ban out dominant active skills and alternate picks. No more running the same meta combos every single round. And if you lose game 1, don't sweat it. From game 2 onwards, the losing team gets the massive advantage of banning and picking first. Adapt, counter, and outsmart, or watch your championship dreams burn to ash. 8 elite rosters, new mechanics, unrivaled chaos. Who will conquer the new era and cement their legacy? Find out live. Squad up, drop in, and get ready to master the clash.
One team rose above the rest. One team survived through the abyss of the lower bracket. Young blood, raw ambition. A 75% rookie roster for FFCM 2026. P Esports brings 3 rising stars to the fight, ready to turn FFCM 2026 into their playground. They begin their journey strong, winning against Heavy and EVOS. They gave Buriram a fierce fight and chipped the king's armor even though they lost. But the message has been sent to the world. P Esports is here to win. After suffering a defeat against the winged beasts Team Falcons, P Esports was sent to the abyss of the lower bracket. Amongst the foes stood one monster of a team, the former champions of CS, Team AG. P Esports fell down the monster AG and sealed their title as the Titan Slayer.
Nếu các bạn nghi ngờ về team P Esports thì các bạn hãy theo dõi từ đầu mùa giải đến cuối mùa giải, bởi vì đôi khi cái sự nghi ngờ của các bạn lại là bất ngờ.
The Titan Slayer, P Esports, marches down the lower bracket and meets a familiar Titan. Buriram stands tall as the last hurdle between P Esports and the grand finals.
P Esports redeemed themselves and destroyed the world champion Buriram,
and are one step closer to being named the 2026 FFCM champion.
P Esports gets this win and they move to the grand finals.
Thi đấu khá trước một nhà vô địch thế giới như Buriram giúp mình có động lực bắn với team tiếp theo là Falcon. Đến với trận chung kết lần này, tụi em đã biết được bài của đối thủ và giành chiến thắng trước họ.
Welcome to the grand finals.
P Esports did the unthinkable and shot down the winged terror, Team Falcons.
2-0. One more game away from the very first major title.
The spirit of fresh blood paved the way to victory. P Esports, the team that rose above the rest, the team that survived through the abyss and returned brightly victorious.
Cảm thấy rất là vui thật. Em cảm thấy rất là vui tại vì đây là sự nỗ lực của cả team tụi em cố gắng trong những ngày mới lập team đến hiện tại và giành chức vô địch của năm nay.
The slaughter is over. The throne is claimed. P Esports, your champions, victorious.
This is P Esports with Limit all alone in front of them, and it is the moment Vietnam finally gets it done. Your champions, your very first Clash Masters.
Hey, survivors! The 9th anniversary party is about to start! Whoa! Looks like you guys really couldn't wait, huh? All right, let's get this started. The 9th anniversary is here, and the rewards are ready to party. Complete tasks, earn tokens, celebrate, and unlock milestone rewards all the way to the grand prize. This time, you can get an ultra-stylish male bundle and a super cool vehicle skin, so don't miss out. Jump in through the event entrance and explore the brand new 9th anniversary party lobby. There's a ton of fun stuff to do here. Fight your way to become the champion of the arena, or hop onto the dance floor and follow the lead dancer. The fun doesn't stop there. Team up with another player for a hilarious piggyback battle. Grab wacky items such as the big hammer, or turn into a giant or a mini character. Don't miss out on the awesome free anniversary rewards either, including a special backpack skin designed and voted by all of you. Factory is also getting a 9th anniversary makeover. If you're in Bermuda, make sure to stop by and enjoy some unforgettable anniversary fun. What surprises does the 9th anniversary have in store for us? First up, more skills can now be enhanced. During a match, you can upgrade your character skills to unlock stronger effects, power up your playstyle, and outplay your opponents. In Battle Royale, you can gain skill boost energy by surviving, getting eliminations, and dealing damage. In Clash Squad, skill boosts become available at the start of later rounds, giving you more ways to adjust your strategy as the match heats up. Some skills will have 2 boost options, while others get reduced cooldown time. And if that's not exciting enough, we're also turning up the heat with Weapon Awakening. In Battle Royale, Weapon Awakeners can be obtained during the final battles, and may also show up in places like arsenals. Use them to give your weapons a major power boost for the endgame. Best of all, almost all weapons can be awakened, so you can stick with the one you love and power it all the way to Booyah! Over in Clash Squad, perk points will replace cyber points. You can use them to unlock perks like awakened weapons, armor, buffs, and more in the CS store. The match result page will also show the skill boosts and buffs chosen by both teams, so you can see exactly how each side built their advantage. There's even more 9th anniversary fun packed into your matches. During the event, random anniversary quests will pop up in certain areas across the map. Complete them with your team, and you can grab great loot right from the quest spot, along with upgrades to nearby vending machines, revival points, and even buffs. You might be collecting anniversary fragments, reforging a giant sword, or bouncing high into the air to grab coins. Sounds fun already, right? In Battle Royale, surviving with your team is easier too. During the event, you can revive teammates right where they were eliminated, so your team can recover faster and jump straight back into the action. Just remember, this revival chance is limited. And of course, we've got some extra fun for you and your friends. Toss a coin jar to create a special coin zone. Then hop in, dance, and claim coins together. You can even grab the rewards yourself. And after an awesome elimination, celebrate with a quick fist bump when a teammate is nearby. Come on, survivors, the party's better with friends. And here are the other character skill adjustments. And let's check out the changes to weapon balance. Want to find the richest loot and hottest battles? During the parachuting phase, map areas are now color-coded by loot tier: gold, purple, and white. This makes it easier to plan your drop and take control right from the start. Ever finished a match and thought, wait, what just happened? That's where the new map.
The ultimate Southeast Asian clash has arrived, and the server is about to catch absolute fire. 4 massive matchups, 8 legendary squads, and only one region leaving with ultimate bragging rights. In match 1, it's a historic regional war. The mechanical masterminds of Thailand's AG.AL are stepping up to dismantle the icon from Indonesia, EVOS Divine.
Indonesia ก็น่าจะชนะทุกทีครับน่าจะไม่มีทีมไหนตึงเลย
Orang depan sama orang belakang aja, Saifa sama Deo. Jadi dia lebih ngutamain di 2 orang itu lah menurut gue. Di ujung tombaknya tuh 2 orang itu.
No time to breathe because match 2 is a total clash of high-octane gameplay. The newcomer from Vietnam's Team Flash goes toe-to-toe with their brother-in-arms of the unpredictable speed of WAG.
Trước đó thì WAG được đánh giá rất cao ở giải tự chiến, nhưng mà theo em nghĩ thì team họ trên tập luyện quá nhiều ở sinh tồn nên có thể là họ sẽ chưa thích nghi tốt ở giải tự chiến lần này. Team Flash sở hữu một dàn line-up hàng đầu Việt Nam, nhưng mà ra đấu trường quốc tế thì họ chưa có kinh nghiệm nhiều.
If you wanted a heavyweight fight, you got it. Match 3 brings us the legendary match between Indonesia's RRQ Kazu looking for sweet revenge against the reigning world champions, Thailand's Buriram United Esports.
Gak ada pendapat sih buat Buriram. Mereka tuh sama aja lah kayak RRQ Kazu. Kadang jago, kadang enggak.
เขายังโอกาสถึงแชมป์ที่4น้อยเขาค่อนข้างที่จะแบบไม่ค่อยเก่งเรื่องแบบว่าโหมดวงแคบๆนี้
And finally, the intensity hits maximum capacity in match 4. The hungry local heroes of Malaysia's Argon MY are defending their home home server against the terrifying defending champions P Esports.
Pada PE sebelum ni kita orang tak ada, sekarang kita orang ada. Kita orang harap juara tu kita orang pegang. Kalau buat CS sekarang kan 50-50. Siapa yang lebih disiplin dia yang menang.
Em thấy Argon là một đội tuyển mới tham gia vào chế độ tuổi chiến nên là em thấy kỹ năng của họ chưa cao.
Who will protect their crown and who will watch their throne burn? The arena is ready. Don't miss a single second of FFCM 2026 live on YouTube and TikTok. Tune in now.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, it's time for the clash once again. One crown, 8 teams, $80,000 on the line. Welcome to the Free Fire Clash Masters 2026 summer, where the region's best come to master the clash. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustache down here with your one and only Husky. We'll be your casters for the day.
It's going to be pretty exciting. This is also the last pit stop for some of these teams before they take that flight to Paris for the upcoming Esports World Cup.
Yeah.
So it's going to be pretty interesting for them to hone some of their close combat skills that they would definitely need on the international stage.
Yes.
But more excitingly is that in spring, P Esports, well, Gigabyte Marines PE won the whole thing, and now we are looking forward to see that by the end of this week, can they get that back-to-back?
Yeah, I know, right? I think Vietnam has been on absolute fire in the recent times, Husky. You'll definitely agree with me. Secret WAG, they are blazing it up as well in Battle Royale. And then, of course, you had Gamex PE or P Esports in the previous spring season who made that lower bracket run, beat big names. They beat AG, they beat Buriram, they beat Falcons, they beat 3 Titans to take the championship back home and call themselves the Clash Masters, the inaugural Clash Masters. They're here to defend their title, but I don't think it's going to be as easy. The meta has definitely not shifted in a very big way, since the previous Battle Royale, but it definitely has shifted since our previous Clash Masters.
Yeah, we have some returning names, but also new attendees, right? Argon MY, bringing Malaysia's name to the Clash Masters Summer. Team Flash now coming in instead of Heavy, which we did see in the previous season. But everyone else pretty much the same, and there are going to be some teams that are hungry for redemption. I think the Indonesians, for example, haven't really done well in the spring season. Now they get one more chance before they really need to prove their mettle.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, RRQ, they really didn't show up strong in our spring season. I'm expecting a little bit better from them. Of course, my predictions for the day might not show that because I'm still a little rocky in terms of where they are right now in terms of Clash Squad in the overall grand scheme of things. I'm waiting to see if or not they have improved. But the tournament format stays the same. We've got 8 teams split into 2 groups, and we'll run through a single round robin from the 30th of June down to the 2nd of July. Every single series will be a best of 3. Now, there will be no eliminations in our group stage. The top 2 teams of each group will be seeded into the upper bracket, and the 3rd and 4th squads will be seeded into our lower bracket.
And I think that is one of the more forgiving parts of the group stage. It's whether you get 2 lives in the playoffs or you don't. But if we do get to a tiebreaker situation, we follow 4 sets of rules, look at head-to-head, and then followed by map win and lose points, followed by total map wins. And if push comes to shove, look at round wins and lose points. But thankfully, we haven't had to go down that rabbit hole.
We didn't really need to go down there. But of course, the tiebreaker rules are most definitely going to be needed. I'm expecting the fight this time around in summer to be as hot as ever because, again, there's a lot of money on the table. We've got $80,000 awaiting everybody here. But of course, the split is going to determine, the split will basically make you work a tad bit harder, right? Because if you get the 8th spot, if you walk away with the last spot available, you only get $2,500 USD. It's the same as the 7th spot, and you climb up a little bit, you get a little bit more. That's exactly how the story has always been. The champions get to walk away with $30,000 US.
Yep, it's a matter of how big, how much bigger piece of the pie you get at the end of the day. I think for these teams, spring has basically belonged to Vietnam, and if they can walk away with the champion title again, that is going to set them up pretty well for the second half of the year, especially now the summer is sort of the midway checkpoint. But here are the participating teams. We have Buriram United Esports, AG.AL, Team Flash, P Esports, WAG, RQ Kazu, EVOS Divine, and Argon MY.
Another big threat is also going to be AG.AL, because on the global stage, they were the ones who mastered Clash Squad, but they couldn't really get the same done in our spring season. I'm wondering if or not they're going to be showing up strong this time around. I'm pretty sure they were a tad bit shocked that they got beaten down by PE 2-1. I mean, I think the whole world of Free Fire was shocked that PE beat them, and then PE continued to shock everybody. Buriram got a beating 3-0. Falcons did not get a single game off of them in the grand finals. I think that was the biggest shocker of that whole competition. But this time, I think they've already set the expectations off of that spring season, and now they've got a lot of the expectations to keep up with. In terms of our maps, we, of course, again, we don't have Alpine anymore at this point of time. It's even been removed from the game in the recent times. Bermuda, Kalahari, Nextera, Solara, these are the maps that are available. And the map draw goes by a randomly drawn winner. That randomly drawn winner will pick the maps for game 1 and 3. The opponents get to pick the map 2. But of course, if we go to map 3 or not will depend on the scoreline of the day, because of course it's a best of 3.
Yeah. So whoever gets sort of wins the draw, you technically gain an advantage because you get to decide, you know, the 2 out of 3 maps that you're going to play on. But if we've learned anything from spring, is that it's just a very small factor in what, you know, affects these teams. You look back at PE's run in spring, the way that they won both the lower bracket finals and the grand final was with the exact same scoreline, you know, 6-2, 6-1, 6-5. And this time in the summer season, I think when we look at the grouping, it gives us a very good idea on who might take that top 2 slot heading into the last few days.
Gee, I don't know, man. I really don't know if or not that gives us a clear idea, because, you know, you've got really strong squads out here, right? But if Gamex PE could surprise the whole world, I think even Argon MY stands a good chance this time around. I think we've seen these boys play in the esports circuit for years and years now, and they've only been getting sharper and better over time. I think the other regions have already waken up, but Malaysia is still lagging behind a tad bit. Argon MY has got a lot to prove in this season.
Even when we look at the pre-hit video, you can see that the opponents of Argon MY still don't consider them a threat just yet. And that's a completely fair assessment, considering that we haven't really been on that big stage for a very, very long time. But when we check out the schedule, we have 4 sets of best of 3 today, starting with AG.AL against EVOS Divine, followed by Team Flash against Secret WAG, and then RQ Kazu takes on Buriram United, and then we'll end the day with Argon MY taking on the reigning Clash Master champion, Gun PE.
Oh, they've kept the best for last, and they've also kept a little bit of, you know, they've got me scratching my head a tad bit, right? Because it's the same question, how much has Malaysia improved, and whether or not P Esports will bring that exact same kind of fire. Because when we looked at P Esports in the group stage on our spring season, they did not look like they were lit up at all. They only woke up when we went into our elimination stage. That double bracket elimination, you know, definitely shocked them initially, getting beaten down by Falcons and then getting that sweet revenge on everybody else, including the champions of EWC 2025 EVOS. That's how they started their run in that low bracket, right? They made that dream run for themselves. They made that dream run for Vietnam as a whole. I'm hoping to see Malaysia kind of show us a little bit of that dream run here as well for the nation.
It's going to be a tall task, especially, you know, look at PE. They beat the EWC champions. They beat the World Series Clash Squad champion and the 3-time world champion. And then the double whammy of Falcons. There's a lot to ask for, but at least for the first match, we are on the same page. AG.AL looking a bit more solid than EVOS Divine. Just based off of the past, I would say since global finals and then throughout spring until now.
Yeah, EVOS Divine, if you look at their trajectory on all of our Battle Royale games, they're a team that depends heavily on survival. They're a team that depends heavily on those revivals, I have to say. And it's most of the time their sniper, Rasia, running to the vending machine, keeping the coins in his pocket, spending it all on his team members, bringing them back in time and time again. But here in Clash Squad, you don't get a second chance, right? You step on out there, one small mistake, and you put your team in a lot of trouble because you don't get a second chance within that that round in itself. And EVOS Divine just hasn't really shown us anything beautiful, anything magical so far in Clash Squad. Although, that said, they are one of the best in Indonesia when it comes to Clash Squad.
Yeah, one of the best, but there's still sort of like a big vacuum, right, between them and teams that are higher in power ranking.
Yes.
And we even heard it from Moshi earlier on too. He said that it feels like the Indonesian teams aren't exactly the sharpest when it comes to close quarter combats, 4v4 when you don't get a second chance. And I have to agree with him, right? I think we've given these squads enough time, maybe almost 2 years. We've been, gassing them up, but I think now it's time for them to prove that they're actually worth it.
Absolutely. I agree with you. I'm waiting for the awakening of the Indonesian region within Clash Squad as well, but not as much as waiting to see Malaysia climb up the ranks. But of course, the lineup for the team that could dominate the first series of the day. Cypher, Team SR, Barros, Dew. For the side of AG.AL, we've seen Dew. We've seen what he could do on the global stage. That 1v4 clutch that just broke the nations because everybody went screaming when he pulled that off. And at that point, I think we still thought that Dew was all alone in this battle. But in the recent times, the rest of his squad has caught up with him. In fact, Cypher is leaving Dew in the dust sometimes with his eliminations these days.
In Battle Royale, Cypher is a monster, right? It really feels like he took a lot of the weight off of Dew's shoulder. And whether it's Nameless or Team SR, they both have been delivering good numbers, whether domestically or regional or even on the world stage. And of course, they're up against the champions of EWC 25, EVOS Divine, but that was the last title that they really could sort of hold on to, because afterwards, fall season, all through global finals, and spring, EVOS Divine are still finding their identity. In spring season, they said that they haven't shown all their cards yet, but I feel like at some point, you have to show what you have.
Yeah, or you just don't have the cards and you are just faking it on the table, right? And EVOS Divine, I think in the recent times, they have been a lot of talk, just no showing on the battlefield. Ever since EWC 2025, we haven't really seen them hit those high notes just yet. They've been on the lower end. They've been looking pretty confident though. Every time we look at those player cams, every time we see them, I see smiles, I see confidence, I see them just absolutely roaring to go. But the results on the battlefield are just a tad bit disappointing, I would say. Here in Clash Squad, at least if they go through a couple of rounds of disappointment, they can still turn things around. It's not like Battle Royale. Once your team gets eliminated, you have to wait for the next game. You get the chances within the same matchup in itself, but you'll have to play your chances right, and it's all going to start off on the drafts, Husky.
Yeah, I think Clash Squad really, exposes a lot of the weaknesses of certain teams, right? Like when we look at Battle Royale, you are given so many chances due to the resources that Battle Royale provides. But when it comes to Clash Squad, you are put in the heat of the moment, and that's where mistakes really count. It brings you back to the raw essence of what Free Fire used to be before you get to revive, the teammates that were taken down early on. And I think for a team like EVOS Divine, it really speaks volumes of how much more they need to improve on when it comes to 4v4s, when you don't have a second chance, when you can't just rely on one-star player. What is the next move? And they have yet to find an answer, sadly.
Yeah, unfortunately, they haven't found an answer. Unlike AG.AL, they have found the answer and they are smashing it right now. Be it Battle Royale or Clash Squad, we've seen them rise to the top, and the team is looking like they have never looked before. They are looking dangerous out there on the battlefield. And surprisingly, this is where it all started. It started on Clash Squad. This is where they started building up their confidence once again. And once they won it on the global finals last year, becoming the very first champions of Clash Squad on the global stage, they have not stopped rocking it just yet. EVOS Divine, on the other hand, is on the exact opposite. After winning EWC 2025, they've just been on the downward momentum. They haven't really woken up just yet. But again, if you look at them, they're just chill. They are not really panicking. They seem cool, calm, composed. It seems like this was all part of their plan. They just didn't want to go all out. And I just don't know when is that going to come to an end, right? Like, when are they finally going to step up and say, ha, we got you. We got you guys guessing. We thought, you guys thought that we won't wake up, we won't dominate, and finally we've gotten it. But man, quite a number of competitions have ended and I'm still waiting.
Yeah, we've been waiting for let's just say a year, right? Like almost a full year, year since the last trophy lift. Of course, when we look at fall season last year, we can kind of chalk it up to, okay, the meta shifted a little bit, EVOS device felt uncomfortable. That's okay, right? And then when we go to Jakarta for the global finals, I think that was a reality check, not just for EVOS Divine, but for Indonesia as a region, and how much struggle that they are going through, and Spring doesn't really reinforce the confidence that the fans have in them. But I think EVOS at least are one of the less, I would say, depressing team to watch. They're always cheerful, and I think that's the good thing about them, right? They're always in a good mood.
Team SR is trying to become the next mustachio of Thailand. I spot that mustache there. It's still in its infancy, but I'm very sure it'll gain a lot of momentum in the coming months. Bermuda is going to be the first map that we play on, and it looks like it is AG.AL that has gotten that random pick as the winners. So they'll get to pick map 1 and 3, but that's only if we get into a map number 3. Does AG.AL end it on a 2-0 like you and I have predicted? Or will EVOS put up some sort of a crazy fight? Either EVOS ends it on a 2-0, or they drag us all the way into a game number 3. In this series, I think both of our eyes are definitely going to be on EVOS and how they manage a monster like AG.AL from the get-go.
There are a lot of times that we look at any EVOS matchup and we think that it's going to be close, and then it becomes a blowout, right? So coming into this, I do hope it is not going to be the case. Obviously, for EVOS or most Indonesian teams, they love to go for more utility-based lineup, and in this case, it's the Koda and the Oscar ban out. Not a surprise right there. I'm expecting AG.AL to go more on the offensive. They already got themselves the Oscar and the Orion, so playing very much to their style.
Yeah, absolutely. So taking away the game of information from the side of AG.AL is a brilliant move, but do they take that clue away from them as well? Because it seems like the priority picks are focusing on that Steffi. A124 has been locked in as well. They've got the Ignis and the Flame Mirage on their side. They are not playing the game of information too much in their side as well.
Yeah, I think, I wouldn't be surprised if that Santino and Skylar comes through for AG.AL. Sort of a bit of a mirror of what Falcons like to do as well. They have many different variations of what the sniper gets, and this time they do let the Cassie go through until the very end. So this is, again, very, very AG.AL. And Dimitri locked in for EVOS, and just like I mentioned, right, very polarizing approach to the game. EVOS leaning very much towards utilities.
Yeah, if anything, I think the most dangerous active skill on the side of AG.AL is what Dew has on his side. It's that Santino. It's that Santino that enabled him that 1v4 clutch. It's that Santino that has caused so many players a lot of problems. Santino's not the strongest character out there if your mechanical skills are not supreme, if your foresight is not supreme in Clash Squad, and both of it is on 100% proven track record as far as Dew is concerned. So he's definitely going to crush it with that Santino as always. But let's see if or not the new meta has got any sort of changes that's brought in here, because obviously with the nerf onto Nikita, the shotguns are probably not going to be as spicy on the front lines. But of course, we're going to start things off on a pistol round, and it's all about who gets these shots first.
And you can see some binary investments from Russia side as well, looking for those one taps. But I'll be for not if the front line goes down, which Dew has already found aim guard. Members of the AG still pretty much healthy, but Dew does get ambushed, and EVOS starting off to a pretty convincing one and finds a complete wipeout there. Basically swarming AG.AL and then getting themselves the first round.
Yeah, I feel like the backstab from EVOS, they flanked around, and that's the winning play, right? Off of Ray right there. Aim got initially with those shots. A tad bit surprised that Cypher could not pull it off with the extreme encounter. Even Team SR, he had the Orion, but the Orion did absolutely nothing to help him survive that encounter with the players of EVOS, who very quickly flanked around, understanding their positional advantage. And AG.AL just trying to take a big advantage off of the initial Flame Mirage let go by Ray. But can say EVOS kind of played that perfectly, blocking off the vision from the side of AG.AL. Team SR down early this time around. The hand cannon off of the Supreme Sniper from the side of EVOS, putting the guy down. Easy pickup. Barros too low. And he gets knocked down by Ray's skill. This is the push now from the side of EVOS. Team SR is going to get caught out, but Apex shut down just by the corner, but saved by AG.AL and Russia.
A supreme sniper, great value from Russia. The 1TX are paying off big time. And unfortunately for Dio, he's up in a 1v4. And I think this is going to be a clean conversion there. Dio finds a knock onto Russia, but no confirmation. EVOS with a flawless round 2.
I mean, this is that shocker that we were talking about, Husky, and it's EVOS starting things off really hot. They've got the advantage in terms of resources now as well. They've got the economy advantage. AG.AL, on the other hand, will have to eco, especially Dew, who's looking for that sniper for himself. But with the Thompson X in the hands of Baros as well as Team SR, there's a big probability that they get to swing this around to their side. Dew brings that vest in as well, needs a helmet. And if you look at the side of EVOS, they've got their defenses up for sure.
Yep, and the frag grenade in the hands of Ray 2. Very early toss out, just in case AG.AL goes for the rush. But of course, the inventory is still being controlled. Team SR in the smoke as well. ABAX is going to be on the hunt with the sight. And that will actually force Team SR to back off. So they're not as gung-ho as I thought they would be. Baros taking plenty of damage from the frags too. And EVOS now pushes forward. ABAX actually still finds Team SR. And that is bad news for AG.
Yeah, the Crimson Crush was used too early and he could not activate the active skill when he most needed it. AIM got down on the ground, but AG.AL just down with the numbers, and Russia just coming in with that final shot, taking Dew out of the equation. 3-0. EVOS showing us a different side of themselves, and they also pull away the cyber point in this round. Big advantage for EVOS at the very start of the series.
Yeah. The lack of coda, like you said earlier on, right, doesn't allow AG.AL to ping out anyone hiding in the smoke. So they had no idea whether someone was still sitting sitting hidden there. And not to mention, you're walking into a Steffi, you're dealing with A124. Good time utilities from EVOS can really basically downgrade AG.AL to just pure gun reliant. And in that case, they didn't have any utilities that they could utilize. The EVOS Divine now up 3-0 and pretty much decked out in the weaponry. Unfortunately, whatever investment AG.AL made in the previous round didn't pay off, and now we'll have to turn to Deal to find something.
Team SR, again, playing it risky here, going all the way down to the middle. He's laid out those smokes already. AVAX right beside him. Cypher looking for the backstab. Finds Ray with the Thompson. Headshot puts him down. Dew looking for the angles, but the smokes have got the EVOS players all covered. AIM got tagged up from up top. Team SR finds him with the follow-up on the MP5. And this time, it's AG.AL making that comeback. 4v2, they've got the numbers advantage.
Yeah, very well done from AG.AL. In fact, EVOS actually knew where Dew is, but they lost track of him thanks to the earlier backstab. And Dew was able to find Rasha and should convert into ABAX. ABAX wins that, but still has 3 more members of AG.AL to go through. Finally, some signs of life from AG.AL. A good attempt there, but unfortunately it's into the Orion, so AG.AL finds the first round in more of a semi-eco situation, so this should convert splendidly into round 5.
I mean, this is initially what we were expecting from AG.AL, but with them losing that first pistol round, having to go on eco on round 2, losing that as well. And of course, it didn't help that the third round where they went in for the investments, that didn't pay off. But in round 4, where the economy kind of recovered a tad bit, they had the guns, they had the helmet, they had the vest, they had the defenses. And of course, they had the high ground held by Dew, and that was a very big difference maker for the side of AG.AL. This time round, though, a rush straight up front. And I feel like Baros, with the electrotherapy, just needs to be a tad bit careful here, because time and time again, he's putting himself on the front lines. If he gets taken out early, it's going to be very tough for Cypher to hold his ground.
And their utilities also, they need to change up the timings a little bit so that the Steffi doesn't end up negating most of it. AIM actually gets knocked down. Team SR comes in and finds a twofer with the sight, and this should set AG.AL for another round win. Team SR is just cutting all of them down. Give him the ace. Why not? It's 3 for Team SR as Cypher picks up the last. But this one was a speed run. AG.AL, they're starting to warm up their engines.
Yeah, absolutely. This time, the priority was for the cyber point. They laid out that smoke perfectly, went in for the push. Team SR had the sight, and up close and personal, man, that sight is deadly. They always say, don't bring a knife to a gunfight, but if you've got a sight, no problem.
Not a problem at all. In fact, it's pretty deadly if you think about it, right? If you could just slap someone like that. AG.AL, now back to Clock Tower again. Let's see if EVOS makes any adjustments. I think previously they picked the right spot to fight, but they just didn't account for the fact that Team SR would just, blitz through them the front line. So now EVOS making the decision to go up to the second floor. This does avoid any direct confrontations.
Yeah, no cyber point for collection this time around, so no distractions. Fair 4v4 fight with EVOS taking that high ground first, just waiting to see exactly what AG.AL does here. Team SR connected with Baros and that electrotherapy, moving up front with the scythe, looking for the slice. And it's gonna be the Crimson Crush that keeps him safe for the time being, but barricaded away by those glue walls. A124 will be popped, and it is EVOS with the advantage. Baros taken out, Cypher snuffed out as well. Numbers advantage turned into a potential round win here for EVOS.
Yeah, the bait and switch EVOS made AG.AL go into the building for the hunt and ended up backstabbing them instead. A very masterfully laid out plan.
Yeah.
AVAX will still go down eventually, but Team SR stand no chance against the rest of EVOS Divine. That puts them up 4-2. And I think this one is more on the play of AG.AL's confidence and how they feel like they could overpower EVOS. But completely forgot about the fact that EVOS got them trapped in the building when they thought that they were the ones hunting EVOS down.
Absolutely, and I have to say, well-played timing from Rasia and the thrill of battle. The A124 definitely made a very big difference. I don't think Cypher managed to activate the extreme encounter off of that Zane before getting into that scuffle. And just having that A124, man, just turns things around so quickly in a Clash Squad 4v4. AIM-GOD now pushing on forth. They've got the Steffi, and they want to get down to the middle. They want that cyber point. Team SR is going to compete for that. And he eats a nade, half his HP taken away. It's a 2v1. Team SR in a lot of trouble. Baros dropping back to see if he can help out his buddy. Apex and AIM got held back, and EVOS should be able to secure the cyber point for the squad.
Yeah, Team SR survival is very, very important for AG.AL this round. He's held on for very, very long, and that should give his teammates enough time to come in. But Apex top still with the 1D, and AIM-GOD gets Team SR in finally, and that is going to mean the AG.AL are in a horrible spot. Baros ends up going down. It's Cypher in a 1v4. And again, EVOS Divine just executing it a bit better than what AG.AL would have liked.
Yeah, I mean, it's surprising that AG.AL didn't go in for the full-on commitment for the cyber point. They took the high ground, trying to take advantage of the situation. But EVOS just played that so smartly, laying out the smoke, sneaking on in there as usual, trying to get Cypher out of the equation first, and that was not what they got, unfortunately. But they took Team SR and they said, you know what, as good as it is going to be here. Cypher, on the other hand, up on the roof, trying to get those shots, but man, he could not find the connections at all.
I feel like it was he had to take over Dew's position, right? Because Dew got found early on, but I think Team SR definitely had the worst fate of all. He held back EVOS. He basically absorbed most of the pressure, and unfortunately AG.AL just not able to get into the spot to provide backup. And when they do, they lost their prize sniper. So things escalating from bad to worse. Now EVOS Divine sitting on match point.
This time they slow the pace down a tad bit. AWM in the hands of Dew, looking for those shots. Cypher connected with the electrotherapy. And I feel like it was a mistake to connect that electrotherapy to Team SR earlier and send him up to the front lines. This time, Cypher looking to make that big damage, but gets caught between two players. And oh my lord, Cypher drops AVAX, gets traded right back out. Rasia's there for the save. Team SR jumps on in, and Dew unable to get the Punisher with the first couple of shots. And EVOS finding a little bit of time to recover here, but AIM-GOD's gonna get stuck behind the glue wall. Perfect time turner played, looking for the pickup onto Rasia. But here comes the rest of the players on the side of AG.AL. Crimson Crush activated by Team SR. M590 on for the pop. The jump shot finds AIM-GOD. And Rasia sorted out as well. AG.AL hanging on, making sure EVOS doesn't run away with game one.
Yeah, saved by the bell here. Baros against Ray took slightly too long. I don't know how Baros was able to stay alive for longer than he should, but it bought enough time for Team SR to arrive, and Dew as well. Great placement of that crosshair. He basically bailed the rest of his team out of that spot. If he didn't got the 2-tap on the Russia, I feel like that round would have instantly ended. But AG.AL has bought themselves one more round. And pretty much decked out in equipment. They have what it takes to win this. And again, these environments that AG.AL has been preferring to play with, now they're going to double stack on the high ground.
Let's see what they get to pull off with this position. Aim God smokes, giving them good enough cover. MP5 level 3 in the hands of Abex on the front lines, but he's got to back away. Not enough HP on him. Does he have a medkit? Answers absolutely not. So Abex can't get involved in a big fight just yet. Cypher just trying to tag up anybody with the Thompson from that high ground. And it's a stalemate here for the time being. Team SR cooking himself.
Oh!
A good nade there, but that will not find anyone.
You actually reposition with the mannequin and ends up running into EVOS member. Come on! Dude! Taking a bit too long for the conversion and might have to end up trading himself. Thankfully, they're able to push Aim God back, so Duke gets picked back up. That was almost a fatal mistake, but Ray still able to find Team SR. And Ray finds Duke as well. Another knockdown, but the members of EVOS not looking too healthy. Members of AG.AL, though, still capable of fighting. And once more in the last second, they bailed themselves out.
That was incredible from AG.AL. They were not supposed to win that round. They went in there for the full-on commitment, got the cyber point. And mind you, they were initially losing out on the advantage of those cyber points. And now they've got access to those level 4 West, and it is going to be a slightly tankier, more troublesome AG.AL in this next round to make a good comeback here, holding EVOS on their match point for so long.
And that is unfortunate because EVOS had the drop on the AG.AL. That round felt like an EVOS round. The fact that they found Dew when he repositioned and still were not able to close out the job. Cypher will have to make first contact. It's going to dump all of his glue walls to buy time. This is the same situation we saw AG.AL in previously. But this time, Cypher just gets brute force through and Abex finds the opener.
Oh, Russia tagged up. Nade out of nowhere. Does not find the connection, but Russia taken out by Team SR on that M590. Flame Mirage does not really force AG.AL to reposition. Everybody else on the side of EVOS backing away. They've got the medkits, and Aim God's the only one that gets the advantage to recover. Abex and Ray will have to stay out of trouble. They are a big disadvantage with the amount of HP that's on them right now.
Yeah, AG.AL performed a backstab and only found one, but it's better than nothing. I think Dew also got tagged out early on. Aim God looks to aggress. And if they can find Team SR here, it gives EVOS almost total control of the low ground. And Team SR will have to take over what Cypher's job was to keep EVOS at bay. He sees all three of them crossing. Important intel that he can now give to his teammates.
AG.AL looking for the reverse sweep, but they'll have to bring us into a round 11 first. We are all equal with the numbers. Dew is connected to the electrotherapy, and that's going to give a big advantage to the sniper. Dew spots Aim God. What a shot! Aim God, a sliver of health left on him. Abex taken out of the equation already. Virus going in for the finisher with a Thompson, but Aim God out of nowhere with a backstab gets a double for himself. But Dew gets the job done. Had the bird's eye view and full-on info of whatever that was going on the lower ground, and the final shot that was needed taken perfectly, and into round 11 we go.
Very unfortunate for Russia. He tried to rendezvous with the rest of the squad and got completely blasted from the back as AG.AL pulled basically a 180 backstab that I don't think EVOS anticipated where AG.AL actually were at. And the distraction set up by Cypher paid off big time. Now we're going to match point. AG.AL have pulled themselves from the brink, a 2-5 scoreline to now 5-5, and it's all going to end at peak.
Man, you've got all the players on the side of AG.AL stacked with the level 4 West. They've got the extra defense. EVOS, they looked like they were going to win this game. And just like that, AG.AL just turning things around. Dew missing 2 opportunities. That's not going to be good. Aim got spotted again, and Dew misses again. Team SR on the hunt. He's got to back away now as Aim God and Abex flank around from the right-hand side. AG.AL looking for the reposition. And everybody backing away. They've got the medkits to work around with as well. So round 2 for AG.AL. EVOS making sure they don't get snuffed out that easy.
And I swear EVOS got so lucky because you had a chance to just end the round there.
Yeah.
But still, I think EVOS, they're not out in the clear just yet because they have to find a way into the building. But if you're AG.AL, if EVOS doesn't have enough utilities, AG.AL can stay here forever.
Yeah.
The UAV does get a good ping though. They know where the adversaries are at right now. And AimGod aims to make first contact and get a 1-for-1 trade. It's Rasha for Team SR.
AimGod going in for the pickup. Doesn't have a Thiva on him. That takes 3 years. And Abex will not be able to recover. No medkit on him, so he can't get involved in a big fight just yet. Dew gets the tag. Team SR with the follow-up. AimGod down. Rasya trades out Team SR. The pickup could still be pulled off here. Rasya can't get involved in a straight-up fight. Ray up close and personal, looking for the pickup. Cypher does not find the connection. And AimGod right back up on his feet. Dew all alone now as he tries to back away. EVOS has this in the bag. And Dew shut down 6-5. Round 11 Saber coming through even though the resources were stacked on the side of AG.AL.
Well, with the odds stacked against them, EVOS still managed to pull out a win. A lot closer, a lot closer than what we would have liked. But what matters is how you finish. And EVOS Divine, they finished strong. AG.AL had a very good idea. They smoke off the doorway to create some confusion, but EVOS managed to keep the trays even. And it's these even trays that ended up giving them the advantage. Rasha finding a way into the fight and deciding that he's going to play close quarter. Big contributor to winning the later stages of those gunfights because they needed an extra body, and Rasha stepped up.
Yeah, Rasya definitely stepped up, right? At the end of the day, he had the Luna, he had the Otho, and whenever the players on the side of AG.AL grouped together and he got a knock, they also got a very big advantage off of that passive skill. Rasya, he was just rocking it, and it's not just him, AimGod as well on the front lines. I feel like, although he was supposed to be the backup player with the Steffi, he was just up in front, making sure he got the numbers for the squad. Yes, Nikita did get a slight little nerf, but not in the hands of this guy.
Yeah, they're still able to kind of pull off the game plan the way that they wanted. And I think AG.AL, they had some missed opportunities in that last round. Unfortunately, like they've been playing, I would say, quite perfect once they got warmed up, but with a bit too many missed shots from Dew really sort of allow EVOS to set up for that final push. The UAV scan as well, that was important. It pinged out the entirety of AG.AL and allowed EVOS to really set themselves up for that final fight.
Yeah, I feel like AG.AL was just taking that first game as an experiment, right? Because if you look at their loadout, they did not have a single team booster on their side. They brought in 3 tactical markets as well as 1 enhanced hammer, which just was, keeping me scratching my head like, what are they actually doing with this one? You don't get those extra EP, you don't get the extra advantage off of that EP conversion as well, which is a very big disadvantage against a team like EVOS. And whatever that AG.AL did not have in the game, EVOS clearly had. They brought in 2 tac markets, 2 team boosters. I mean, that's really a standard setup, if you ask me, for Clash Squad. And I think AG.AL did not look to throw the game, but they're definitely trying to figure out if or not they can pull off some tricks in the later part of the competition, and they're willing to give up this first game.
Yeah, I think they're also looking to sort of limit test, right? Like how much can they get away with if you play in a more, I would say, quote-unquote selfish way where you're looking to just boost yourself and use raw mechanics to carry through. And they almost worked out well. I mean, they almost won. They almost sort of like beat EVOS through sheer force and some very smart plays. And when EVOS started to get a bit rusty, you can see that AG.AL started catching them, an off angle, starting to really punish EVOS for the sloppiness, like crossing wide open areas. But at the end of the day, EVOS, all they needed to do is to get good timing on their utils, and especially this last round, the even trays really kept them afloat.
Yeah, and I also feel like Team SR, again, experimentation on his side. He brought in the Orion without the Miguel. he was running the Moko and the Joseph and the Nikita, which again just kept me scratching my head. But this guy, he had the perfect plan out there. The ortho memory miss, I think, was one of the biggest game changers. Just managing to slow down a couple of players from the side of AG.AL every single time he got a knock. 8 eliminations in totality, 4.3k on the damage, 13 assists. Very active in this first game that went all the way around into a round 11.
More participative as well in one of these big team environments, right? Like most snipers, they go for the Santino. We've seen Morse, we've seen Skylar, Iris, but A124, more of a less taken route, but it does allow Russia to get into the thick of things and even provide long-range support without really compromising these qualities.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Let's check out the scoreboard here as well. And yes, that A124 was very, very valuable in multiple rounds. I think it was timed perfectly. Every time AG.AL came running at them, Russia said, all right, thrill of battle time, and instantly locked them into a spot where they were at a huge disadvantage. Look at the numbers. Aim God walking away with 9 eliminations in totality, 8 assists. Ray was crazy, I thought, until I saw Abex with the 20 assists. Man, this guy was involved in almost every single elimination out there.
I mean, he was basically doing the dirty work, right? He was setting it up for the team. Obviously, there was also moments where he's the one that is forced to run into the smokes. He's the one tossing out the utils and just taking the beating from AG.AL. This sandbag from EVOS Divine ended up paying off. But in the grand scheme of things, I think AG.AL, they had some very solid ideas. They were adapting to EVOS' move pretty well, and it really just came down to a couple of crucial missed shots when they were ahead.
Cypher brought Miguel. I don't know why would Cypher bring Miguel. He's got the Zane on him. You want that extra EP. You don't have the EP conversion off of your team booster. AG.AL with their draft makes me think that they woke up and they were just not ready for this game. And this loss, I think, is going to be a big shocker for them. They cannot underestimate EVOS, and they definitely have to play a better draft on this next game. I feel like they dropped the ball big time with this experiment. And they could have taken advantage of the fact that they are very good mechanically in a matchup in a regular game of Clash Squad. But who they're going up against is a awakened form of EVOS, who are not going to let this one go easy. I think many people have trash talked EVOS quite a lot. Even we have our doubts as well. We've been waiting for them to wake up in the past year, and this is that moment for them. But man, I thought AG.AL was about to make a comeback there.
Yeah, I think that itself should restore some confidence, right? Like imagine if they weren't that far behind, if they weren't down 5-2, high chances that AG.AL probably would have walked away with round 1. It really goes two ways. EVOS still a bit more to be desired, but I think for AG.AL, let's see how they perform on EVOS' map pick, right? Because if all fails, at least when they get to game 3, it is going to be that map pick again.
Yeah. Now, I'm a little torn because I'm so confused with AG.AL's draft when it comes to the active and passive skills, their team loadout, but they still managed to drag it into a round number 11, which is crazy, right? They had a very bad draft, and yet they looked like they were about to make a comeback. If they actually brought in a proper draft, Husky, I think they will be able to smash EVOS Divine. If they play this next game seriously, AG.AL is going to be the dangerous team once again, and guaranteeing us a game number 3 for sure.
And you know what they say, right? In the core of Free Fire is just, whoever gets a shot in the head goes down, you lose the game. But now they are going to swap out Barros for Nameless, and let's see if this is going to give them, the extra boost that they need. It's not to say that Barros, didn't make the cut. I think the entirety 5-man roster of AG.AL are solid as always, but EVOS Divine, if they struggle against Barros, Nameless is going to be another problem that they have to figure out. And I wonder how much does EVOS prep for this?
And usually, even if they take an L, AG.AL is full of smiles. And look at EVOS Divine.
What are you doing?
They are so cool, calm, and collected. I think they're filling up some form for Esports World Cup, trying to figure out how tall they are. And this, in no way at all, gives us a good measure of how good they are in a good game of Free Fire, but I don't think it matters.
I mean, Russia is turning 17 this year, right? So if he's still going through the growth spurt, I think he has some height left in him. Maybe they're trying to keep track of that. This is the first time I see someone use a measuring tape.
I mean, I've tried with a measuring tape before, but not during a competition, not whilst I'm shoutcasting for sure. Right? These guys are just playing comedy at this point of time. But again, I'm just bloody confused with what AG.AL wanted to do off of that first game. And looking at their game faces, they look pretty upset. I am surprised that they are upset because they should have expected a result like this. They had a very mixed combo of active and passive skills. The Orion usually is paired up with the Miguel, but we saw the Zane getting paired up with the Miguel. The Orion was, not very effective, I think, on the front lines. Team SR just kept getting taken down again and again. We didn't see the connection of that electrotherapy off of Baros do Cypher a lot of favors in the grand scheme of things. And in the first map picked by AG.AL, EVOS finds dominance as we head on into Kalahari now, which, by the way, has lost all of its zip lines in Clash Squad. I want to see how Dew finds his repositioning.
If he gets a Santino, then it shouldn't affect him too much. Although it does take away some of the oomph factor, right? Like his highlight during Jakarta is going to be the last time we ever see something like that. No more zip lines, right? You can't make those his heroic plays revolved around those zip lines, and a bit of that switcheroo. But I agree with you. I look at the passive abilities of AG.AL Game 1 draft, and I was trying to make the connection, especially for Team SR's Orion, and certain things didn't make as much sense as I would like them to, right? Especially, it feels like the Orion was sort of torn apart on what kind of style he wanted to go for, but this time it will be on EVOS' side instead. And they, in fact, even ban out the Ignis themselves.
Okay, so very clearly they don't want to deal with the Flame Mirage, and I guess they found it a tad bit annoying, when their opponents use it. But without the Oscar, I don't think EVOS is going to be nerfed in any way whatsoever. They do have the Orion on their side, which makes them a little bit more scary, especially in the hands of Aim God. They've got the electrotherapy to power up that Orion as well, but they don't have any informational play as AG.AL pulls away that code.
Yeah, they were hovering the Steffi first, and then at the last second, they decided to take the Santino away. And I think, they definitely did their homework, right? Because I feel like AG.AL, they were so ready to snap pick on the Santino, but they will have to settle for the Morse and the Chrono. So Steffi still falls into the hand of EVOS because I think they also understand that it's not an AG.AL thing to go for Steffi, right? They don't really prefer that character as much. So Evo is really kind of a big braining the draft a little bit, and they get all the things that they want.
The ban on the Ignis, on the other hand, I obviously have got my questions because I don't think it would have been a priority pick for the side of AG.AL. Well, either way, into our match we go. This next one is going to be the deciding game for AG.AL, whether or not they take a early 0-2 loss up against EVOS in our group stage, or they make a good comeback and push us into a game number 3.
See EVOS here again, removal of the zip lines. One of the bigger differences. Star Refinery here. Again, Russia willing to invest in those one-tap potentials with Santino as well. Imgod, let's see if he's gonna run around the corner. Team SR already finding one, but a good exchange here from EVOS. Divine Apex needs a bit of help, but Cypher about to tear up a Storm, and EVOS losing members left, right, and center.
Yeah, absolutely. That Orion's not going to do much at all. AG.AL will snuff them out in that first round in itself. And I feel like the time turner was played perfectly initially, but of course that didn't really turn the game their way. EVOS with the first round loss, which means this next round, they'll have to depend on... Oh, well, they're going to go in for a force buy either way. G36 is in their hand.
I think it's I feel like you can risk this. It should be okay. But if it doesn't go well, then round 3 is going to be quite the pain. But it seems like EVOS Divine not really bothered by that, and still going
nice.
for the rush. It's actually paying off temporarily as Deal finds a 2-piece right off the bat, but Russia is making use of his investment.
Our Team SR has got the M1917 and does great work with it, dropping Aim God up close and personal. Vortex down in the middle, and Russia takes that, makes good use of it. Gets the pickup as well onto Aim God, but deal with the blind shots into the smoke vortex. Gets the double spray down, and AG.AL secure round 2 as well.
That is gonna sting a little bit because things were starting to go well. Russia actually got some pretty decent knockdowns, right? Given level into a 2v2, but unfortunately they just were not able to close out the occasion, especially for Russia, who was stuck out there in the open trying to get Aim God back up on his feet. Terrible idea when you don't have cover to work with, but that's how the cookie crumbles. EVOS will have to settle for a loss, and this time going into round 3 we have to work with subpar loadout.
This time it was due with the memory mist off of the Otto. Getting the spray down, extra assistance with the Nikita. And the VSS was just deadly in that situation. Aim God's gonna get tickled here by the ice grenade. Back and forth with those nades. Crimson Crush gonna get popped early by Aim God, and he does not come out of his form with the right timing. Team SR gets the up close and personal knockdown. Ray trades out Team SR with the G36. Apex looking for Dew with the perfect Punisher. AG.AL, 2 players down on the ground. Easy pickup still available here for Team SR, if they can get to him.
Yeah, Apex needs a bit of help, and Ray gets sprayed down. Magazine of Nameless slightly more abundant than what EVOS has, and now Russia again left to his own devices in a 1v3. Should be a clean round for AG.AL. Nameless finds the finisher, and AG.AL starting to really ramp up.
Yeah, I don't think this was the round for EVOS at all. Mainly because they just could not get those utilities that they wanted, right? Again with the force buy. Obviously, they had the VSSs, but they didn't have a lot of defense on them. No medkits to play recovery as well. And it was a very straightforward fight for the side of Nameless, on the other hand, with the VSS on his side. And if you look at Nameless and what he's doing out there on the battlefield, the aim has been absolutely perfect, tagging up all of those players. 4 blue walls this time on his side as he pushes on forth with the Zane in his hands. Looking for that extreme encounter now. They've been scanned out by Cypher already. With all of the position of the EVOS players all revealed, they have to stay away from the fight, but they just can't.
Vayback's down as well. It's going to be pretty tough to fight in such a weird area for EVOS Divine. They are basically ambushed from both sides. Ray was able to find a good one, convert it on the deal, and that could drag EVOS back. 5 Cypher. Ray is doing everything on his own. That's a 3-piece already. Ray finally ends up going down, but he has done the legwork. Can his teammates clean up the rest of AG.AL? Aim God delivers that one. Set up by Ray and finished off by Aim God. EVOS gets there first.
It's a good comeback on that round number 4, just like what AG.AL did earlier on. They did have the cyber point on their side, so a slight advantage here with the purchases, but not a lot with the amount of money they had in their pocket. But as we head on into this next round, let's see if or not EVOS can keep this one up. Another cyber point for the collection, so I expect those smokes down in the middle and EVOS to make a mad rush for it.
They have been they aren't strangers to these maneuvers, especially when they get desperate. But AG.AL, they also like the cyber points just as much as EVOS.
Nice one.
Steffi being put out keeps Abax safe, but behind is Deal. Abax barely surviving the encounter and actually able to get the turnaround on the Deal. AG.AL getting completely caught off guard, and the shock on Deal's face says it all. He thought he had it, but EVOS were prepared.
Bro, they just baited them in, man. I was expecting EVOS to run straight for the cyber point, and it looks like so did AG.AL. And when they didn't go in for the cyber point, AG.AL thought, hey, you know what? It's all open for us, but that was the trap laid out perfectly by the Indonesian squad on the way to a perfect comeback here. 2 rounds back-to-back, 2 cyber points scored, 1 more away from the level 4 West, and little by little, it looks like EVOS is taking control of this game.
Yeah, and EVOS doing a good job, right? There are still some holes that might need more detailed plugging, right? The AG.AL are still allowed to find these backstabs, but EVOS definitely have better protocols now, especially if AIM-God creating a distraction. But Cypher again from the back, this time managing to find Russia, and that would thin out the numbers of EVOS. Let's see how they do with AG.AL losing Ray to Dew.
Yeah, Ray's down already. Russia's out of the equation. Pickup's not going to be possible here. AIM got a sliver of health left on him, and it looks like AG.AL will be able to successfully pull this round to the other side. 2 rounds away from completing their run in this game number 2 and forcing us into a game 3. But EVOS still has a big advantage with those 2 cyber points. And in this next round, they perhaps might be able to get to the level 4 West. All they need to do is rush down to the middle. But AG.AL will know how desperate they will be for those cyber points. So perhaps this can be a counter trap that they can lay out, just like what EVOS did to them in the previous cyber round.
There's a high chance that I think they will send AIM-God out to do the job since he is the Orion. They also have A-backs that can easily plant themselves. And with the Steffi and just soak up the utils from AG.AL. Couple of methods for EVOS to basically set up base camp if they sure do wish to go for the cyber points, which they are going to do right now. A-backs again putting down the Steffi and AIM-God doing the same. But AG.AL just taking the other angles to get these chip damage in, and both those EVOS members are down.
This is not looking good for EVOS. Russia too far away from the cyber ad drop. AG.AL is going to take the point here for themselves. Russia all alone up against 4 players. Can he pull off a miraculous 1v4 clutch? Nameless says, hell no. Winchester to the back of his head to end that round.
Yeah, that round was quite a goner because I think AG.AL, like you said, they understand how desperate EVOS will be to get the cyber point. And then they just decided, we're going to get the cyber point, but we will take all the crucial vantage points around you. And it gave them such a free pickings on the EVOS member. And now the tables have turned. It's EVOS on the ropes with a 2-5 scoreline.
This is looking like a perfect comeback for AG.AL. I'm very surprised EVOS did not go in for the secure on that cyber point. Just playing it a little careful still didn't help them out at all. AG.AL does have a big advantage here with the Aurora Vision. Finally popped. Nameless has got a little bit of chance here. Team SR dropping back for the save. Nameless gets tagged, but will barricade himself behind those glue walls. Time Turner used perfectly as well to stay safe. Cypher out of the equation, which means EVOS have a numbers advantage here that they have to go in to secure a bigger advantage on. Nameless looking to take down AIM-God to equalize the battlefield, but he backs away perfectly. The Orion has been used as well, so it means that he does not have anything else to depend on. He just has to run.
Yep, and he's buying a lot of time. Nameless finally catches up, and the turnaround almost paid off. Russia getting a weapon upgrade to the Winchester is going to help him get his team back on track. Team SR on the second floor will have to patch himself back up. But there's a numbers advantage on the side of EVOS right now. Duo getting dropped by Russia, and the Wonder Kid does it for the team in round 8. EVOS gets another chance.
This is EVOS fighting for their lives as AG.AL stands on match point. Can they pull off a miraculous comeback to end the series 2-0, or will AG.AL drag us into a game number 3? By the looks of things, just purely through the drops and the numbers, AG.AL definitely doing much better than the side of EVOS. And although Russia has been bringing the numbers in through eliminations for the squad, I just don't see the Santino making any bit of difference for the team just yet.
It really felt like the Santino didn't have the impact that I thought it would compared to, when Two was using it in his time. But then again, EVOS, they are a lot more in your face in Kalahari. Russia finds you again as he is tired of his teammates getting sniped, so he's gonna get down into the battlefield himself. The blue wall, once it goes down, it's gonna be a 2v1. EVOS ready to receive this, and now they will play ring around the rosy there as Team SR decides to not engage further, but they lose Nameless in the back line, and EVOS now finds Team SR. It is a comeback hour as EVOS will get another round, and now they're up 4-5.
How did EVOS get double cyber points there? I have no idea, but either way, triple cyber points, just like what AG.AL did in game number 1. Level 4 West on the way. And EVOS has a massive, massive advantage for this next game, for this next round, sorry, to pull an equalizer. You see 2 of those level 4 West on their side already. They've got the level 3 double Winchesters, AWM level 3 MP5 in their hands as well. They're ready for battle for sure. Woo!
Yeah, the switcher from Russia's approach as well. Really putting himself in the front line. Making sure that he has something to work with and being the one to get the first blood. But Cypher this time, he finds the pop onto Ray and they need to get it back up. He is the Cassie, the medic. Very important for EVOS to play the long game, but Cypher not willing to let up and gets aim guard too.
This is not going according to the plan of EVOS. AG.AL need to snuff out 2 other players. Ray needs to get picked off of the ground here. Russia looking for some way to save his buddy. Abex just a tad bit distracted. Cypher trying to pull off that 180, and Russia from afar will nail him down to the ground. Can the super sniper of EVOS pull this back for the team? Nameless says hell no with the level 2 Winchester. And that's about it. AG.AL will force a game 3.
Yeah, they sub Nameless in, and he instantly brings his team to that 1-1. That last round was all him. He found the first blood, the second, the third, he got all of them. And EVOS Divine, they came pretty close. They had all the tools needed, but when you're down 2-4, it is pretty hard to claw back.
Yeah.
As hard as they tried, is AG.AL, they're not out until they are truly out, and that's why they won Jakarta last year. So EVOS Divine is going to be back to the drawing board.
Absolutely, but I guess tit for tat, man. It's the exact same strategy that AG.AL pulled off earlier that EVOS wanted to focus on, but the cyber points just weren't going to help them with the positioning that they were holding on to, especially in the final rounds. I feel like Russia is just a tad bit too far. And sometimes, yes, it's good to take away a very powerful active skill off of your opponents, but if you are not going to be able to make any magic work out of it, it's better to ban that active skill instead. I didn't really see that Sentino make magic happen on the side of EVOS Divine, unfortunately.
Yeah, I honestly thought, like EVOS Divine, I'm pretty sure that they also figured it out that AG.AL really wanted the Sentino. They stole it away. It was not the wrong move. It was correct, but didn't really see it getting utilized the way that I wanted it to.
Yeah.
But also props to Nameless and the rest of AG.AL for getting such quick and snappy first blitz, right? I think a lot of it really caught EVOS Divine off guard before they even set up.
Yeah, I think the pacing was perfect. AG.AL, they understood that, okay, maybe we were just fooling around a tad bit too much in the previous matchup. We need to step it up this time around. I think this time they did bring in a team booster. We'll have to double check that in a little bit once we get to see some of their stats. But it's 1-1 so far. AG.AL, they haven't dropped the ball fully just yet. Into a game number 3 we go. I guess this is a big step up for EVOS because they're not getting smashed in these games. At least they're having some big rounds on their side as well. I just could have been a tad bit better with the drafts in this game number 2. I felt like the game 1 was very well planned out. That A1-4 in the hands of Russia, man, then that was definitely cooking and pissing off the AG.AL players in the close quarters combat. Every time the fight kicked off in game 1, I felt like Russia was the biggest threat to AG.AL with the thrill of battle. He just wasn't a very impactful player this time around. And if you look on the flip side of things, Duo, Cypher, Baros team, Nameless, kind of all stepping it up. And like you said, Nameless just stepping in at the right time and making magic happen for the squad.
And just overall a very good performance. I think not just from AG.AL. I think EVOS also had some great moments, but a lot of these rounds were decided in how fast the first blood happens. Right? If AG.AL starts the round and then they get like 2 members of EVOS, the round is practically over because EVOS wants to be able to set up. They want to be able to get into a comfortable spot to call the shots. But AG.AL, you can see the approach. They don't want EVOS to have that level of comfort. They want to be constantly pushing towards EVOS, and with the rounds that they were able to do so, EVOS didn't really get to do anything.
Yeah, and positioning wise, I felt like it could have been a little bit better from the side of EVOS, especially when we were playing around Shipyard here at Santa Catarina. It just didn't help them that they were spread out on the battlefield. The electrotherapy just could not find that perfect connection. When Ray got taken out too early, the team seemed to suffer it, and I felt like AIM-God could have been a little bit more threatening on the front lines with the Orion, but he was always on the back lines instead. And it just just not the right level of aggression if you want to pressure a team like AG.AL. And when we expected them to go for the cyber points, they were kind of holding back. They just sent in the one lone ABEX to look for the cyber point for the squad, and that kind of punished them. AG.AL took advantage in that situation, but it was the turnaround in this, I think, round number 9 earlier on that we saw EVOS look very threatening, maybe with a slight potential for a comeback. But at the end of the day, this guy, Cypher, 7 eliminations, 3,278 with the gangster spirit off of that Antonio, had the Sensei Tig. So if you had the Molko on the opposite end, you're not going to have the markers on him for a really long time. Yet the Nikita and the Luna, I was expecting him to play more on the VSSs, but he was a master of the Mag 7 this time around. With the extra information off of the Aurora Vision, he made good work of it, hunting down the EVOS players.
Yep, and just like game 1, right, his stats was also the best in game 1 despite them losing. So Sci-Fi really still consistent as always, but also getting access to the Coda this time gives them a bit of an edge against EVOS Divine, being able to find these backstab angles. Regardless, EVOS Divine, Russia's top of the chart with his stats, in fact, with the most eliminations in the entire lobby. But for everyone else, unfortunately, didn't really get to deliver as much. All these informations provided by this Coda alone. It's allowing Dude to get some sick hit shots. It's allowing Cypher and Nameless to just push in at the start of the round. And EVOS, they don't really have an answer to it. They don't have like an Ignis to threaten the chip damage. They don't have the A124 to stop the push. So AG.AL got a lot more leeway in this game.
Yeah, and also this time AG.AL, they kind of fixed their loadout. They did bring in the team booster. If I'm not mistaken, it was Team SR that brought it in for the squad. And you definitely need the team boosters in the current state of the game. Those EP conversions and max EP at the very start of these rounds gives you the kind of advantage, that those medkits sometimes can't give you when you don't have your hands on them. But if you look at the numbers, very clearly the whole squad of AG.AL, they were all in participation, all getting in those eliminations for their side. But EVOS, on the other hand, AIM-God, he just could not find much for himself. Again, AIM-God was the one on the Orion, and I felt like the Crimson Crush just wasn't getting the job done for the squad.
Yeah, both teams have, gotten a goal with the Orion, but I think the impact just wasn't really there. I guess compared to the first few times we saw the Orion, I think last year, it felt like there's a bit more of a agency, maybe because when you go with the Orion, you are playing sort of like a selfish game, right? Like you save yourself, but but then you expose your teammates at the same time. The follow-up has to be snappy, it has to be coordinated, and I think teams now have sort of shifted how they utilize the Orion as a way to buy time, as a way to hunt people down. But that also means that you are completely on an island, and we saw it from both these teams, and it just wasn't really worth it, I think.
Usually the Orion definitely pays off, especially if you've got a very aggressive rusher. And that's what AIM-God is. He is that aggressive rusher. It's just that this time I think like the positioning from the players were just a little off. They had some sort of a lineup that they were trying to push forth, some sort of a formation, that they were trying to push forth, which just didn't check out. Even Santa Catarina on the play, the players were just a little too far from each other. So when those knocks came on through from AG.AL, recovery looked absolutely impossible. Ray didn't really punish a lot lot of players out there. I feel like the electrotherapy off of him, connecting into AIM-God, didn't give AIM-God a lot of advantage since your Orion was always on the back lines. So EVOS kind of making some potentially unforced errors here. Maybe a little bit of a miscom on the squad because they spent their downtime after game number 1 measuring Rasia's height. But either way, going into a game number 3, let's see what we pull off of this matchup.
On Nextera, this is more of an even ground. I would say Nextera feels more of a AG.AL sort of thing. But I think statistics, like if you just look at the raw numbers, every single match is gonna skew towards AG.AL, right?
Yeah.
With how much more dominant, I think, and dominant is a very loosely used term in this case, that they have been compared to EVOS Divine, but at least now we see a bit more of a game face for EVOS after losing game 2, doing some VAR reviews and making sure that they hit into match 3 and get that win, because you want to be in the top 2 of your group just so you end up in the upper brackets, and losing against AG.AL is not gonna feel good because, you know, for the rest of the group they have Team Flash and Secret WAG waiting. Both were powerhouses during spring.
Absolutely, and this time the map is obviously going to be the AG.AL pick like we saw at the very start of this particular series. But since it was EVOS that took the L in the second game, they will get the first ban and pick. And I feel like they need to play this one a little bit better this time around. Yes, they do have an opportunity to steal away the Sentino, but maybe not. You know, maybe let's not go that way because, again, that Sentino just wasn't really doing much in the hands of Rasia. He still had a great advantage with the numbers that he was pulling off for the squad. But again, no magic off of that Sentino to really swing the momentum of the game their way.
Well, that's a bit bite for Rasia. And getting a bit of a juice, making sure that he has what he needs, you know, some carbs, some protein for this last map.
Yeah.
Man, that guy eats. So I think instead of prioritizing on the Sentino, I wonder if one of them is going to bring back the Skylar. Right? I think you have the Ignis, but we've also seen, I forgot which was the team that brought this. It could be one of the Vietnamese teams where they brought this whole glue wall demolition squad.
Yeah,
right? You know, the Ignis, Zane, Skylar. It was more of a gimmick than anything else because they ended up losing that game. But it gives you it's a direction that you can go to, right? Especially for EVOS Divine, who are relying on utility. Skylar, Steffi, A124, they all work quite well together if you don't plan on taking Ignis.
And there may be a possibility here that these squads are not going in with their priority active skill picks at this point of time, just so that they don't get aimed at in the deeper parts of the competition, right? Because obviously their opponents are trying to learn off of the games here. So the Ignis as well as Cassie is going to get banned off here at the very start. And Oscar is going to be the first investment from the side of AG.AL. And it was EVOS with the first pick, so it was a A1-4 as well as the Orion lock from their side. Hopefully AIM-God gets to pull off a better Orion run this time.
You can see the Skylar being hovered over by Team SR and Avex, but I think if you're AG.AL,
nice.
Do you not lock it in? No, they don't. They actually go for the Chrono Encoder. Yeah. One of the more standard approaches for a well-rounded offensive team. So this actually opens up the Zane for EVOS. They go for that and the Nero instead. So Rasha is going to be the one sticking with the A124. No Skylar whatsoever. Steffi doesn't sound too bad for AG.AL.
Yeah, first game we get to see the Nero in action. I'm really liking the draft off of EVOS here. You've got Rasia once again on that A1-4, so the thrill of battle is going to keep them very hot, especially when the clashes come through. But AG.AL will get a big advantage off of that Coda. The Aurora Vision is going to make sure they don't get themselves into a little bit of a pickle too early. But it's all about timing, right? Because if Rasia activates that thrill of battle first before Cypher can bring that Aurora Vision into play, then it'll still be EVOS with a massive advantage on the front lines. Due's going to bring in that Iris. So yeah, you don't have the Skylar to demolish these glue walls, but you have the Iris to reach far behind those glue walls and still tag these players up. So I think fair play, Due's still going to be very dangerous here. And we are back into the map where the 1v4 clutch happened for Mr. Due off of AG.AL. Let's see if or not he can pull off some magical plays once again here.
Let's see if that extra bite that he took before this round starts is going to be the difference maker. They did throw the plushie very early on, and that does give them a bit of that chip damage, but they are trying to just brute force through the time turner, keeping AG.AL safe for now, and still EVOS, they do not care. They run down 2 of the AG.AL members. They trade ABAX and Raja in return, but it was worth the sacrifice. EVOS gets round 1.
Thank you for listening, AimGod. This time the Orion, the Crimson Crush played perfectly, and because of the knock on to Team SR, he gets the refresh and he gets to use it against Nameless again, who was already pressured in a 2v1. I think that round was purely the work of AimGod, as well as the disruptive capability of his Orion, and obviously, like you pointed out as well, the narrow very early on with the plushie toss-off of Ray. And I think that got them a very big advantage from the very get-go, right? EVOS with the first round, which means economy-wise, they get a big advantage for this round 2. But the opponents are going to go in for a force fight. Double deagle on the side of AG.AL.
And Dio already found a headshot, and with a 1D from Cypher. Nameless gets his own as well. AG.AL claps back just as hard and in even more dominant fashion.
It was over before it even started. What a quick blitz round. AG.AL on what was supposed to be a round where they lost because they did not have enough coins on them. They go in for a force buy, and it was the double deagle Kingfisher combination that gives them a massive advantage. And now we are all equal into round 3. We're going to find the cyber airdrop as well. So it's time for the smokes to come out, and you see Dio already purchasing a grenade. So that frag might just be able to find a couple of sweet ones, or at least some massive damage if EVOS lots to step up for the cyber point.
Yep, there was only one smoke on the side of EVOS, and they've already used it. And Nameless, actually catches the silhouette of ABAX and was able to take him down. AimGod wants to provide help, gets blasted by Duke behind him. And that will put EVOS down to the 2-man team. It's a 2v3, but Nameless not looking that healthy either, as I believe Ray was in a pretty good position. Raja found out on the cross again. It's just a bit of an unfortunate punish, and it's all in the hands of Ray.
Yeah, I mean, Rasia was already marked up by Dew, all thanks to his Moko. And with information on the side of AG.AL, Dew took down the sniper of EVOS so easily. And then the rest of the game was all about the sprays. Man, you gotta love the Kingfisher. The accuracy, the damage, the range off of this gun in a map like this is definitely deadly. Dew and Nameless stepping up on that round. Nameless claiming 3 lives, Dew with 4 eliminations by the time we get into round 4.
It's more of a strategic round too. The first 2 rounds were just pure ego checks, right? Like who shoots better, who gets more headshots. But just now we just see AG.AL starting to get a bit more tactical with their approach, and unfortunately for EVOS, again, just caught lacking on these rotations. They have the idea, but it sometimes comes at the cost of not knowing where the AG.AL players are. Plushie just do a bit of a chip damage to do, but unfortunately they don't find any conversions. Second floor blocked out by a cloud of smoke. If EVOS runs through this, they are going to be running into a brick wall, and these glue walls are great from the side of AG.AL.
Team SR, Kingfisher in hand, but in a CQC, you're going to be at a massive disadvantage. ABAX stepping on in, quickly busting away. He activates the extreme encounter, but just nobody to encounter just yet. Orion Crimson Crush brought out as well in desperation just to stand on his feet. Cypher gets the spray down, a double knock, taking the one and only Rasia out of the equation as well. And AG.AL now forced into a tight corner. But I don't think there's going to be a massive issue for them. They've got the numbers and they work that off perfectly.
Yeah, that was incredibly forceful by EVOS. It feels like, you know, they run their hand to the brick wall, and they try to just muscle their way through, and it looked like it was going to work out. We almost brought it down to a 1v1, but unfortunately, all that while they were fighting a 4v3 and they went even. And mathematically, that just does not sound like it was worth it. Now AG.AL up 3-1 with more than better weaponry compared to what EVOS has. I think EVOS got to slow down a little bit.
Absolutely, and Let's see if Russia gets anything off of this. Level 3 Winchester. AG.AL looking to take the point here for himself. Cyberpoint is going to be very crucial for EVOS to make a big comeback in this final game between the two. The best of 3. And we're down to our final one. Duel. Massive advantage. Ray knocked down to the ground. Nameless rushes in with the MP5. Gets the headshot. And nobody there to save him. Which means EVOS will definitely lose this round. AG.AL now in a 1v3. If Nameless gets picked up.
Unless he can somehow get to Russia or Ray. But I don't think that's possible with Team SR locking him down. That's going to be the 4th round for AG.AL. And man, Dew is not letting Russia out of his line of sight. He has been popping him every single round.
And EVOS so close yet so far to the cyber point. He managed to unlock it, but just could not claim the loot off of that cyber airdrop. AG.AL sneaks that one away after winning that round. Slow to the end line, but still the winners. AG.AL 2 rounds from completing their comeback here up against EVOS in our very first series of Season 2 of our Free Fire Clash Masters duel. Winchester level 3 in hand, as well as the VSS if he needs the rate of fire. Could not find the initial counters, and Cypher with the knock. Headshot. AG.AL found as well by Nameless as he sorts out 2 players back to back here. Getting the confirmation as well. Russia with the Punisher from across with the Winchester. Ray on the teaser, but it looks like EVOS just don't have the numbers to sustain unless, of course, Ray can make some magic happen here. But Dying Turner, perfection off of Team SR. Russia again with the counter, but the numbers not on their side. AG.AL on series point.
Again, it's Dew that finds Russia. Ray needed to win the 1v1 and not rely on his teammate, but sadly, not the case. AG.AL roaring to life, and this almost looks like it's gonna be a blowout. Let's see what EVOS has left in the pocket. I mean, Russia is probably the one with the best loadout on his team, but man, you can't just put everything in the Russia basket. AG.AL and Argon, they have not been able to find any sort of impact as well. And you think that these two coincidentally are the ones with the highest survivability, and yet they were not able to deliver. And Dew again pops Russia at the start of the round.
Just not looking good. Time Turner played perfectly. Team SR in a little bit of a trouble here. AIM got right up against him. In his face, AG.AL snuffs Nameless out. Team SR taken out of the equation as well, leaving Dew all alone for the save. Numbers advantage for EVOS, looking for the sniper. Ray's got his eyes on him. Nero's still available, though. He could just toss the plushie out.
He definitely could. And this time, EVOS, surely they will not let what happened to Fluxo happen. He was the last man alive, but yeah, they have him surrounded from all angles. Random spray, still Russia loses his head to Dew somehow. But eventually Ray will clean him up, and EVOS finds themselves the second round. It's gonna be a long journey though, just like match 2, where they have to play basically or 1 round at a time.
Yeah, they recover their economy just a little bit here off of this round victory. And this is gonna give them a slight advantage for that comeback, but it's obviously not going to stop AG.AL. Just looking to end the series here, just 1 round away, and they've got the money, they've got the guns, they've got the defenses set up, they've got the glue walls on their side as well. But look at the prioritization here on the side of EVOS, stacking on those glue walls. I wonder if they're going to be able to pull off any magic from this. Russia stacked up early on by Dew and going to get taken out of the equation as well.
Oh boy, Dew is up like 5-0 against Russia right now. Russia is not having a good time at all, and he finds AIM-God, who was trying to rush him. Dew barely sustaining any scratches. Oh, he was down to a 2v4, and it seems like there's no answer. AG.AL already found out, and with Ray down, this should be it. AG.AL looking for their first match win, and there it is. AG.AL. A booyah 6-2 scoreline on Nextera, and they take down EVOS Divine 2-1.
There you go. Those are the smiles that we did not see after that first game. Just reversing the scoreline here, making sure they shut down EVOS and remain a big threat as far as Clash Squad is concerned. AG.AL stepping it up In that first game, I really feel like they were just throwing it because of that experimentational play. But when they brought in the team boosters, when they brought in the fixes for their active skills and their positioning and the pacing of the squad overall, I feel like AG.AL just showed a very different version of themselves that EVOS could not handle.
Yeah, and unfortunately, right, when Nameless got subbed in, it felt like the switch flipped in AG.AL. They were accurate, they were precise, and most importantly, they were able to thwart every single attempt coming in from EVOS. I think that big bite that Russia took probably wasn't a good idea, because he ended up going 0-5 against 2 in that final map. There was just no escaping AG.AL.
Yeah, man. And I feel like, you know, from the very get-go, AG.AL just had all of the momentum on their side stacked perfectly. And Dew was on perfect run this time around. And like you said, if you really want to count the number of times Russia had traded Dew right back out, gotten his revenge, you won't really be able to see a lot of numbers there. Dew, on the other hand, just time and time again, round after round, punishing the most important player. Because I think in the first 2 games as well, we saw Russia right at the top, heavy on the number of eliminations. If you take him out of the equation, a very big threat has been eliminated on the side of EVOS, nerfing them big time, and that worked out perfectly for AG.AL.
Yeah, it was just... I think AG.AL again just adjusted slightly better going into the last round, and sure, you know, we had some ego tests in the first 2 to 3 rounds, but afterwards AG.AL started running away with the rounds, and it really felt like EVOS played right into their hands, right? They started to get a bit more scrappy, a bit more desperate, trying to take these 4v4 fights, these 1v1s that AG.AL are just more superior at, and it eventually just... I feel like they went too far. They just couldn't, you know, recover.
Yeah, and I feel like Team SR was very aggressive in this game as well. He was going out, he was looking for the eliminations. He played, and very dangerous and very daring because of the time turner that he had in the game. But I don't think he managed to claim a lot of numbers through eliminations. But what he did manage to do was, man, he tagged up a lot of players out there, continuously being that annoying thorn in their side. And I feel like he was the playmaker in a majority of these battles for the side of AG.AL. And of course, again, not very heavy on the number of eliminations, but I am expecting to see a ton of assists for Team SR.
And the statistics so far don't look good for Orion as well. 0-3 so far, not a single win. And it just feels like it's not worth it, right, for the utility that he provides. Again, on more of on the selfish end. And EVOS, they had some ideas, you know, you can kind of see the direction that they are trying to head towards, but the risk to reward ratio is imbalanced, right? Like you're looking at a lot of maneuvers where EVOS is just trying to brute force to AG, and time again, AG just shoots better on Xterra.
Yeah, and yes, we did see EVOS pile up on those glue walls, but it made no difference whatsoever to Dew, who brought the Iris in, and the wall brawl giving him a massive advantage. He had the VSS in hand, he had the Winchester level 3, which means massive damage, also rate of fire. You cannot keep the guy away from you if you're standing behind those glue walls. You literally needed to take solid cover, but EVOS just didn't have an opportunity like that because they needed to go out looking for those cyber points. They needed to go out looking for the positioning overall on the battlefield as well, and Dew took advantage of every single movement. And with the number of rounds they stacked up on their side, economy was really strong. Getting the Thompson X on multiple players as well gave them a very big advantage with the rate of fire. 10 eliminations, 11 assists, 4,321 on the total damage. With the Sensei Tig as well as the wall brawl advantage that Iris gave him, he definitely rocked the battlefield.
Yeah, there was no escape from Dew in this game. Just, again, every single time the round starts, he just pops Russia, right? There's no way around that. Every single time the round starts with a 4v3 advantage for AG.AL. And I think the more impressive thing is how consistently he's been able to replicate that, right? You find one or two of those early first blood, sure, right? He got creative, but every single round that really takes years of experience, or maybe it's just, you know, getting into the heads of EVOS Divine that allowed you to constantly exploit the fact that they are starting to get sloppy with their movements.
Yeah, and Team SR was very sneaky for AG.AL. He had the Chrono, he had the Antonio and the J Beeps, which gives him extra defense. And the guy brought in a Shiro in this round, which was ridiculous because basically, if you get shot at within 100-meter range, which is nothing in Clash Squad, everything is within 100-meter range, you get marked up. So he was purposely baiting shots off of the EVOS players, exposing their position, allowing Dew to find the punishing shots from the opposite side of the battlefield. This is the draft supremacy that I wanted to see out of AG.AL, which we did not see in that first game where they were just going in with this very weird experiment. But this time around, with this perfect draft, they dominated this game. 6-2 scoreline up against a very strong-looking EVOS within that first game, which just turned to nothing when AG.AL woke up.
Yep. I actually, you know, am okay with the narrow pickup. I understand the application, but I felt like they weren't able to really utilize it, right? A lot of these rounds, the round starts, 5 seconds in, the plushie gets thrown out, and it was immediately removed. Correct. Immediately removed by AG.AL, and they weren't really able to control any zones at all, and that really takes away what narrow was made for. And it's pretty unfortunate, as they also have Orion, which sort of wants to play with the narrow if possible, but that also restricts sort of like their area of efficiency, right, with what the comp provides, and lesser room for error, I guess.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, man, because the narrow has been nerfed down to the ground in a specific manner, which is that plushie. In the past, in the previous update, the plushie had 150 HP. Now the plushie has 1 HP. Dude, you can smack that plushie, it'll get taken out of the equation. And yes, you've got the fact that you will get marked if you remove the plushie from play, but most of these players are running the Sensei Tig as their pet, which means that marker's not going to stay on them for a very long time at all. I feel like the strategy of bringing Shiro in on Team SR and forcing the shots off of EVOS, on the other hand, was the better play, and in fact the genius play that got AG.AL a lot of information. And again, that Iris with the wall brawl in a map like Nextera, where you know those glue walls are definitely going to be used a lot, again was just 3000 IQ. In every single way off of the drops, AG.AL outplayed EVOS, and this is where EVOS needs to step things up if they want to take it away from AG.AL or any of these teams in the upcoming matches that they've got.
I think the draft sequence too, right? They opened with the A124 opening, which I don't feel like it's too necessary. It depends on who you go up against, but against a team like AG.AL that statistically doesn't really run that character as much, maybe you can delay it. But then again, it is just the first match. That more left to come before the conclusion of the group stage, but the match summary gives us a very good idea that match 3 was a blowout. Like AG.AL completely wiped the floor with EVOS.
Look at the sneaky Team SR. He got 2 eliminations, 13 assists, and again, he was the bait of the squad, giving Dew, giving Nameless, giving Cypher the information, the crucial info that they require out there on the battlefield. He was baiting those shots out. He had the chrono to save his life if at all it did get into a sticky little situation, which was perfect, right? And Ray, Rasia, Apex, Aim God, you don't really see the numbers stacked on their side this time around. Rasia couldn't get very far. He just kept getting shut down round after round. Dew was super sharp on all of those shots, and I think the damage itself kind of speaks well. And Dew not only does get a huge number of eliminations, but the assist as well. I mean, the guy is just perfect on all fronts on the side of AG.AL.
Just overall, another solid performance from AG.AL, just like what a lot of people expected. But I think, you know, some credits deserve to go to EVOS Divine. They have definitely shown some moments of brilliance, but we also still saw the weakness, right? And it's hard to escape the allegations of not doing well in 4v4s when you get matches like these, especially round 3, when you start losing composure. Thankfully, this is their very first match. It's the opener match, so they have time to think about it.
Yeah, I think there's 2 schools of thought whenever we go into a Clash squad. Some people say it's, when you look at Free Fire, it's all about the mechanical skills. It's all about the movements out there. It's all about the accuracy of those players when it comes to the timing of their shots as well. But another group talks about how important the draft sequence is, and you're absolutely right, Husky. I feel like the draft sequence just wasn't played perfectly on the side of EVOS, and the group standings will have AG.AL at the top with 3 points. Again, guys, even if you win one round, but you lose overall 2-1, you do not get a point for the round that you won. That's why EVOS Divine is at the bottom with no points on their side at all. If you do win your series, be it 2-0 or 2-1, you will get the 3 points. AG.AL at the top at the very get-go, and that's the first series of the day. Took us an hour and a half to get here. It was definitely dragged out a tad bit. If it wasn't for AG.AL playing the very weird draft experiment on that first game, I think this would have been a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, we did go like 11 rounds for the first 2 matches, right? So
yeah.
All this considered, AG.AL, they made it quick in the last one. But I think, you know, for the rest of the day, there are going to be some matches that look quite one-sided. The last one, I think a lot of people would expect it to be a 2-0, you know, Argon and Y against GAM XPE. But there's still going to be some time until we get there. We still have Secret WAG against Team Flash, the home derby. So that is also quite an exciting one.
So we don't get to see a Group A take on any of the players or the groups from Group B just yet until we get into our elimination stage where we've got our double elimination bracket. But either way, I think it's absolutely fine, because the main thing that we are looking off of this group stage is information, is to study what the movements are like from these squads, what the drafts are like, more importantly, from these squads. And we were talking about the two, you know, groups that kind of think that mechanical skills are important, drafts are important. I'm definitely on the latter. I think these drafts are very, very crucial. You get your draft wrong, you're probably not going to get the victory in the series.
Yeah, in fact, the only thing that has happened, I think, to Clash Squad drafting in the past 2 years is that the pool has expanded just by a little bit, right?
Oh, yeah.
There are still obviously the prime picks, you know, the prime cuts of characters,
yes,
but at least they are alternatives, and that's what enables team like Falcons to pull out some wacky stuff and still win rounds.
Yeah.
But there are also, you know, selected picks that if you mess up, you sort of throw the round away, and we've seen that with Orion and unfortunately Nero in that match 3. So I think if you are a team that is still trying to refine that fundamentals, just to stick with what works, unless you're Falcons or some of the Vietnamese teams that are willing to go above and beyond.
Absolutely, man. It was a brilliant game. I think it was a masterclass from AG.AL, showing us what should not be done in Clash Squad and what should definitely be done in Clash Squad in the following 2 games that they took up against EVOS Divine. EVOS Divine, on the other hand, I feel like they learned a very big lesson here, Husky. Yeah, you got to sort out your drafts, man, and a lot more homework needs to go in for the Indonesian squad. We've always kind of thought and said that the Indonesian teams are not a big threat in Clash Squad, and I think this is the main reason why, right? I think the drafting segment, that homework segment, they just need to invest a little bit more time, and I don't think it's rocket science. They just need to figure out what AG.AL, what teams like Buriram are doing, go in for a full-on copy, because if you look at the lineup of AG.AL as well as EVOS Divine, it's very similar with their play style. You know, they've got, you know, the supreme snipers who kind of sit down on the back lines, which I think changed this time around. We saw many a times Russia rushing forward first, leaving the rest of his rushers behind. I don't think that makes for a really good game, because if your sniper is the one on the front lines and your rushers are kind of lagging behind, it's definitely going to be punishing the squad. But I think we've got some fighting words that we need to hear from the squads. We've got an interview coming up for you guys with the team of AG.AL. You guys tune in. We'll be back with you in a bit.
ก็รู้สึกปกติครับไม่ได้คิดอะไรมากก็อีโวเขาเล่นโหดกันอยู่แล้วก็ไม่ได้มีอะไรเซอร์ไพรส์ครับแล้วก็เจอกันมาก็เยอะอยู่ครับ WAG ครับเพราะจะได้วัดกับตะกุยครับก็ขอบคุณที่เชียร์ AG ครับจะทำผลงานให้เต็มที่ครับจะเอาแชมป์มาให้ได้ครับ
That interview was faster than a round of Clash Squad.
Wow, that's a man of little words. That's all you need to know. He speaks very little, but he plays a pretty good game. The best moment was we could actually hear our producers laughing too.
sound, but either way, they wanted to end it as quick as they ended EVOS. Unfortunately, they could not make the speed run happen up against EVOS. Again, I'm just very curious about what were they actually experimenting on that game, number one. Not bringing in a single team booster, kind of messing up the combination of their active and passive skills as well. Whatever they were experimenting, if they do it again, I'll be curious enough to look into exactly why they're doing it based on the way they're moving out there on the battlefield. Because it's either that or they were not prepared for the game one, and whatever was their random draft for their ranked matches, they just jumped in there with it. Because AG.AL just had me absolutely confused on game one, but the comeback on game 2 and 3, it was as solid as it could be.
Silver lining is that they didn't get away with it, right? Or we will have to see that a few more times before before things change for the better.
Yes.
But at least they still started summer with a win. But coming up next, and it's going to be an exciting one, Secret WAG against Team Flash, and I'm looking forward to that one.
Absolutely, man. We're going to be taking a quick short break here. Make sure you guys take that break with us. Grab some drinks, grab some snacks. We'll be right back in a quick 5-minute break.
Next level of Southeast Asian Clash Squad dominance. This is the Free Fire Clash Masters SEA 2026 Summer. Let's break down the battlefield. First up, the group stage. 8 teams split into 2 deadly groups of 4. Every squad plays a single round robin in a strict best-of-3 format. Victory gives you 3 points. A loss leaves you with absolutely nothing. Once the dust settles, the rankings lock. The top 2 squads from each group punch their tickets straight to the high-stakes upper bracket. And if the teams are locked in a dead tie on points, the tiebreakers are brutal. We look at head-to-head results first, then total map differential, total map wins, and finally, total round differential. Only the best numbers move forward. Finish 3rd or 4th? You drop directly to the lower bracket, where one single slip-up means you are eliminated from the tournament. Except for the massive best-of-5 bracket finals and the grand finals, every playoff match is a merciless best-of-3 war. And how do they choose where they play? In the semi and grand finals, map priority isn't decided by a simple coin flip. It's forged in blood. Before the match starts, each team sends out their absolute best mechanical specialist for a high-stakes 1-versus-1 lone wolf duel. Win the duel, and you control the map pick order for the entire series. Get ready for a lot of intense 1 versus 1 in a BO9 match. Once the map is set, the ultimate mind game begins. The active skill ban pick. Using the official Global Finals draft tool, teams will systematically ban out dominant active skills and alternate picks. No more running the same meta combos every single round. And if you lose game 1, don't sweat it. From game 2 onwards, the losing team gets the massive advantage of banning and picking first. Adapt, counter, and outsmart, or watch your championship dreams burn to ash. 8 elite rosters, new mechanics, unrivaled chaos. Who will conquer the new era and cement their legacy? Find out live. Squad up, drop in, and get ready to master the clash.
Double kill.
One team rose above the rest. One team survived through the abyss of the lower bracket. Young blood, raw ambition. A 75% rookie roster for FFCM 2026. P Esports brings 3 rising stars to the fight, ready to turn FFCM 2026 into their playground. They begin their journey strong, winning against Heavy and EVOS.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Free Fire Clash Masters. It's summer 2026, and we got a couple more best of 3s coming up. We just got done with AG.AL taking down EVOS by 2-1, and now we get the Vietnamese Derby. Team Flash takes on Secret WAG, and it got us to give you the action. Nisatsuki alongside Mustachio AJ.
I think things are about to get a little heated, right? Because we saw Team Flash kind of run circles around many teams in Battle Royale in the recent time they showed up. But in Clash Squad, we haven't really seen how well they do. Secret WAG, on the other hand, did absolutely nothing in the exact same competition and then went on to become the Southeast Asian champions, making the whole of Vietnam extremely proud. I am waiting to see exactly what the combinations are going to be out there. I feel like in a fair 4v4 fight, Team Flash could be very threatening, but we have got Secret WAG, and they are just pure adrenaline and momentum built right now to just absolutely crush Flash based on whatever they've been doing so far.
And actually, even Team Flash had quite a good run in spring, right? Like prior to the grand finals, Team Flash, they were killing it. They were giving everyone a run for the money, and we thought that Team Flash is going to be it, but it WAG that finished. Predict the results, but at distance.
We are both. We'll just have to wait and see. You know, it's a situation where you might just be right here, Husky, because when it comes to the starting of the competition, usually Flash, you know, they are off to a fantastic start. You know, the momentum is at an all-time high, and then they kind of peter off towards the end of the competition, which is not really great. Secret WAG, on the other hand, they just know exactly when to hit hard, just like what P Esports did the last time around. P Esports, they were not great in the group stage, and then they went on into our elimination stage. They got kicked down to the lower bracket and then made that miraculous, you know, Titan-slaying lower bracket run, which Secret WAG, I think, might not be looking to do. I think they just want to maintain a upper bracket run for themselves this time around. Maybe they want to go for a back-to-back, champions of spring and then champions of summer, but this time in Clash Squad instead of Battle Royale.
Yep, and I think if they can win this Clash Squad, it's already a good enough testament, right? I mean, the Battle Royale aspect, it's going to be happening in 2 weeks' time, so they have time to prep for that. But the lineup of Team Flash on your screens right now, obviously a bit of a minor adjustments in the lineup from what you might be used to from spring season, but the bulk of it is still the same, right? Like in my eyes, it's going to be on ABCD. I think 2026 so far has been the year for him. He has been really racking up the scoreline.
I mean, Mink's definitely a threatening player out there as well alongside the God, but Nguyen is the a player that I'm definitely looking forward to seeing the most out there. There's a good reason why Team Flash acquired this superstar, and I think he's just going to light up the battlefield. But the question is, has he warmed up enough to set the battlefield on fire? If you look at Secret WAG, the lineup of Tikui, Nan7 Shiryu, as well as PLS1, now this is a lineup that you definitely need to fear. I mean, what they did at the spring finals, man, it was just unbelievable. The back-to-back booyah. They whooped everybody into shape. And, you know, it wasn't a clear 4v4 back then. It was just all-out battles. You know, luck plays a small little role, and adrenaline carried them the way through that competition. But here, I feel like momentum's going to go a little bit high and low. Secret WAG is not the best Clash Squad team out there.
This is going to put them to the test, because I think in a Clash Squad environment, if we just talk about raw 4v4, people might argue that Team Flash is the better team, you know, by a very small margin. But Secret WAG is also a team that doesn't really fear you as much, right? Like, they are willing to throw bodies at you when the going gets tough. And funnily enough, they have won some matches in that manner, although it's still pretty ill-advised to keep on doing that. But I think, you know, this region has evolved in a pretty interesting way, from a region that is very tactical to a region that starts to adopt more aggressive approaches, and now are just able to code switch whenever they need it. But I feel like they're more inclined to play aggressive nowadays.
Yeah, if you look at the you know, cool calm level of Team Flash, the way they kind of just zero in all of their games, you know that they are a very matured squad. Secret WAG, on the other hand, they have just got that spunk. They've got that young blood fire within them, waiting to just rush at everyone. And I feel like they're definitely built for a grand finals champion rush sort of a situation. But in a league-style setup where you have got Clash Masters, where you need to survive, first of all, the group stage, gain enough points to set yourself up on the double elimination bracket later on for the elimination stage, I feel like it's not really well suited for them to show the best version of themselves. This, of course, I stand to be proven wrong. Secret WAG has got a backing from one of the biggest esports organizations out there in the world, and I feel like that definitely counts for something as well.
Yeah, and of course, this time we get to see Solara for the first time today, picked by WAG, who won the coin toss. And then if we go to map 2, it's going to be Dexterra and Bermuda for map number 3. So quite interesting that both teams avoided Kalahari, but understandable. They are not really the biggest fans of that map. But WAG taking Solara as an opener, it's going to be interesting, because I think Secret WAG, they're quite comfortable on this map, at least in a Battle Royale sense. And the fact that they're willing to start with Solara for Clash Squad, it's going to be a test of confidence.
Absolutely. Solara is going to have a lot of those CQCs where that Oscar will come in very handy. Let's take a look at the bans first. The A124 taken out of the equation here, and it is a potential ban on the Oscar on the side of Team Flash.
Yep. And wait a minute, is there a
sorry, ban? Not the Oscar.
It's the Chrono. It's the Chrono.
Yes, Chrono.
Yeah. I was like, wait a minute, did they miss the ban? So yeah, no Chrono, no A124, and this opens up a lot of power picks. You know, Cassie's Zane. Oh, so wait, so we actually got out. They actually missed the ban. So it's right. So Chrono is open. We can't take Chrono.
Okay. Chrono's open. They missed the. I have never seen a team miss a ban before, but that's the first time for everything, man.
Some people call it a strat. You know, like if you don't ban, you open up the pool.
I don't know if or not that's the right strat to pull off, because they still don't pull the Chrono in. They've got the Coda, they've got the Narrow. I feel like the Coda is going to be very useful in many situations, especially when you want to take an aggressive fight. You've got the Oscar on your side as well to make things a little bit more difficult for the team of Secret WAG. PLS1 is going to be bringing in the Centino, so I wonder how that's going to work out for them. They've got the Zane and Cassie, so the combination of that electrotherapy and the extreme encounter is going to give them a very strong front line. They've got the Steffi as well, so it looks like Secret WAG is going to take an aggressive fight up against Flash as well.
Yep, and the Ignis being the final pick for Team Flash. sort of what we expected, a good mix of some utility and the Viet stayed very much like the Nero, despite the nerf to the plushie. That makes it basically as weak as a speck of dust. Still has its usage if you are able to position it correctly, and I think that's sort of like the hardest thing to do with the plushie. You don't really want to throw it within line of sight anyways. Let's see if Flash can find the better way to use it than what we have seen early on.
And the plushie's nerfed in a big way. So even the damage that you get off of the plushie the moment it finds the connection has been reduced as well. With the HP of the plushie getting reduced from 150 to 1, taking it out of the equation very quickly is not going to be a big problem. But what will be a problem for these teams is the capability of that plushie stopping you from pulling up your glue walls. Because initial rounds, that Nero is going to be absolutely useless.
Yeah, and that's something that I think is a disadvantage, right? Not really a handicap, but a disadvantage that if you run the Nero, you have to be ready to accept it. But I feel like maybe in the pistol, like contrary to what it seems like, maybe in the pistol rounds, it might have slightly more of an agency. Depends on how Team Flash wants to approach this. If we're looking for zone control, then you probably would be looking at the plushie to zone out areas for cyber points, or let's say like you want to flush people out of tight corners. That could be useful as well. As long as you are not directly tossing it into line of sight, I think there is still some usage, but it does forces you to be a lot more smart with it.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Nero obviously is going to go away from the priority picks in the near future, because no matter how much you nerf this guy, I think the utility that he brings into Free Fire as a whole is just very important. Stopping your opponents from bringing their glue walls up is just as good as just smacking them down dead in the middle of the battlefield. So in some way, the Nero, like you said, will become more important in the later rounds, especially in round 3, when you see the cyber airdrop coming on through. That Nero at that point of time is going to be very dangerous. Keep the opponents far away from them. But we've got a little bit of a situation here, and I think the players on the side of WAG needs to handle it with aggression on the front line.
I think Secret WAG, obviously this is a lineup that, you know, if you look back at previously, especially for their roster, you know, people are used to players like the Allen, Export, PLS1. This has been a roster that I think is synonymous with what Secret WAG was known for in the initial stage, when they were sort of like the next generation to take over the scene. But even with right now Shiryu, it has been quite any positive change for the squad, right? At one point, I think Secret WAG definitely hit a cap. And right now, if there's any young players that you want to pass the torch towards, I think Tikwe, he is still on that superstar, that road to stardom, right? He's still one of the up and coming, you know, great players out there. But Team Flash, they also have one in Nulon.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And one, I think, could just be the difference maker. We've got a little bit of a technical pause here, so before we start the matchup, just a little bit of a breathing room here for both squads to kind of catch up on exactly what they want to do in the battle. And it looks like Secret WAG is just not very much in terms of discussing. I feel like they've already discussed exactly what they want to pull off in the next battle. But Team Flash, on the other hand, as usual, you know, the communication's really strong on the squad. I think it's a team that has grown a lot since the first time we saw them. I think we've seen them for many years now in the esports circuit for Vietnam, but they just haven't risen to the potential that they have right now in the current season.
This is one of the better, I want to say that the better years, but at least the better first half of the season, right, for Team Flash. They also like had this reputation of being a team that really chokes when the going gets tough. And sure, they didn't win spring, but they had some great moments that when they started taking over the group stage. And in this case, I want to see how far they can go in Clash Squad now that they are the ones here instead of Heavy from the last season, which also was the dark horse. But overall, one thing I've noticed about not just these two teams, but just the different teams in general, is sort of like the environment that they're set up in, right? Like you compare like EVOS against AG.AL early on, and now Secret WAG against Team Flash. Which one would you prefer? You sit around the table on chairs playing, or you get the couch?
I think for me, it's definitely the table and chair setup. You definitely want to get a little bit closer to the rest of your team members. Everybody's sitting, it's not a round table, but it's as close enough to it. You've got a rectangular table. Everybody's close enough to communicate with each other instead of depending on the in-game communication. And Team Flash, you need that in Clash Squad in such a tight little match, which could end in seconds, just like what AG.AL showed us in a couple of rounds up against EVOS. The communication needs to be really strong. The pacing needs to be really solid from the squads as well.
Yep, it has to be. I think in the grand scheme of things for Secret WAG, the one thing that they can always fall back to is once they start falling behind, I think that's where we'll see this team kind of, I would say, revert to more of their primal instincts, where they are just like all four rushes. The round starts, they run at you, they try to win the round. Whereas for Team Flash, it's more of a balanced bunch, right? But again, the lineup that they had for themselves, just because you have the narrow on your end, it does slightly limit how aggressive you can go when the round starts. But the trade-off, but you trade that with the fact that your late game control is slightly better. But for Secret WAG, they always have that get out of jail card, where if we need to bomb rush someone, we need to blitz someone in the first 15 seconds, we always have that Cassie to top us up.
Yeah, man. And of course, timing is going to be very important as well with the electrotherapy. We've seen it fail on the side of EVOS, so I'm wondering if or not it's going to be very successful on their side this time around. And obviously, you need to make sure Tikui is close enough to that Zane. I believe it was Shiryu, the one that picked that Zane. The extreme encounter, I feel, hasn't really been the best skill today, because the Zanes have been on the back lines, especially when we saw the Zane in the hands of EVOS earlier on. It just wasn't really pulling in a lot of points. The capability of Zane on the front lines definitely depends on the backup that you receive from the sniper as well as your support player, if you do have the Cassie in play. So Tikui and PLS1, I feel like these two players are going to be very important when you look at the survivability of Shiryu for Secret WAG on the front lines.
And even better, I just realized that Tikui actually went for the Cassie, right? So that also is sort of an adjustment on WAG's side. I saw someone who said that apparently Neptune is better than Cypher.
What? I don't know where the hell they got that information, but I can guarantee you Neptune's better than Cypher. If you look at the lineup of Team Flash, on the other hand, they've got the Oscar Coda, Narrow Ignis. Ignis is a powerful utility because information is exactly what you need out there. So you depend on, the clue, the coda, which neither one of those skills have been brought in by either side. And on top of that, you've got Flash with the Ignis. So they get to block out information that Secret WAG can get off of them very early on, quickly reposition, and Secret WAG won't see a backstep coming on through. It's going to be very important on this Solara map.
I think it also allows Secret WAG to gain sort of a head start, right? Like if they win this map, I have a feeling that there's a good chance we might see that 2-0 for Secret WAG. But I think like most of the crowd now is very excited to see Nuan back, in action, right? Like his first debut, I believe last year, really gave everyone a shock. Now it gets picked up, and this is going to be his first true test, right? Although not in the Battle Royale sense, but still one of the regionals, right? One of the regional stages, one of the biggest stages that he's been on, when you have to play against, the sort of like the best team in the competitive realm. I guess the good news is that BRU is in Group B, but eventually we will see him take on the likes of AG.AL, and that is something to look forward to.
Yeah, man. Of course, still on the technical pause. We do apologize, ladies and gentlemen. We are trying to get the match up and running for you guys as quickly as possible, so do bear with us. The match will start in a little bit, but I'm actually quite excited to see how far has Flash grown. We've seen their growth in Battle Royale, and I feel like Clash Squad is definitely the kind of pacing that Flash is more comfortable with. They are very comfortable with short bursts instead of a sustained performance all throughout the competition. And when you've got your adrenaline at an all-time high to pull away some big numbers, perhaps it's good to get it done here in Clash Masters.
Yeah, it's and again we are trying to sort out the issues behind the scenes so that this match can go smoothly, but it also gives us a lot more time to just kind of go through the motions, right? With what a year so far has been for the region, and it's not just a PE. We've seen who is going to be playing next, Secret WAG, and even Team Flash to a certain degree have really stepped up. And I think some might even argue that right now with the collective performance of the Viet teams, they are a better region than Indonesia by a certain degree, right? It depends on how you look at it, especially spring season. I think it's pretty hard to argue against that. So again, I just got to see if Secret WAG has what it takes to get that sort of like a back-to-back before they head to Paris. And I think that would be sort of like the biggest test for them.
Whether or not they're better than Indonesia at this point of time, they're definitely looking better than RRQ, who has been, for the longest of time, trying to become a champion in Southeast Asia or the global stage. But, things just haven't been working out perfect for them. They are still running that curse. But we're going to be taking a quick short break here whilst we sort out the technical issue in the background. You guys don't go anywhere. In 5 minutes, we'll be right back with all of the action.
Welcome to the next level of Southeast Asian Clash Squad dominance. This is the Free Fire Clash Masters SEA 2026 Summer. Let's break down the battlefield. First up, the group stage. 8 teams split into 2 deadly groups of 4. Every squad plays a single round robin in a strict best-of-3 format. Victory gives you 3 points. A loss leaves you with absolutely nothing. Once the dust settles, the rankings lock. The top 2 squads from each group punch their tickets straight to the high-stakes upper bracket. And if the teams are locked in a dead tie on points, the tiebreakers are brutal. We look at head-to-head results first, then total map differential, total map wins, and finally, total round differential. Only the best numbers move forward. Finish 3rd or 4th? You drop directly to the lower bracket, where one single slip-up means you are eliminated from the tournament. Except for the massive best-of-5 bracket finals and the grand finals, every playoff match is a merciless best-of-3 war. And how do they choose where they play? In the semi and grand finals, map priority isn't decided by a simple coin flip. It's forged in blood. Before the match starts, each team sends out their absolute best mechanical specialist for a high-stakes 1 versus 1 lone wolf duel. Win the duel, and you control the map pick order for the entire series. Get ready for a lot of intense 1 versus 1 in a BO9 match. Once the map is set, the ultimate mind game begins. The active skill ban pick. Using the official Global Finals draft tool, teams will systematically ban out dominant active skills and alternate picks. No more running the same meta combos every single round. And if you lose game 1, don't sweat it. From game 2 onwards, the losing team gets the massive advantage of banning and picking first. Adapt, counter, and outsmart, or watch your championship dreams burn to ash. 8 elite rosters, new mechanics, unrivaled chaos. Who will conquer the new era and cement their legacy? Find out live. Squad up, drop in, and get ready to master the clash.
Double kill.
One team rose above the rest. One team survived through the abyss of the lower bracket. Young blood, raw ambition. A 75% rookie roster for FFCM 2026. P Esports brings 3 rising stars to the fight, ready to turn FFCM 2026 into their playground. They begin their journey strong, winning against Heavy and EVOS. They gave Buriram a fierce fight and chipped the King's armor even though they lost. But the message has been sent to the world. P Esports is here to win. After suffering a defeat against the winged beasts Team Falcons, P Esports was sent to the abyss of the lower bracket. Amongst the foes stood one monster of a team, the former champions of CS, Team AG. P Esports fell down the monster AG and sealed their title as the Title Slayer.
Nếu các bạn nghi ngờ về team P Esports thì các bạn hãy theo dõi từ đầu mùa giải đến cuối mùa giải, bởi vì đôi khi cái sự nghi ngờ của các bạn lại là bất ngờ.
The Titan Slayer, P Esports, marches down the lower bracket and meets a familiar Titan. Buriram stands tall as the last hurdle between P Esports and the grand finals.
P Esports redeemed themselves and destroyed the world champion Buriram,
and are one step closer to being named the 2026 FFCM champion.
P Esports gets this win and they move to the grand finals.
Thi đấu tháng trước một nhà vô địch thế giới như Buriram giúp mình có động lực bắn với team tiếp theo là Focus. Đến với trận chung kết lần này, tụi em đã biết được bài của đối thủ và giành chiến thắng trước họ.
Welcome to the grand finals.
P Esports did the unthinkable and shot down the winged terror, Team Falcons.
2-0. One more game away from the very first major title.
The spirit of fresh blood paved the way to victory. P Esports, the team that rose above the rest, the team that survived through the abyss and returned brightly victorious.
Cảm thấy rất là vui thật. Em cảm thấy rất là vui tại vì đây là sự nỗ lực của cả team tụi em cố gắng trong những ngày mới lập team đến hiện tại và giành chức vô địch của năm nay.
The slaughter is over. The throne is claimed. P Esports, your champions victorious.
This is P Esports with Limit all alone in front of them, and it is the moment Vietnam finally gets it done. Your champions, your very first Clash Masters.
Hey, survivors! The 9th anniversary party is about to start! Whoa! Looks like you guys really couldn't wait, huh? All right, let's get this started. The 9th anniversary is here, and the rewards are ready to party. Complete tasks, earn tokens, celebrate, and unlock milestone rewards all the way to the grand prize. This time, you can get an ultra-stylish male bundle and a super cool vehicle skin, so don't miss out. Jump in through the event entrance and explore the brand new 9th anniversary party lobby. There's a ton of fun stuff to do here. Fight your way to become the champion of the arena, or hop onto the dance floor and follow the lead dancer. The fun doesn't stop there. Team up with another player for a hilarious piggyback battle. Grab wacky items such as the big hammer, or turn into a giant or a mini character. Don't miss out on the awesome free anniversary rewards either, including a special backpack skin designed and voted by all of you. Factory is also getting a 9th anniversary makeover. If you're in Bermuda, make sure to stop by and enjoy some unforgettable anniversary fun. What surprises does the 9th anniversary have in store for us? First up, more skills can now be enhanced. During a match, you can upgrade your character skills to unlock stronger effects, power up your playstyle, and outplay your opponents. In Battle Royale, you can gain skill boost energy by surviving, getting eliminations, and dealing damage. In Clash Squad, skill boosts become available at the start of later rounds, giving you more ways to adjust your strategy as the match heats up. Some skills will have 2 boost options, while others get reduced cooldown time. And if that's not exciting enough, we're also turning up the heat with Weapon Awakening. In Battle Royale, Weapon Awakeners can be obtained during the final battles and may also show up in places like arsenals. Use them to give your weapons a major power boost for the endgame. Best of all, almost all weapons can be awakened, so you can stick with the one you love and power it all the way to Booyah! Over in Clash Squad, perk points will replace cyber points. You can use them to unlock perks like awakened weapons, armor, buffs, and more in the CS store. The match result page will also show the skill boosts and buffs chosen by both teams, so you can see exactly how each side built their advantage. There's even more 9th anniversary fun packed into your matches. During the event, random anniversary quests will pop up in certain areas across the map. Complete them with your team, and you can grab great loot right from the quest spot, along with upgrades to nearby vending machines, revival points, and even buffs. You might be collecting anniversary fragments, reforging a giant sword, or bouncing high into the air to grab coins. Sounds fun already, right? In Battle Royale, surviving with your team is easier too.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Free Fire Clash Masters 2026 is summer. We've got some time to resolve the issue, and things should proceed smoothly between Team Flash and Secret WAG coming up. In case you guys missed it, it's Husky and the Mustachio AJ to bring you guys the rest of the action. We got plenty of matches coming up, and this is just the second best of 3 out of a possible 4 that we still have later on.
Yeah, I definitely found it a little sus that they did not have any bans on the side of Flash earlier on, and it seems like that was the technical difficulty that the team was facing. They could not ban anyone, so we'd spend a little bit of time checking and then a little bit more time sorting that out. We are gonna have the bans and picks redone here before we get into this next matchup, and I think that's gonna be very important, right? Because it's pretty fundamental. You gotta make sure your opponents don't have the active skill that you probably don't want to mess around with, or you feel like your opponents are that bit too good with. And I feel like in the earlier parts of the competition, there's always going to be what skill you don't want to mess around with, Husky.
Yeah, so we are going to have a remake in just a little bit, just to make sure that, this time things proceed as planned, and, both teams get to ban out an ability respectively, and then we'll see what changes in the draft, right? Because I feel like, even with the no ban, unfortunate no ban, we still got a pretty solid draft, right? And I mean, a part of me felt like it would have been a power move to win with a no ban, but we have to make sure that the teams are satisfied and they get what they want. So remake it is, but the map order is still going to be the same. We will still start with Solara.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, I kind of prefer the remake, but we were obviously taking a little bit of time to figure out exactly why the teams could not ban a character in the first place. Obviously, we don't want that to continue for the rest of the competition. We've sorted that part out already. So here are the drafts. Let's check it out. Let's see exactly what Flash as well as Secret WAG has banned out this time round before we get into game number 1 of series number 2. And it's going to be that electrotherapy out of the equation. And Secret WAG takes a ban on that A124.
Wait, let me check back on the bans on game 1. What was it again that Secret WAG banned out? I think, so the Secret WAG's ban is still the same as the A124. So with the Cassie removed, which means that there is going to be some variations now to the draft. Secret WAG don't get the Cassie Zane anymore, so they will have to opt for the Orion, but Zane still stays within the squad. The Oscar Santino becomes the choice for Team Flash. They still get their hands on the Coda. It's highly unlikely that we will see the Nero this time.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got the Oscar, the Santino, as well as the Coda on the side of Flash. And if you look on the side of Secret WAG, they've got the Orion combined with the Zane. And Tiku is locked in that Steffi already. A potential pick on the Ignis here, which is already pre-selected by Mink. And he does not get that. Snuck away by PLS1. I feel like it's a very big disadvantage having the pre-selected characters shown at the very start in itself.
I feel like you should just not show anything, right? Like so that
Yeah.
you don't give some ideas to your enemy team. I personally feel like a quick fix would just be when you pre-select a character, it doesn't show to the end, right? It solves the problem.
Yeah.
Well, in this case, in a competitive lobby, as long as the audience can see it, I think that's good enough. But I'm surprised that they still ended up going with the Nero. I thought that they would, opt for something else, but I guess without the Ignis, Nero is going to be the next best choice.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. So I really like the pick on the Coda. Santino is just a very big question mark for me. We need to see some magic happen with that Santino, or else it's just not going to be much at all. And one, on the other hand, with that Santino, I'm just more curious to see how this guy performs. This is the very first time you're going to see him out there in action for the squad. So it's either make or break for N1.
Let's see. So this time we've gotten the tech issues out of the way. It's time to officiate this match. Put the mannequin out instantly from the one side. Let's see where he's gonna head to though, because in this tight space, the mannequin very quickly spotted out by Shiryu, a 1v1 and a quick switch. Someone was actually camping the mannequin, and we get the 1-for-1 trade. It's made for T-Quay. One instantly getting blasted by Shiryu, was camping there at the beginning. So Secret AG up with a members advantage, and they will get round 1.
Woo! Just with the shotty, they pull the shots on the single pump and annihilated Flash. And the advantage for the economy and the resources for Secret WAG in this second round. But of course, Flash still can turn things around. They've got the mini Uzi, M1917s on their side as well. No helmets for the rest of the players. And that's going to be a tad bit dangerous. Secret WAG, on the other hand, making sure the investments go through for those vests, and everybody's bringing in those glue walls. Secret WAG have got better defense compared to Flash.
They get a second chance at this again. See, the Secret WAG, they did win round 1 by just having some good foresight, especially against what Team Flash wanted to accomplish. They are running the double revolver, ice grenade in the side of the god. WCD forward fighting Shiryu already, but the glue wall is going to cut off that rotational point for just a little bit, forcing Team Flash to backtrack, and they are all down the low, and that allows these shotgun pellets from WAG to just tear through the health bar. T-Quay easily cleans it up, and Secret WAG now up 2-0.
Still with the shorties, not wasting a lot of coins for this second round, understanding that Flash will not be able to go in for a big investment on the guns. They keep the exact same lineup of weapons, but they just stack up on the defense. So that was a big brain play out of Secret WAG. Now in the third round, they go in for the investments, AN94 as well as the Mag-7, because this part of the compound is a tad bit bigger, and you're definitely going to need the longer range of the A94. But Shiryu with the Mag-7 is going to be a deadly one, especially with the extreme encounter off of that Zane. If popped at the right timing, could be deadly.
And remember, this Secret WAG's map pick, so definitely want that confidence boost, but Ming's not going to make it easy with that initial takedown. Still, Shiryu gets picked back up by his
nice
up,
one.
and Ngan actually able to slice ABCD down in half, and Shiryu, because he was not finished off, finds a conversion.
And Secret WAG just moving like some beast out there. Luan, the final player, Mac-10 in hand. Can he pull off a miraculous run? Yes, he might be able to. T-Quay taken out. Luan with the shape splitter. But he got split in half with the follow-up there. The Santino just buying him an extra precious few seconds, but nothing much off of that round.
That's pretty interesting, because just now we literally saw someone from Secret WAG, I think it's PLS1, he was camping the mannequin, and then he took his eyes off the mannequin for just a little while and got shredded by the Mech-10, and that looks scary for a split second. But Secret WAG, they had the numbers, the personnel to clean things up. So now halfway through the first match, I mean, T-Quay is flawless. He's 4-0 on this Orion.
Let's see what they get pulled off this time around. As they stick together, Secret WAG here. Mink's about to get caught out. T-Quay running straight at him, has the Orion. This guy brave because of the Crimson Crush. Will be able to spot one. Mag-7 putting in the damage. As Mink backs away from the equation, Shiryu in a little bit of a pickle here. Has the glue walls to back himself up though, and Secret WAG still on their feet.
Wow, I'm surprised. He barely took any damage, and now it's their turn to launch the offense. Tikwe and Shiru both trade, and Team Flash still responding in kind. Of course, New Kid on the block, the one really putting in the numbers. Tikwe getting knocked down, and finally Shiru gets removed. PLS1 on his own devices can't hold on against the God, and Team Flash finally puts one on the board.
Yeah, and the one beautiful with the high ground advantage played perfectly there. But you also got to respect exactly what the God got done with the Thompson X up close and personal, putting in the initial damage, and the follow-up from Luan just not spotted by the rest of the players on the side of Secret WAG, giving a big advantage for Flash to pull one round back. Economy-wise, they are going to be able to recover quite a little bit here, but still not steady on the defense just yet. Secret WAG with a slight advantage over Flash when it comes to the defense.
It was some little catching up to do. Weaponry on that WAG is still pretty much intact. They throw off the Flame Mirage very quickly. Shiro getting absolutely gunned down. But there is a trade that comes through from Ngan. The backup, very much done well. ABCD to the front, misses all of his shots. That felt like an opportunity where Team Flash could set themselves up for success. And Tikwe gets to disengage with the Crimson Crush. The God and the one still composed and actually finds the cleanup anyways.
Man, that was messy from Secret WAG. I thought PLS1 would be able to pull it off. He didn't. Nan7 hopped on in there, failed as well. Tikui tried. He got shut down. Flash waking up. Like some miracle here. They did not have the advantage with the defense, but it seemed like they did.
I am slightly surprised. I thought WAG had some fail safes, you know, but props to Team Flash. Again, we said that these guys, they don't mind getting scrappy, especially ABCD. He has the Oscar. He knows that he gets to call the shots, and he has the tools to really get up close and personal, especially when WAG weren't expecting it. And I don't think they did, right? Like, you kind of take your eyes off the Oscar for just a little while, and he starts wreaking havoc.
Nice grenades, just tickling Flash at this point of time. Narrow played perfectly, and no more glue walls for them, and the advantage is being runs in with the Mag 7. With the perfection of timing, combined with that plushie, they take advantage, and they snuff out Secret WAG 3 rounds in a row.
All right, I think WAG needs to switch things up a little bit, because Team Flash, the game plan starting to become pretty apparent, right? Like you said, the ice grenade plus the plushie, they got WAG cornered up. They have ABCD basically just, you know, have his face planted against the glue wall, and they dump everything in that area. WAG could not catch a breather at all. Just like that, Team Flash comes like 3 rounds in a row, and now they get access to those upgraded weapons, the more powerful versions of what WAG has in their inventory after 3 straight rounds of losses.
Secret WAG, they had the glue walls, but that plushie, that narrow, just preventing them from erecting extra defenses and opening up a weak spot for the team. Now Cyberpoint's going to be claimed here for Secret WAG. Nan7 backing away as ABCD rushes on forward. Ignis's Flame Mirage is just going to be tagging them up, not even blocking out information from the side of Secret WAG. Nan7 sprayed down. That Steffi's not doing much at all. Again, PLS1 is just trying to get damage off of the Flame Mirage. It's just not really the best way to get the damage in, but it seems to be working for them. They got the final player left in here on the side of Flash in a 1v3.
And Shiru actually is able to put in some good legwork too alongside Tikwe. And that is a saving grace for Secret WAG as their rushers were able to find the opportunities and find a conversion, most importantly. Especially with Dan going down this early on, like he was contesting for the cyber points, but there was no backup there, and sadly the Steffi is just not enough when you have so many exposed angles.
This is a close fight between the two Vietnamese squads. Secret WAG initially pulling away the first 3 rounds, and then a decent comeback from Flash, but I feel like that one was just very messy. Flash dropping the ball a tad bit there, but they do get the advantage with the cyber point. At the end of the day, that was a round win, even though they lost because of that cyber point. Shiri's going to get tickled by the ice grenade, but still pushes on forward with the Mag 7. Good glue wall. And the time turner as well to protect himself. Now goes for the backstab. Can he find one around the glue wall? Yes, he will, but does not get the job done. And punished by Mink and the Thompson.
Yeah, good trade by Tikoi there. Needed to really get something in exchange, and the Orion iframes in the last second. Ngan being able to get the trade in. Tikoi getting the finisher too, but the God from long range really causing a problem for Secret WAG. A 1v2 situation. Tikoi is the Orion. There is a chance to outplay this. He's chipping away the health bar. Spies one, and it's now him and the God. But healing up might not be the best option if he gets pushed. And there it is. Goes invulnerable. Turns around the clutch there for Tikoi. With 8 HP, gives Secret WAG the match point.
If you have the Orion, that's how you use it. The Crimson Crush coming in clutch for Secret WAG, literally. And the round win to put them on match point. And if he did not pull that off, it would have been messy for sure for Secret WAG. But now they're just one step away from ending this first game. Perfectly played. And he had a double Thompson as well, just in case it ran out and he needed to swap.
A wise man once says switching to a secondary is faster than reloading.
Exactly, yeah, man. Even if you have the Nikita.
Even if you have the Nikita. 20%, not fast enough.
Not fast enough. Scanned out by the Aurora Vision. The Coda putting in the work this time around. Ice Grenade's not going to reach the players on the side of Flash just yet. But Shiryu, dangerous flank around the right-hand side with Tikui. Spotted out by Nan. They give away their positioning. Going in for yet another cyber point is Team Flash. Down in the middle, Shiryu on the chase. Orion's going to be pulled out once again, and Tikui, they whirl together with PLS1. Find the Punisher from afar. Nan 7 gets traded out. Tikui again. Just so dangerous on the front lines, and Secret WAG will dominate this first game.
Yeah, pretty weird last round. Like Monster and opened flame. It was Secret WAG that was chasing Team Flash in circles around the cyber point drop, which in the end didn't play well for Team Flash, as PLSY had such a great position in just taking them down from long range. Team Flash, there's some hard thinking they needed to do, because I feel like some of these, the first few rounds when they were able to equalize the scoreline, there was a plan to it, right? There was a method to the madness. But afterwards, it was two teams blindly rushing, but it was Secret WAG that actually had a plan with those rushes.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like the final round was just a round of perfection from Secret WAG when it comes to positioning. Yes, we saw the two rushes go in for that right-hand side flank, and I felt like it was just an odd move to go and throw that ice grenades, because you were able to just go in for that secret backstab, right? But instead of doing that, they gave away their position. I thought that was a mistake, but instead it was very much intentional, just so that they can pull away the attention of the Flash players and allow their sniper to get the job done. And I felt like they executed that, end to end with perfection in terms of timing as well as execution. But, in terms of what Flash was doing with the comeback, it looked pretty decent until Secret WAG put a stop to that.
Yeah, and I especially, how they were able to conceal and take the attention of Team Flash off of PLS1, right? Because he had free reign of that final round. Wasn't really much else that needed to be said. I think Team Flash just sort of tunnel vision a little bit and kind of lost focus on the overarching theme of the round. Secret WAG, though, they had a great start. Team Flash, covered a little bit, and then right after that, they lost control, and Secret WAG ran away.
Absolutely, man. And initially, it was definitely a dominant run from Secret WAG. And then Team Flash started playing for the cyber points. And yes, the cyber points are very important, but not at the cost of the round as a whole. And that's exactly where Flash dropped the ball, especially in that final round. The prioritization on the cyber point was just a little bit too much, instead of finding a safe play in terms of taking out the numbers from the side of Secret WAG. And they paid the big price for it. And the big price was basically a loss in the first game.
Yeah, and funny enough, none of these rounds actually went to the late round, right? Like it ended mid-round. But most of these, like about a 10-15 seconds round, like a lot of the viewers are pointing out that the rounds are getting sped run through. So it's the first match, it's about two teams just ramming against each other and see who breaks first. And in this case, WAG just a bit more tougher, a bit more resilient in their approaches. some weird rounds from Team Flash. I felt like, again, the idea was there, but the execution, there were some holes that needed to be plugged. And not to mention, when you're up against moments like these, it starts getting to you, you know? Like this clutch from T-Quay really set AG up for success.
Oh yeah, no doubt at all. You know, in the overall grand scheme of things, I feel like it was definitely a clutch play when it comes to exactly where they were going for with the drops. They had the Orion, and the Crimson Crush literally crushed their opponents. It's T-Quay, and the timing of this guy was just beautiful, right? Has the Miguel, and you need the Miguel for the EP to make sure the Crimson Crush can be used quite a number of times. And he had the Antonio and the Gangster Spirit as well. Just a little bit of extra defense there. The Luna to make sure the rate of fire stays at an all-time high off of the Thompson. 11 eliminations for T-Quay in a strong secret WAG game.
Yeah, like again, this Orion used perfectly, right? I think especially in these fast rounds where things are consistently happening, Orion, you sort of are able to get away more with Orion just because, you know, your opponents are constantly trying to look for a shot, right? And every single second you buy is a chance for your team to follow up. And in this case, T-Quay just had the right conditions for him to play in a selfish manner, for him to just go in, you know, get a 1v1 and then sort of rinse and repeat. 11 eliminations, you know, 3k damage, and just overall around where this Orion plays extremely well towards what Secret WAG wanted to do.
Yeah, man, absolutely. I mean, the numbers are all stacked here on the side of Secret WAG. You can see ABCD struggle a little bit, barely getting the assist, damage, all the eliminations just continuously tagged up from the very start in itself. The double snipe setup off of Inluan as well as the Gods just not working out for the team just yet, mainly because Inluan's just not getting enough money to get the sniper into play. He's just mainly playing with the assault rifles from afar, trying to get those hits in, and you can see him getting the job done with the assist, but it's just not enough to overwhelm Secret WAG just yet.
Yeah. Again, just a test round. This is again a map pick by Secret WAG. We did say that, you know, it's quite interesting that they decided to go for Solara first, but they came out swinging, right? They completely crushed Team Flash on Solara. And you can see Team Flash didn't really felt too comfortable, but we're going to Nextera next. And even though it's Flash's map pick, Secret WAG, there are no slouches on Nextera, so I still feel like the odds are slightly stacked against Team Flash, but I want to see them bounce back. I think ABCD didn't really have the best round one. Nuluan, he did try, but overall it's just one is underperforming, one is getting shut down.
Yeah, and I also feel like there's a big reason why the Orion was a big threat, because Secret WAG started things off with the correct ban. They took the A124 out of the equation. The thrill of battle could have been a perfect counter for that Orion, and Secret WAG just did not want to allow that to happen. And this is why the bans are so important. We were perplexed as to why there was no initial ban, but, you know, thankfully we sorted that out. But if you look at, you know, what the players on the side of Flash did, they took out the Cassie, which did give them a little bit of an extra advantage, because can you imagine what would have happened if they had the Orion plus the electrotherapy on their side, right? But they just couldn't really turn the tides of that battle around so much.
Yeah, it was just like 8 HP that could have made a difference. That was a headshot worth of difference, right? Really came down to the wire. You know, sometimes it happens, but I think Team Flash, if anything, I'm not sure if I feel like maybe they should consider not taking the Narrow. I think, you know, go for something else. Not to say the Narrow isn't good. I mean, we've seen it work out, but if their approach to the game is just running straight into Secret WAG, I have a feeling there's different ways to go about that. You know, there's better ways to approach it.
Yeah. I feel like if your opponent has the Orion, then you don't run straight into them, right? Because unless literally if you have the A124, I think, you know, Flash just didn't take into account the fact that T-Quay and that Orion was going to be a very big threat on the front lines, and they paid a very big price for it, because the number of times the Crimson Crush saved T-Quay's life and also gave him the upper hand in many situations, be it 1v1, 1v2s, is something that Flash really needs to learn from. And I don't think the answer is going to be banning the Orion. The answer should be stealing that Orion away.
I guess so. A part of me, I'm trying to think, like, is it worth stealing the Orion? I still don't think it's entirely that worth. I mean, sure, Orion like currently is 1-3, 20%, 25% win rate now, but I don't think it's gonna make too much of a difference if Team Flash takes Orion away. I think Secret AG would be like, okay, you took Orion, we have plenty more ways to deal with it. We've seen it, I think, from even last year, like teams like Fluxo, they have a great way of dealing with it. You take Orion, we just wall you in, right? We either wall you in or we box you out with the glue walls. So it's more on like how Team Flash wants to approach it. I think you give Orion away, you don't take Narrow, and then you take a more utility-based team so that if the Orion decides to run at you like he did in game 1, you have ways to isolate him.
That's actually a fantastic point, man. Just walling the Orion away is just a 3000 IQ move that we didn't see Flash attempt in that situation at all. Their glue walls were more to protect themselves instead of keeping the Orion away from themselves. That didn't really work out according to their plan. But in this next game, fingers crossed, Flash does get to kind of just change the trajectory of this matchup a tad bit in order to activate that game number 3, or else it's going to be a easy 2-0 for Secret WAG. And they do look very dominant on the battlefield. When it comes to the CQCs, Flash just didn't look as solid together.
Yeah, it's a hot and cold team. Like just some things remain constant. But let's see, Team Flash, if they can bring this back. This time we get the Zane banned by Secret WAG and A124 banned by Flash. We get the Oscar opening. The Cassie is available. Like you said, AJ, they did take the Orion away. There's the Santino or the Cassie that they can opt for. So they take the Cassie, which I believe was banned out in game 1. So this is okay, right? But yeah, I think
very okay.
The Santino might be the next pick that they want to go for. But I think if you are the Secret WAG, just take it, right? Take it, yeah. Anyway, good job.
I mean, you can take the Santino if you want. Okay, obviously they're not going to go for a double Skylar, but Luan has an opportunity to bring in some sort of a difference into this next matchup. But the Morse is probably not going to be it. At least Dew didn't really show us much off of that Morse earlier on. It was mostly mechanical plays whenever you brought that Morse in. The God has a big opportunity off of that Narrow, but the Clue's definitely the better pick here. But I would go for the Coda since it wasn't even banned out. But they're going to depend on the tracing steps instead of the Aurora Vision. That's a big question mark for me.
Wow, okay. I agree. The Coda would have been so much better, right? It also helps out the Morse to figure out where everyone is so that you get to navigate the map slightly better. I'm on the Secret WAG train this time.
Yeah, I'm not so sure exactly how this kind of went south, because it started off perfectly. They had the A124 ban, and then the Cassie Orion combo is going to be super deadly on the front lines. It's just a backup play from the sniper. I think is going to be a little, questionable off of the Morse. But let's see if it works out, right? Because we are heading into next era. There are a couple of zip lines here that could be used. Maybe the Morse will come in handy when he's trying to reposition. And we'll have to wait and see, because execution versus plans, they don't really match up sometimes.
I hope they didn't ban the A124 just because they wanted Orion, because that would be quite the extreme measures. We'll see Secret WAG T-Quay is going to be the one receiving first contact. Him and PLS1, the God. Ooh, what a shot from long range. Instantly pops T-Quay. Gives them the advantage. WAG trying to flank from behind, but Team Flash is a step ahead.
T-Quay already used their Aurora Vision, so they do have a little bit of information to play around with. ABCD dropped in the CQC. Nan7 just dancing circles around him. Cherry and PLS1 looking for the comeback here. Nan is going to get back up on his feet as ABCD looking for the snub. They find God, who tries to rescue his buddy, and Luan, the final player in a 1v3 just on the first round, so probably not going to get very far with it. Uses the stealth bites off of the Moss to cut the distance with himself, as well as PLS1, who leaves this Shape Splitter behind. A little bit of an overkill to hunt down the final player, but they just didn't want to take any chances at all.
Look at this. How did Shiryu get away? This should not have happened. This should have been Team Flash's round. if they took down Shiro 100% their round, I cannot believe Team Flash dropped the ball there. That's gonna sting. But thankfully, just round one, you know, Secret WAG, they got to a great start. Team Flash just need to make sure that it doesn't get to them, right? Because, you know, missed opportunities here and there, but they still have chances to make it right.
Yeah, absolutely, man. This is Mink and gone down already. Flash not looking too strong this time round. Once again, man, one after the other, they are getting fished away with the Kingfisher. Tikui, PLS1 is doing a number on them with the long range. Luan does have the right gun, just not the right amount of defense on him. No helmet, no vest. Gets tagged one time, and this guy is going to probably get put down. The spots out PLS1 going in for the Punisher. Good glue wall to save their buddy. Secret WAG. Unnecessary, but they get the job done and getting to loot him up as well.
Yeah, unfortunate that it took like half a second longer for Secret WAG to win the round. If not, they would have been able to salvage PLS1. But yeah, a small loss. You know, in the grander scheme of things, Secret WAG, they are feeling themselves. I mean, Team Flash, again, you can't just blindly run into Secret WAG. But at the same time, I feel like this loadout that they have, there's not really any other way to go about it, right? It's not exactly the lineup that is the best at playing it slow, but it's not the best at running head first either.
Not at all. Is Flash's opportunity to make a comeback. They've got the right guns. VSS, Thompsons. Going in for a potential pick here on the cyber point. Mink's gonna get tagged up. He's connected with the electrotherapy. The Steffi was popped by Tikui. And Mink all alone in the thick of the action. Tags Tikui and punishes up close and personal through the thick of the smoke. Smoke vortex brought out as well. And Mink purely surviving with the electrotherapy. And doing God's work here for Flash. Finally gets sprayed down to the ground, but the job has been completed perfectly here with the pressure on the front lines, leaving PLS1 all alone. And he is nowhere close to the players of Flash down on the ground.
Thankfully, there's the electrotherapy, or this round would have been over long ago. See, PLS1, can he make magic here? He's gonna run into the God, I presume. He's gonna make contact now, but there's gonna be a tough 1v3. I mean, takes him out, and Team Flash, they get the first round, but it's quite a scrappy one. Especially this sequence, incredibly extended. A lot of just blind sprays to the smoke vortex, and if not for ABCD, Mink would have been down long ago.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Blind sprays through the smokes are definitely needed and definitely possible if you've got an SMG in hand, and it worked out perfectly here for the weapon choices on the side of Flash. Those Thompsons came in very handy. They've got a level 3 MP5 on top of everything else as well, all thanks to the cyber drop. Now on for the next round. Tikui splitting away from the rest of his team members as Secret WAG stacks that second floor.
This is going to be pose a little bit of a problem for Team Flash. Smoke grenade blocks off the window. That's going to allow the God to aggress. But I think they still see him though. The spray just enough. Shiro tracks him down. The idea was good there from Team Flash, but WAG just on the ball with the plan. The Ming finds one, but instantly traded back. This should be another round for Secret WAG.
Luan spotted out, tagged up, marked as well. Nowhere to run. A sliver of health left on him. No medkit as well. And Shiryu with the final Punisher. And that's exactly why you need to prioritize a little bit of recovery in games like these. A little careless, I think, from the side of Flash, especially with the very first encounter. Unnecessary off of the jump from the tire, but that's exactly what's going to happen if you rush in at Secret WAG.
You know what would have prevented that? If they took the coda away. You gotta deal with the coda, man. I think, again, some bit of an oversight from Team Flash. 3 more rounds before Secret WAG closes this out. We see PLS1 is gonna put down the mannequin already, so can easily disengage. Another smoke grenade to cut off some line of sight. And Shiryu, he's in a cheeky angle. But thankfully there's a glue wall on the right side, so Ngan doesn't get direct access. So they do find a bit of isolation there if they are Team Flash. Now they're gonna be looking to aggress onto Shiryu. Can he get out of this?
And it looks like it's a heated battle in the smokes. Steppy popped in the nick of time here just to reduce a tad bit of the damage that was coming on through for Secret WAG. Doesn't help Shiryu at all, but the counter attack by Secret WAG is perfect. Being stacked up, has the Drogon in hand. But Tikui there. And the rest of the squad stepping it up. Tikui and Non7 just pulling in the numbers for Secret WAG yet again.
And it was this time the idea was correct by Team Flash, right? They isolate, they basically split the battle lines of Secret WAG, but what they needed to do was to find an instant knock. But it took them a while. And Secret WAG again were able to back the teammates up. Sure, Shiryu went down, but Secret WAG got 3 knocks in return. Again, another round where Team Flash, they had the idea, but just some lapse of judgment, right? I think this quota might be a bit too much.
Quota's always too much, man. He needs to be the priority pick for information. That's for sure. No amount of steps that you trace can match up to the Aurora vision. One's gonna get caught out here. That Moss fairly useless so far. 4-1 on the scoreline. Secret WAG looking for the series point here. Ooh. As they find the god as well. This is looking perfect. Minx already scanned out. Aurora vision at its best, and Secret WAG, they know exactly where he is. They just need to get close enough. All the glue walls used up. Still, that does not save him from Tikui and his MP5. They just ravages through all the players of Flash.
So far the match looking absolutely hopeless, and even for the new kid Luan, he is looks very out of his element, right? Like this is a completely different ball game. You see that the nerves are starting to kick in for Team Flash. Not only are their plans not working out, Secret WAG is literally just moving the touchpad forward and running straight at them. They really wasn't. They didn't really need to put extra thoughts into their movements right now because Team Flash are not putting up any resistance.
Nah, not at all. Nothing on their side to really challenge Secret WAG. One, I feel, could have had a little bit of a difference made in this fight if at all he had a different active skill on his side. Man, even the Kyle is more useful at this point of time compared to the Morse. I mean, he's just staying in one spot. He's not repositioning. He's not really finding those angles to punish Secret WAG. And even if he found those angles, he will have to play it solo. And it's not looking like a good idea to play solo up against such a ferocious squad of WAG.
Yeah. And remember that this is also a match that is Team Flash's map pick. And they banned the A124, right? There are a couple of questions that can be raised. You ban the A124, okay, sure, you want to protect your Orion, but you pick Morse and then you open Coda. I think that is a huge red flag, right? There are definitely certain holes that, Team Flash, they overlooked, they made their bid, they had to sleep in it. But the unfortunate truth is that there's just too many things that they have no solutions to. We're going to have a bit of a technical pause as Secret WAG sits on series point. But if anything, Team Flash, they gotta use this opportunity to really talk about how the hell do you come back 5 rounds in a row? Because it is looking perilous right now.
Yeah, I do not know if there is a potential comeback here. I think they definitely lost 50% of the match in the drafts in itself. Fairly questionable after the first 2 picks. But the execution of these rounds just not looking solid. Initially, Flash looked like they were keeping it together, but I think a couple of mistakes punished by Secret WAG has made them panic, and a bunch of moves out there that were just very questionable overall from Flash, especially splitting up, going in for the rush when Secret WAG had the advantage on defense as well as offense with the weapons. Just not the best set of decisions made by Flash so far. Catching up in this game, I think it's going to be fairly impossible.
It's a complete meltdown on Team Flash's side. I think the drafts already were quite already put them at a disadvantage, but you put everything else together. Even from the pistol rounds, from round 1, it already felt like there was a bit of the a bit of a gap in performance, right? Like Team Flash, there was some clear misses, and sure they won 1 round, but it was sort of like a drop in the ocean compared to what WAG is delivering. They are still speed running through rounds. They are getting like first bloods in the first 3 to 5 seconds, and they are just completely outgunning Team Flash. And a lot of it didn't really come down to great utility usage. It's just they're better in shooting so far.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. I think, which is actually a very big surprise because, again, when Flash started off the spring season, they were hotcakes, right? I think nobody could really hold them down. They're pulling away big numbers off of these lobbies. But again, it's not Battle Royale, where you get to revive multiple times as long as you've got the coins and a vending machine. Revival platforms played its part sometimes, very rare, but sometimes at spring. But at the end of the day, in a 4v4 fair fight up against Secret WAG, Flash is showing at this point of time that they can't keep up with the pacing. Perhaps something different could be pulled off here if they were to manage their drafts in a very different way in this next game, right? Because I think the biggest threat so far from the side of Secret WAG is definitely that quota. PLS1 constantly with the timing off of that Aurora Vision, giving that information to the rest of their players. And on top of that, Nan7 being so aggressive on the front lines with the J-Beams Antonio and the Steffi with the Painted Refuge, giving them all the extra bit of defense that they need to secure the cyber points for Secret WAG, is making the run very difficult for Flash.
It is, and I remember, right, like our predictions, even though we have differing opinions on who might win this, but we both expected it to go 3 games, right? Like with how Secret WAG has been performing, and how Team Flash actually had a decent spring season as well. And I also did say that this is going to be a true test, especially for Secret WAG, because they have been in these Clash Squad competitions. We've seen here in almost 2 years now, and there's always high expectations of them because of how crazy sometimes they can be with, especially like with these just blunt rushes. But it's also what caused the downfalls in the previous tournament. But so far, it's working well against Team Flash, especially when Team Flash isn't able to put up resistance.
Yeah, not too sure exactly why the drafts have come through in such a way. But of course, if you guys are wondering exactly why we've got a technical pause, one of the players were complaining about a bug, so we are looking into this. And if it's that bug that's keeping Flash from winning these rounds, I hope they make a good solid comeback once we sort this out.
Yeah, hopefully, we find some we find a resolution to this, right? Because not only do we want this to proceed smoothly, but the rest of the series as well. With that being said, I think we have resolved the issue. So now we're gonna continue the rest of the series. It just could be one last round, right? Unless Team Flash pulls it together.
Dude, Secret WAG is on series point with 2 cyber points on their side. So it's going to be fairly difficult, I think, for Flash to make a strong comeback in here. But they've got the defenses, though. They've got the defense. They've got the glue walls. They've got the right weapons. It's all up to the execution. Secret WAG on for the push. Mink and ABCD in a CQC up against Shiryu. Once again, that Painted Refuge is going to give them a big advantage, but PLS1 with the connection onto ABCD. That's the opener. Orion's going to come on as well with the Crimson Crush, giving them a big advantage, but caught. Shiryu with the fantastic move there. Mink did get taken out of the equation. The Crimson Crush is not helping him sustain his life on the battlefield.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Team Flash still no solution to it. PLS1 again left uncontested. This entire match, he has been free hitting everyone. And again, poor kid, the last man alive. Almost the entirety series, it has been him. And unfortunately, he's on the more, so yeah, he's good at running, but doesn't really help with these gunfights.
This is probably the only compound where the stealth bites has been useful for him. All thanks to a little bit of a zipline play to quickly reposition. Luan's going to get caught out here by PLS1, which brings the series to an end. A crushing defeat in the hands of Secret WAG. Flash just stood no chance in either one of the games against them.
Yeah, a brutal result. 6-3 on map 1, 6-1 on map 2. Didn't even feel close, honestly. Secret WAG completely just bulldoze shooting Flash. They got a lot to think about, for the rest of the group stage. Sure, there's no elimination at all, but hey, who doesn't want an upper bracket chance, right?
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, these guys definitely want it. They're hungry for it. How long can they survive in the competition? We'll see. But for the group stage, no eliminations whatsoever. So Flash can rest easy. It is a phase of the competition where you got to study as much as possible. You got to learn from your mistakes. And I feel like a couple of mistakes were definitely made in this game up against Secret WAG, who wrapped it up fairly quick, right? The drafts were solid in game 1 as well as game 2. And the execution was on point from them as well.
Yeah, just pretty much a very straightforward series, despite the technical issues that that we were trying to get these sorted out. Secret WAG kind of speed run the series, so we are back on track. I think
most definitely.
I think we are back on track.
Yes, we are back on track looking at the time. So thanks to the speed, I mean, it could have been a little bit faster. Unfortunately, we had to get a tad bit delayed. That second technical pause was unnecessary, but Flash thought they had a good chance. If they could sort it out, they'll get a victory. We don't know what was sorted out, but clearly that did not change anything in the gameplay between them and Secret WAG. But it's okay. Taking one loss is really not going to change much here in the competition. But of course, Flash cannot afford to lose more of these matches. It's going to be difficult, though, for them to sustain, because as they move on through, they'll have to deal with the other teams who are equally, if not a little bit more dangerous than Secret WAG in their grouping.
Yeah, there's still AG.AL that they can think that they have to face. They still got EVOS Divine that they have to face as well. But again, the silver lining is that no one's going to get eliminated by the end of the group stage. It's more of like whether you get 1 or 2 lives in the playoffs, and that's when it truly matters. This round 1, it definitely hurts if you're in the shoes of Team Flash. Like, how the heck does Shiryu get away with 50 health and at least 10 shots fired at him and none of them connected?
I think, Flash was just playing this a little panicky as well. The Secret WAG definitely looked a little bit more confident than the squad. And I wouldn't have been able to say it, right? Just purely based off the player cams earlier on, because Flash looked like they were cool, calm, and composed, just did not translate in these games. And I have to say that Steffi from the side of Flash did give them a little bit more viability on the front lines, but ABCD is continuously staying out of the battle on the high ground. Didn't give them a very big advantage. I just wanted to see him in more of those fights. When he did get involved in the fights on the front lines, the electrotherapy was snuffed out way too early. So I guess the initial plan that he had might have been slightly better, but it's either he gets the job done on his own or he backs up the squad from the back and just watch them all crumble one after the other.
I think this second map definitely came down to a lot of just the draft being very disadvantageous for Team Flash, right? Almost felt like they put a handicap on themselves with what they picked. They got, again, the idea was right, but you don't really cover all of the bases. Because of that, Shiryu, our MVP of game number 2 on this Oscar, G18 as his weapon of choice, because why not?
Yeah, absolutely. Brings in the Rocky, very popular pet in Clash Squad. Just gives you a little bit of a quicker refresh on your active skill, reducing your cooldown time, and it's most needed for that Valiant Dash. And if I'm not mistaken, just got nerfed a tad bit in the recent times, just giving it a little bit of an extra cooldown. So the Rocky helping him sustain his Valiant Dashes out there on the battlefield. But when you look at the overall grand scheme of things, I think it was the positioning for the side of Shiryu. I don't think the G18 was the best weapon that he had on his side, but we'll just roll with that one.
I mean, probably because of round 1, he performed so well that it actually became the most effective weapon that he has had.
I guess. Probably the weapon with the highest accuracy for Shiryu in this game. That I'll definitely believe. I think the pistol round was a solid one for not just Shiryu, but the whole team of Secret WAG. Gets 9 assists in totality, which means the other players definitely put in quite a bit of eliminations as well. It wasn't just a game where Shiryu was the biggest playmaker, and I didn't see a lot of those glue walls smashed down by the Valiant Dash. When you look at Secret WAG and their positioning, I think that was what gave them a massive advantage against Flash.
And you look at the final scoreboard too. Yeah, this is brutal. Only Mink has been able to really put up some fight with the Orion, but again, it's such a selfish pick. Very how do I put it? Orion only cares about himself, right? Like the whole kit is just about self-preservation. Unfortunately, even for the new kid Nuluan, a lot of times he didn't really get to participate in the early game because his team got wiped out so fast, and he's just left with the sole survivor. ABCD and the God just not really finding anything in game 2.
Yeah, I think they brought Nuluan in for Battle Royale mainly, where a double snipe setup would work in the current state of the game. Not in Clash Squad for sure. And I feel like Nuluan just didn't play his role to perfection. It wasn't the right active skill to see the best out of the player. Moss and the stealth bites, I am a big fan in Battle Royale. In Clash Squad, just not a proven character to make a very big difference for teams just yet. But, it still was the better player compared to the God and ABCD, which is a bigger shocker. Look at ABCD and the damage, 656. He did not have a good game at all.
I think most of the times the round starts and he just gets picked off instantly. So it's I can't really do much about that. I think Team Flash is just, when they have a good day, they look unstoppable. Like on Battle Royale, in spring season, they felt like the best team, for that moment. But you give them a bad day and suddenly, we're back to square one. And it's just something that I think Team Flash needs to overcome, and they have time to do so.
Checking out the match summary here, a great performance from Secret WAG. Almost all of their players just putting in, decent numbers with the eliminations. PLS1 just lagging behind a tad bit, but the main reason for that is because he was keeping a fair distance away from the Flash players, being the backup player for the side of Secret WAG. The rest of them were down dancing around with Flash on the front lines. Mink, obviously the best player out of his side, that Orion kind of getting the job done as the rusher, but the rest of the team members just couldn't get those points in, couldn't get the numbers up as much. And the more damaging part is the fact that the damage was really low for the God and ABCD, which means many of their shots were just not finding the connection.
Not finding connections and not really having much play time. I think they spend more time not playing than playing in some of these rounds because of how fast the rounds progress. So again, look at Nan's KDA, right? He is 13-0. There's a very little resistance put up by Team Flash, unfortunately. So we don't really get to see Bermuda this time, as Secret WAG. They win this 2-0, and this is going to be a big confidence boost.
Nan7 just got eliminated one time in all those rounds. That's insane, man. I mean, that's the kind of flex you want to have over your opponents. And of course, Secret WAG now up on top, alongside AG.AL, Team Flash and EVOS Divine taking the L's here in the first 2 series that we have watched. But Group B will be in participation in a little bit. Argon MY, Buriram United Esports, Gamex PE, as well as RRQ Kazu for the final 2 series of the day.
Yeah, and the one coming up, it's going to be the most anticipated series, I think, for a lot of the viewers out there. BRU against RRQ Kazu, or as some of the viewers have been spamming relentlessly, the GOAT against RRQ Kazu, which is hard to deny. But, BRU, they are, again, still undoubtedly one of the best teams. I think we heard it from Ma'ao himself that that this is a team that is just, they're still one of the greatest teams, right? There's nothing much to be said aside from that. But they haven't been winning Clash Squad, right? The trophy hasn't gone to them for more than a year. So let's see if this run is going to be any different for BRU. Can they make it to the finals again?
Yeah, although they're not the best in Clash Squad, Buriram did have a phenomenal run at the Thailand Clash Masters recently, where they, just like P Esports, in fact, a little bit more impressive than P Esports, pulled a long lower bracket run. They ended up in the lower bracket seeding from the very get-go because of not so much of a really decent performance in their group stage. But from the lower bracket, man, they smashed everyone. I think Twisted Minds fell victim to them. Titanic, we saw a little bit of them, earlier part of this year as well. And then in the grand finals, I really thought AG Global will be able to pull away the game from them, but they lost to Buriram 3-1. So you're talking about the global finals Clash Squad champions losing to Buriram. I think Buriram has brushed up their act here on Clash Squad, which makes them a big threat for sure. Up against RRQ, who has been cursed, man. They're still looking for a big trophy. And they have not showed up strong in Clash Squad like ever, right? So I think it should be a straightforward series between the two. But, I'm all up for surprises, man. Today it's just been a game of surprises. I did not expect the first two series to take 3 hours.
Yeah, I mean, the RQ's only trophy is the inaugural Battle Royale season, last year? Was it 2 years ago? That was the only trophy in spring, and afterwards it has been a curse that RQ, they haven't been able to get much done. But I think the worst curse was not them not getting trophy, it's the fact that they've come so close to trophies, right? They've finished top 3 plenty of times. EWC 25, there was a FFWS Global Final, same thing, runner-up. So it's another year where they're chasing that long eluder trophy. It'll be nice to start with the Clash Masters.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a bitter run for RRQ. They were runner-up in Global Finals 24, and then EWC 2025, when their brothers EVOS Divine became champion, they got the second spot, man. That would have been a very bitter pill to swallow. And of course, the recent Global Finals in 2025, they're looking for the podium finishes, couldn't get close enough. Decent amount of prize pool that they ran back home with, but I think they're still looking for the trophy. You're right. Inaugural one, yes, they did manage to pull it away, but ever since then, it has definitely been a little bit of a challenge for the squad rising up to the top. I would love to see them really pick up something big for themselves here. I feel like, back in the show match, and what year was that, Husky? 2024, 2025? I think 2025.
I can't. Either or, right? It's like either or.
Yeah. But it wasn't the, official season. It was the show match where they got the victory, which wasn't really the deal, right? I think they would have definitely been disappointed after that because they thought they were going to go through, FFWSC and Smash Battle Royale as well. The cookie just didn't crumble that way for RRQ. So they've been hungry for quite a little while already. Perhaps this is going to be their year. We've got EWC coming up very soon. Paris is super hot, and I think it's going to be heated up a tad bit more. We've got 24 squads going there, so it's going to be the very first global stage free fire competition where we've got 24 teams smashed in. We've got 4 days of competition, and I think that's a little bit too little, but may the best one win over there.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, we have lesser days but more overall rounds and uncapped grand finals. So I mean, have fun, right? I think it's gonna be a lot more stressful. But again, I think just to cap it off, I think the most bitter run for RRQ Kazu is undoubtedly EWC 25 because there are 3 rounds that they could have won, and they dropped all 3 of them. So that kind of stings for the org. But this is also an org that's stuck with the same player for the longest of times, right? So if anything, people might be asking, have they reached their limit? And if not, then when is going to be their turn? We will have to find out this year.
They definitely have not. See, they haven't brought the trophy from these big competitions back, but they're still the king of Indonesia, right? Even in their own Clash Masters recently in Indonesia, they took it away. They were the champions. They're the best in Indonesia. I think they want to be the best in Southeast Asia and the world as well. But I don't think they're complaining in the grand scheme of things because still, the cut of the prize pool that they have taken away from these competitions as they finished on the podium and the 4th spot, still pretty sizable. Of course, granted, everybody wants the trophy and the biggest slice of the pie, $300,000 US. It's a little bit of a shame if you get close enough and don't walk away with it. So RRQ is definitely in our crosshairs. I think it's time for them to wake up, not just in the competition, but in their careers. I think it's been a long time waiting. If this year, I think we've got another half of the year here in 2026 for RRQ to really show us what they're made of. And this should be technically the season where AG.AL shines, but we haven't really seen the best out of the guy just yet.
Yeah, because like again, the biggest stakes is Paris, and then afterwards we have end of the year, right? The global finals, and then in between that we have the summer season, the fall season. Sorry, the fall season for Battle Royale and Clash Squad. So still a couple of hurdles that RRQ needs to go through, but I think a lot of the benchmark for the teams is decided after EWC, at EWC, right? People, like sure, fall is closer to global finals, but EWC sort of gives you the best overview on how things would look in the global finals, just because you're facing off against the other regions, the Brazil, who are again, like they've been robbed of the trophy for quite some time now, ever since they got that back-to-back in the global finals. So I think they are also going to be hungry for more.
Yeah, the teams in the West, we've got South Asia joining us, we've got India, and I feel like, those regions are probably not the strongest, but they're definitely disruptors in these lobbies, right? I think they've got nothing to lose. It's their first time there, so they're going to try to get as many points as possible. Anything goes when we get to EWC. I think it's just, it has always been the case where it's for all of them to go for the taking, but not many teams have been able to prove themselves consistently on a stage like that. But when you look at Clash Squad, RRQ may be the dominators of the Indonesian region, but in Southeast Asia, I feel like they just haven't made a lot of noise just yet. Even if you look at their run in the previous leg, if I'm not mistaken, RRQ, they got taken out very early on in the competition when we went into the elimination stage in the low bracket, because they went into the low brackets and they didn't even survive the first series. I forgot who they took on, but it was a mess. And I think they've got a lot. I think they took on EVOS. They've got their brothers. Yeah, they lost to EVOS. This time, with them winning the Indonesian leg, getting the win over EVOS, maybe there's a sign that they have improved whatever they can do in Clash Squad.
Yeah, I remember like even their group stage, right? They lost every single match. They went basically 0-3. They won one game though, and that game was against Falcon. Surprisingly, they won like 6-4 against Falcon, and then they went 6-0 like the match after, right? The RQ was having like a very, very rough spring season in Clash Squad. So again, there's gonna be some time. The first match against BRU is not gonna be easy, but for now, we are gonna talk to the winners, Secret WAG, from their earlier series, and see what the players have to say about the Clash Squad in the summer season. We'll be right back.
Em cũng muốn gặp lại đối thủ đã từng loại em ở vòng loại em giải mùa trước, đó là AG.AL và đối đầu với Saifa, một trong những gusser số 1 Đông Á thời điểm hiện tại, nên là em cũng mong được đối đầu với bạn ấy. Đội em đã chuẩn bị sẵn một tinh thần là đến để vô địch chứ không đến để về nhì nữa, nên là em cảm thấy trận đầu tiên vậy cũng khá là bình thường. Em nghĩ tỷ số giữa trận WG và EVOS ngày mai, em nghĩ tỷ số sẽ là 2-0 cho WG. Tại vì WG đây là phiên bản Buriram mà chứ không phải WG của em mùa trước nè.
I don't think I'm a fan of this format of interview. It's just not enough spice, and I would have definitely preferred to see Unisol as well. So unfortunately, we don't get the pleasure of doing that. We expect a lot from Secret WAG, and I think they showed up strong. Flash, on the other hand, now their expectations lowered just a tad bit, looking at how they didn't really get the best of drafts and the best of executions out there on the battlefield. But Secret WAG has upped the ante a tad bit. My expectations are raised. I want to see what more they can do within this grouping.
Yeah, Tikwe said, right, this is the prime version of the team. They are really confident, and they were expected to win. Well, they indeed crushed Team Flash. I mean, I don't want to say that EVOS Divine is any harder. It is going to be slightly more challenging, but I think if this is what WAG has shown us, they have a good chance.
Absolutely, man. We're going to be taking a quick short break. You guys know exactly what it is. Just 5 minutes. Make sure you grab a drink. Make sure you grab some snacks as well. This next one could really go the distance. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the next level of Southeast Asian Clash Squad dominance. This is the Free Fire Clash Masters SEA 2026 Summer. Let's break down the battlefield. First up, the group stage. 8 teams split into 2 deadly groups of 4. Every squad plays a single round robin in a strict best-of-3 format. Victory gives you 3 points. A loss leaves you with absolutely nothing. Once the dust settles, the rankings lock. The top 2 squads from each group punch their tickets straight to the high-stakes upper bracket. And if the teams are locked in a dead tie on points, the tiebreakers are brutal. We look at head-to-head results first, then total map differential, total map wins, and finally, total round differential. Only the best numbers move forward. Finish 3rd or 4th? You drop directly to the lower bracket, where one single slip-up means you are eliminated from the tournament. Except for the massive best-of-5 bracket finals and the grand finals, every playoff match is a merciless best-of-3 war. And how do they choose where they play? In the semi and grand finals, map priority isn't decided by a simple coin flip. It's forged in blood. Before the match starts, each team sends out their absolute best mechanical specialist for a high-stakes 1 versus 1 lone wolf duel. Win the duel, and you control the map pick order for the entire series. Get ready for a lot of intense 1 versus 1 in a BO9 match. Once the map is set, the ultimate mind game begins. The active skill ban pick. Using the official Global Finals draft tool, teams will systematically ban out dominant active skills and alternate picks. No more running the same meta combos every single round. And if you lose game 1, don't sweat it. From game 2 onwards, the losing team gets the massive advantage of banning and picking first. Adapt, counter, and outsmart, or watch your championship dreams burn to ash. 8 elite rosters, new mechanics, unrivaled chaos. Who will conquer the new era and cement their legacy? Find out live. Squad up, drop in, and get ready to master the clash.
Double kill.
One team rose above the rest. One team survived through the abyss of the lower bracket. Young blood, raw ambition. A 75% rookie roster for FFCM 2026. P Esports brings 3 rising stars to the fight, ready to turn FFCM 2026 into their playground. They begin their journey strong, winning against Heavy and EVOS. They gave Buriram a fierce fight and chipped the King's armor even though they lost. But the message has been sent to the world. P Esports is here to win. After suffering a defeat against the Winged Beasts Team Falcons, P Esports was sent to the abyss of the lower bracket. Amongst the foes stood one monster of a team, the former champions of CS, Team AG.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages. This is the Free Fire Clash Masters 2026 Summer, where the region's best teams have come to master the clash. My name is AG.AL, I'm the Mustachio, down here with Husky. First 2 series have taken quite a bit of time to complete. Will the next 2 games be an absolute speed run? We are looking at 2 titans clashing up against each other, but only one has proven to be pretty proficient at Clash Squad. RRQ versus Buriram, and RRQ hasn't proven themselves just yet, but they have a fair chance to do so right now, Husky.
Another shot at glory, another shot at reigniting the run that has gotten them close to the podium, but not close enough to lift a trophy. Whereas against BRU, they've lifted enough trophies at this point and are still hungry for more. So, you can use it. You can ask anyone out there; they will tell you that BRU is going to be the favorites, and I don't blame them. I also think BRU is going to be the favorite, but I want to see RRQ put up some good fight.
Absolutely, man. Of course, we've got our predictions here for you guys as well. And you think You
Wait a minute,
think
did I?
RRQ is gonna whoop Buriram?
I gotta check. Did I say that? Wait, I need to check the predictions. I have no. I say BRU. What? I have proof. I have proof that I said BRU.
He's got
what is
proof.
this?
Husky just got scammed. So, based on the data that we have from production,
I put BRU.
Husky put RRQ, but
no,
based on his
that was a lie. You were lying, AJ. I put BRU, but it would be quite the sight if they actually.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, can you imagine? Can you imagine? I'll run with it. I pick RRQ.
And I mean, I would not put it past Buriram to troll in this next game. But of course, I don't want to take it away from RRQ, right? It's not that they can only get a victory only if Buriram trolls, but it'll definitely help quite a little bit. We just haven't seen RRQ perform as well. I mean, if you look at Dudes, he's a monster when it comes to the M79. You don't get those M79s here in Clash Squad. You can purchase a grenade, but you don't get too many of those. So it's going to be a difficult run for the grenadier of the squad, which just has to purely depend on his gun skills, which is not too bad. But if you compare it head-to-head up against Buriram and all of their monsters, it's going to be a rough game for RRQ.
Yeah, it's the whole analogy of, you know, like a sane person pretending to be insane and an insane person pretending to be sane, right? Like, which would you rather fear? I would fear the insane person pretending to be sane. And in this case, I think RQ Kazu, you know, this has been a roster that's stuck together mostly, for the most part, for a long, long time. Of course, with Runze as the latest addition not long ago for 2026. But the core identity is still the same, right? You look at RQ Kazu, you know that this is a team that is very much forged by the olden days of Legalov, where he shaped how you approach Free Fire back in Indonesia. And some of that still carries in. I think Captain Deuce really took over his mentor very well. But when they face up against a team like BRU, you need more than just solid fundamentals. You need perfection.
Yeah, Get High is going XL this time around. Moshi, Wasana, and Turner. Okay, all right. So we're putting Turner on the front lines here to see exactly what he can pull off in Clash Squad. Captain Jonah is going to be sitting this one out. RRQ might have a good chance.
Just like that?
They might have a good chance, bro. I mean, when you don't have Jonah on the front lines calling these big shots and leading the team, I think it's definitely not the best version of Buriram. And Turner really hasn't shown us anything apart from some potential survival capability that hasn't really brought much to the squad as well, right? I don't think he's the biggest dominator for the side of Buriram. He's still in the works, trying to keep up, or trying to catch up, I have to say, with the rest of his team members. So it's definitely going to be a question mark for Turner. But for the rest of them, man, these guys are butt whoopers for sure.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting as well, because, you know, we know that Turner has been with the team for quite some time, but most of the time is always the main four, right? And man, I didn't expect you to turn on Buriram that quickly, based off of just, you know, Jonah not being in. But is this going to be a good litmus test as well to see how good Turner fares in? I'm pretty sure the result is most likely going to be the same, but I want to see the difference in dynamics, right? Like, what is Turner going to offer now that Captain Jonah isn't shot calling, at least not in game with the rest of the team? Who is the second in command?
Oh yeah, absolutely. But of course, if you look at RRQ and how they've looked in Battle Royales in the past, they're a very strong squad. Not consistent. They haven't been able to pull a guaranteed finisher. Again, they're the cursed team who hasn't been able to finish with a trophy in the big Southeast Asian competitions, even on the global stage. But they sure as hell gotten close enough. And the number of times they have gotten close shows us exactly how good and consistent they are. It's just a streak of bad luck that's been hunting them down. And then on the opposite end of the spectrum, you've got a team that has got trophy after trophy after trophy stacked in their game room, in their war room. And I think it's going to be a tough fight for RRQ for sure. But they get the advantage with the random coin toss. They get to pick the first and the third map, and they drag us into Kalahari to open up the series.
Of course, it's going to be Kalahari, right? It's a no-brainer for any of the Indonesian teams, and it's also RRQ's most comfortable map. And then we go Nextera next for BRU. So and Solara for RRQ. That's pretty interesting. I guess, you know, picking between Solara, where the odds are slightly more balanced, and Bermuda, where BRU is clearly superior, I can understand the decision from RRQ. But they have to win Kalahari. I think that is a must.
No doubt at all. I mean, if they can pull away the victory, I'll be very happy. Ooh, very smart ban here from Buriram. I do agree the chrono is very irritating in Clash Squad and a very big active skill. The Painted Refuge, on the other hand, taken away by RRQ, I find that a tad bit questionable because there are better active skills that you can take away. For example, that Valiant Dash and the Oscar. They do sneak away the Orion, and the A124 would have been a better ban if you ask me.
Wow, they actually went for the Orion, Morse, and the Ignis. That is...
And it's Dudes on the Morse. It's not even Ma'a.
Yeah, that's very bold. Very, very bold. And of course, you have a Morse on one side, you take Hoda on the other side, and yeah, you can sort of see him regardless. Get high with the Santino. So...
Wait. What is Moshi doing with the Oscar?
I'm telling, maybe, you know, now that Jonah is not in the team, the dynamics.
Okay, there you go. I thought this guy was being serious. We've got that swapped around. Moshi's going to be the Santino. That sounds like it. But Ray being brought in, I'm pretty sure Ma'al is not going to play Ray. I think Dudes is going to be playing on Ray, or maybe even Abe. Ma'al's going to be taking that Morse. What? What?
I don't think so.
Ma'al's going to be playing Ray? Okay, all right. I've seen worse things before. Let's see how this one pans out.
Oh, you got the...
Ma'al's actually playing on the Ray? What?
He wants to get up close? What?
Okay, all right. This is going to be fun.
They got 4 rushes.
Yeah, they've got 4 rushes. Who in the world is the sniper? I mean, Dudes has got the Morse. I have no idea. Abe gets sprayed down instantly. Buriram on the hunt, runs a beautiful Crimson Crush survival. And backstep by Maal. And the Ray is turning out perfect for Maal. Now on the hunt. But he's the final player alive. Looking for Turner and Moshi on the run around. Turner put down. Runs a picked up. And Maal is on fire right now. And I cannot believe that worked out.
What? I was about to say maybe there's a strat, right? Look. So the Crimson Crush gradually decreases your HP very slowly, but gradually. If you have the Ray mark and then you have the Orion nearby, with a stroke of luck, you can Nox.
How the hell did Okay, all right, this is going to be fun, man. I mean, remember, EWC 2025, the tears on the face of Ma'al. Man, the guy, he lost it. He went in there. It was the Mag 7 moment. He wanted to be on the front lines. He thought that was the best option and the best move. He failed, and it broke him. And I think he's making up for all of that. Ma'al now right over the glue wall, gets the connection, gets the drop, and the refresh onto his active skill as well. Still alive and kicking on the battlefield. Ranzay wrapping around, going for the pickup, and Wasana punishes him. Ma'al still on his feet and could not get the follow-up this time. Too low on HP and no medkits on him. It's the final player alive to get something done.
I just wanna quickly point out, like, the expectations for BRU is so high that BRU lost round 1 and people are calling Wasana noob, all right? It's not how they work.
Poor Wasana.
Poor dude.
Wasana.
Just loses 1 round and he gets crucified. They're most likely going to win this round, don't worry.
And I told you, right? If Jonah was here, I'm sorry, Turner. I'm sorry, man. I think Turner needs more time to cook. He just hasn't really woken up in the competition. But in this round, Buriram looks pretty solid to pull this one back. And Turner says, Mustachio, I am here. M1917 straight to the head. Takes him out of the equation. 1 for 1. Ma'al almost turned things around, though.
It's pretty hard to be a BRU player, honestly. Like, you can make one bad play and they ask for you to get benched, like all this soccer fans, you know. It's the World Cup season, so I can understand the fanatical support. But it's okay. BRU, they've got this under control. And RRQ, I mean, it's not too shabby. Ma'al is rocking a 311 KDA. Let's see if, as the round progresses, how is RRQ going to deal with BRU when they don't really have a proper sniper, per se.
How is Ma'al doing this?
They know something we don't.
I'm still in disbelief. Turner get high. Tagged up by the Flame Barrage already. This is sliver of their health taken away. A base sprayed down to the ground. Wasana looking for a big one. Finds Ranzay. Puts him on the ground. M1917 perfection. And Dudes again the final player. But sorted out by Turn. And Turner's really good on the double revolvers.
I'm surprised, right? Like, this is round 3 and they are still dominating with the double revolver. Do you think that BRU basically had an agreement with, like, amongst themselves where they just only use double revolver? You remember how Karora always does? Like, only Deagles?
I mean, man, that guy's Deagle play, unbelievable and unfortunate. We just don't get to see it in this competition this time. And the Free Fire Clash Masters Thailand, Falcons just didn't get very far.
Yeah, quite ironic. They were brought down by the Titanic, you know, in the lower bracket.
They hit an iceberg a tad bit too early. And it was the Titanic that brought down what could be the biggest... Oh man, goodness me. I thought that was just going to turn around, but a smooth escape for Dudes. None of those shots finding the connection, and he actually survives. Abey does get tagged up, though. No medkits on him. He's got to just be a tad bit patient on this play.
Still running the double revolvers. I am inclined to believe that is what they're going to go with until RQ starts winning some serious rounds. So BRU definitely not taking it at 100%. And Turner actually acquires a primary, but still not equipping it just yet. See, the Morse for Dudes trying to lurk around the corner here. He might get a good flank angle if the rest of RQ keeps BRU distracted.
Absolutely. And I think Wasana, level 3 MP5 in hand, looking for the grenade. Looking to cook it up, but it just wasn't going to find anyone just yet. He gets tagged up in the perfect timing, forcing him back. Wasana right back up in play here, all thanks to the medkit. RRQ initially got a few tags in, but all of that neutralized by Buriram and their medkits.
Ranzay is gonna die to the blue zone, man. Get in! Get in, brother! And they just found Dudes on the flank. And Wasana actually dropped low and still wins the fight against Abai somehow. And the BRU having that man advantage. Ma'al getting blasted by the double revolvers, and BRU still ends up winning the round.
I don't think RRQ is being serious in this fight at all, based on how they're taking it. Because, man, is Ma'al not going to play the sniper, or is he going to cook with the Ray and the snipers in a little bit? Man is still quite broke. He has the VSS this time round, though. Ray with the VSS could be a deadly combo when it is Ma'al getting the run in. RRQ might just stand a big chance here. Smoke Vortex on the containers, not used by Buriram. They just going for the run. That would have just been a distraction play there. Baiting the shots out from the RRQ players. Now Wasana Turner looking for the backstab. Ma'al will be able to find one. Dudes get high out of the equation, putting him down on the ground. Wasana sprayed out as well. Ma'al will not be able to get the ray shine this time. But Ranzay is there to pull it all back together for the RRQ squad and pick Ma'al right back up. Moshi, the final one left in here, is still standing his ground with the VSS.
Can he do it? Can he do it? 70 HP. He's gonna get burned regardless. Okay, some signs of life there from RRQ. And Ma'al actually decided to go long range. I'm not really sure how that works with the Ray. Not that it matters too much in this case. So RRQ getting some good moves here and there. Able to basically not allow Moshi to do too much damage before the round goes late. I think BRU, they are pretty efficient in slowing down the rounds and really, you know, making RRQ second guess. And RRQ decided that they're going to take a chance, and that worked out. And they have the characters to do so, right? Especially with the Orion and the Morris.
Again, Dudes not bringing in a grenade. It's Ma'al with the grenade. Is Dudes playing on Maal's phone? Dudes gets taken out. Get high with the shots from afar. So once again, not really going to be playing a big role in here. AG.AL looking for Turner and Get High. The flank around from Moshi and Wasana's not going to be executed here. They're just buying a lot of time here for themselves. One cyber point apiece. RRQ and Buriram actually neck and neck in this fight. I am very surprised, very impressed by RRQ.
I mean, so far this game hasn't really panned out the way I expected it to. I thought, you know, it's going to be a bit more fast tempo, but BRU still making sure to do the housekeeping properly.
Yeah.
With a 2-on-2 stack, they see the Flame Mirage cut through. It should give them a decent idea of where RQ might be. A couple of tanks that they need to sift through, but with Moshi kind of placed at a good position, he's going to easily see the glue wall go up again from AG.AL, and BRU can just easily start to take space away from RRQ.
P90 in the hands of Get High. Ice Grenades is going to tag him up a bit. Here runs A. Oh, very risky play. The bonfire is just going to keep Buriram very threatening in the situation just behind the camp. RRQ closing in the distance. Turner right in front. Runs A tagged up. Beautiful play. And the Valiant Dash breaks down the defenses. Puts Runs A in a little bit of a pickle here. Wasana traded right back out. Get High. A sliver of health. But the backup from Wasana and Get High on the front lines brings that to a quick end. The VSS perfection off of Get High.
Yeah, RQ Kazu just conceded too much space. Unfortunately, in a game where the safety zone is continuously shrinking, you need to control as much area as possible. And I feel like RQ Kazu, they just let BRU take over all of those areas, and eventually they're gonna get suffocated. And doesn't help that they lost dudes at the very beginning. But the KDA don't look so good. Abai is 0-5, dudes is 1-4. Really haven't been able to have much impact yet. And well, the guy with the highest frags, funnily enough, is AG.AL on the Ray. So he's cooking. He's cooking well.
I'm still sus, man. What is going on here? AG.AL gets sprayed down. Wasana shot from afar. Runs A looking for the save. But he's going to be hunted down now. The Valiant Dash breaking through those defenses now through the thick of the smoke, Vortex. Runs A looking for the shot. Strogo not going to find anyone just yet. Runs A still alive, finding Turner. Dudes shutting down Moshi up close and personal. Had the Mag 7 power play here from RRQ to pull this round to their side.
And Runs A actually gets low in health, but still survives. And it's down to Wasana. See if he can make magic happen. That's going to be one. A buy knockdown. Wasana confirms that finisher, but the other two members of RQ Kazu is going to be hard to go through. Dudes just stealth by still on cooldown. The Pixel Dudes right on time with the glue wall. That could have been fatal. But now Wasana might get a 1v1 chance with Runs A, and that's exactly what he wants.
I think this is going to be a tough one for Wasana, but he does have the VSS. RRQ just needs to cut the distance down. They've got the Mag 7s and Runs A gets tagged up. Oh, beautiful play by Wasana, but the follow-up from Dudes. No M79, no problem. Mag 7 in his hands, and he's equally as dangerous. Had the Winchester as well. I thought that would be the weapon of mass destruction, but he chose to take it up close and personal. This compound provided just that at Bayfront. They have managed to pull one back here for the squad, looking to catch up with Buriram.
Bit of a messy fight in the center of the map there. Both teams having a sniper just firing away from long range, but RQ Kazu, they got the better payoff here. And very good backup from Dudes towards the very end as Runs A throws his body forward. So RQ still keeping tabs with keeping pace with BRU and even ahead in terms of cyber point. Back to the same area again. This time a 3-1 split towards the western side. Dudes will instantly get that info.
Now RRQ actually having a decent advantage here. Double cyber points on their side. Small access into the cyber store, giving them more utilities. They've got the economy to outpurchase Buriram as well as they try to catch up with them in this round 7. But it's all about Wasana. He's looking to recover. And I think the team boosters are working perfectly for him. Very clearly has got that EP conversion and probably a campfire on their side as well. And it looks like he's right back in it, just slowing down the pace just so that he can recover. Moshi versus Ranze is just not going to cut out for Moshi. Up on the wall now. Ranze with the advantage, and Moshi gets away with a sliver of health.
And now they are both in the red. Moshi gonna jump for it. The Wasana loses. And Moshi as well. Both Ranze and Maal delivering on their end. The rest of BRU trying to reinforce the front, but it's only just Turner left standing. And RQ finds the equalizer. Up to 4-4 right now. They are really making sure that they're not making this easy for BRU.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, you definitely have to be careful out there up against RRQ, especially when Maal is on fire. The guy has just got that killer eye. The super bonfire making the difference a tad bit there for Buriram, but I think they slowed down the pace a little bit too much, allowing RRQ to find a little bit of positional advantage against them to pull this equalizer. Now Cyber point round. It's definitely going to be heated at the very front. RRQ with the smoke vortex to block out the container access area. Ranze will have an advantage here, but it's all alone. Flame Mirage sent out, stopped right beyond the containers here. Smart play coming through from Abe.
Very hard for BRU to get control. The second Flame Mirage out as well. Shot from Moshi and a good follow-up from Wasana. As Deuce was occupied, they did lose Turner in the process, but at least BRU was able to get the perimeter control. Get high, unfortunately getting knocked down. Maal just found Moshi. RRQ up 3-1.
Dude's just not having the kind of clear pathways for those shots, and he's getting punished round after round here. Looking for that comeback, but it's okay because the rest of the team members on the side of RRQ are keeping the pace up. They will get the cyber point for themselves, and they will get the round victory as well. Damn it, Husky. Your accidental prediction could actually come true.
Yeah, I did a double check, and clearly I went for BRU, but if whoever's trying to set me up, might have set me up for success. So far, so good, you know?
It's Buriram that got the cyber point. I thought it was RRQ, but, well, it's Buriram with a massive advantage now. But I think only 3 players had enough coins for that level 4 West. Big defensive advantage for Buriram in this round.
No, wow, Moshi already in the red. Had to relocate. Thank goodness. That could have been a difference maker there, but Moshi gets a second chance.
Second life to run it back here in the initial phase of things. Man, he still gets knocked down by Dudes. Knew exactly where to fish him out from. Get high and Turner looking for the access to Ranze, but those blue walls keeping them safely barricaded behind. Time Turner invested as well. Wasana's not going to get taken out just yet, but Maal's going to be very dangerous with the VSS Thompson in his hands. Turner with a max 7. Time Turner play up against 2 players from the side of RRQ. On the other hand, Valiant Dash goes straight in, and Turner with a big mistake punished by Ranze.
BRU starting to get a bit desperate, and too desperate. RRQ Kazu. We did say they needed to win Kalahari, and indeed that's what they did. 6-4.
And this is because Captain Jonah was not playing, maybe? I mean, I think Dudes had a very rough game here. Usually he performs extremely well with the Winchester, but that's on Battle Royale where you've got these wide open spaces and a lot of time for him to pull the response in. And also for the Grenadier of the squad, that M79 usually makes the biggest of difference. Very rarely he does toss out just those raw grenades. And this time around, he brought none of those grenades out, but it was those long shots that made a world of difference. And I say Maal looking solid as a rusher for the team.
Yeah, but I think this Ray, I'm still not convinced that it is the way to go. You know, even after this win. But wow, what have they been cooking? Because that didn't look like it should have worked. And I still think in the grand scheme of things, Ray wasn't the biggest difference maker. But there are some merits to it, right? Especially if you are, looking to just get in the face of your enemies.
Yeah, I think the Bond of Eclipse off of that Ray is very effective, very useful, especially in the pistol rounds. So AG.AL is definitely on the right track here to bring that active skill in. But when we go deeper into these rounds where your opponents already have decent guns, then it gets a tad bit more complicated. The Bond of Eclipse isn't really a big advantage because your opponents can literally see that bond and they know exactly where to find you as well. So that just makes the usage of Ray a little bit complicated in a level of competition that we see here in the Free Fire Clash Masters. But still, somehow they managed to pull this off, man. And Ranse with the Mag 7 was just explosive in this game. He definitely deserves a lot of credit and probably the MVP as well if he got the numbers on his side.
They were winning some pretty crucial fights, right? Even in this pistol round, I honestly thought that, you know, BRU had the right idea, but Ranze buying time with the Crimson Crush and allowing AG.AL to just come in and get like a twofer for himself. It really just starts to showcase like what you can achieve. We did talk about the Orion. If you want to use it, you want to make sure that your teammates are always running with you. Yeah. And the earlier rounds definitely demonstrated that.
Absolutely. And yeah, the Crimson Crush kind of kept him up on his feet quite a little while. Dudes on the Moss, I am just sus. I am just wondering what's going on there because I don't really find him taking the kind of position on the battlefield that gives the team a very big advantage. Every time he did try to kind of flank around, he got punished for it. We didn't see the stealth fights come into play much, but we did see some magic off of that Sentinel, the Shape Splitter, making sure that it is a threat at all times, and RRQ actually managed to sort that out thanks to Dutz because he had the VSS long range fight this time. Dutz just proving that he is still the king up against Moshi, who could not get his hands onto those snipers. And I don't think he was aiming for those snipers a lot at all. And when he finally did manage to find the AWM, it wasn't just the best play from him. I mean, he was getting the stags in, the damage was getting done. There's no eliminations off of that AWM at the start.
I think, you know, RRQ Kazu also were pretty smart in making sure that they don't give BRU these openings, you know, to get those pickoffs. And in fact, they were consistently putting pressure on the BRU, right? Which is something that is not easy to do, but it is say Ranze with the Mag 7 and the Orion, basically giving it a fantastic performance in game 1, 8 eliminations and 9 assists, being quite the thorn in BRU's side. They're like him and AG.AL, surprisingly, were giving BRU a lot of problems.
Yeah, deadly combo, man. You've got the Orion, you've got the Dreki as well. You get to spot out anybody who's using those medkits, if they have a medkit. You've got the Luna for the rate of fire. And in this particular Kalahari map, you've got that VSS as well, which makes that Luna so much more deadlier with the rate of fire. The Miguel with the combo of that Orion, you know that EP game is going to be strong on his side, and the Gangster Spirit for the extra layer of defense, just to give him that extra layer of tankiness on the front lines. And we saw him very aggressive on those front lines, right? Like you said, 8 eliminations, 9 assists. Big numbers, not super crazy just yet, but I think more than enough to keep the team smiling. At the end of the day, the biggest win for them is a victory over Buriram in the first game of the series.
And now they have to close it out, right? Like winning game 1 against Buriram is already equivalent to the result of Spring. But if they win the series, they would have already topped the results of Spring. It's a very low bar to clear, but doing it over BRU, I think, is what's going to give the RRQ Kazu fans a lot more confidence moving forward in a group that I feel like is pretty evenly spread out in terms of power level.
Absolutely. And I don't think it was purely Turner's fault. If you look at the stats, if you look at the numbers, he still performed better than Moshi, who's definitely a prime player on the side of Buriram. So I think Turner held his own out there. But chemistry-wise, I think Buriram just wasn't looking like the best squad today. Without Captain Jonah, I think they're definitely going to take an L when it comes to the aggression. They'll have to slow things down alongside Turner. And it's a little interesting how Turner is actually placed as or ranked as a support player for the side of Buriram. They've got a double support setup here. And the numbers-wise, the rest of the players, apart from Wasana, just weren't pulling in the big numbers.
Yeah. I know Neptune is not here, but he's going to love what I just saw. Someone said, because BRU didn't win this game, someone said, no turnaround.
No turnaround. Turner didn't turn anything around in that situation. Abe and Dutz down at the bottom with the numbers, but if you can see where they totally excelled was the assists. Dutz with the 8 assists, Abe with the 7. They did bring in quite a decent number of damage overall. You know, average damage per round is still strong on both of these guys, which is always going to keep RRQ at the winning side if they can keep this up. And I feel like AG.AL being the top fragger of this game is the biggest shocking factor for me, because I was not expecting that. This guy didn't even play the sniper at all throughout the whole game.
Yeah, and I mean, whoever was saying that, you know, Wasana, like Duke Wasana, that guy has 11 elims, all right? He has the most elims in the entire lobby. Your hate is clearly misplaced, okay?
That was a rage bait, and it was successful. It brought the rage out of Husky. No, Wasana's not a noob.
No, he's not a noob. But I mean, Turner is catching some flack as well. But, you know, just BRU fans in general, like you're AI people, man. Like true BRU fans will see it through. There's still a chance, albeit no more 2-0 potential, but it is their map next, right? So let's see if RRQ can close this out, because RRQ also has a reputation where they start strong and then they don't finish strong. So we have to see RRQ close it out, or else it will still be a BRU affair.
I will not be surprised to see RRQ take a 2-0 victory. I don't think you're going to see Jonah make the entrance into this next game. And as far as RRQ is concerned, if they keep AG.AL on the front lines in such an aggressive manner, with Ranze potentially still on that Orion, I think they stand a very big chance to pull this one away. Again, surprising statistic pulled away here by AG.AL, who usually is the very last line of defense for the side of RRQ.
I'm telling you, Jonah is coming in 100%. Look who's there.
Okay, oops. So maybe it was a factor. Captain Jonah's like, you get out of my seat.
Guess we're going 3 games.
Well, if they get whooped in this game as well, then all praise AG.AL, the new Russia of RRQ.
AG.AL, the new Russia. Oh, what a time. I bet you after EWC 25, he's like, might as well let me do it. You know, I could. Yeah. We might have lost, but hey, 30 seconds before that, who wiped out AG? Me. I did it.
I think, you know, RRQ is definitely onto something big here. Their drafts are very interesting. I did not expect to see Ray out here. Ray has been in the mix for quite a while already, but definitely not the #1 pick for many of the pro players, mainly because of how the element of his active skill works out. You do give out a little bit of information to your opponents as you go in for the attack. But the advantages it does give you if you've got a strong weapon on the front lines, like a Mag 7, for example, is, you know, definitely unparalleled, right? You get a quick refresh on your active skill and you get to go around. If we talk about the informational gameplay, that's exactly what you get off of that Ray on the front lines in the CQCs.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly thought like they mispicked or something, right? Like we might have to go into a tech pause, but no, they were serious about it. And it paid off big time. But whether it's a one-off thing or it's legitimately in the playbooks of RRQ, that one remains to be seen. Maybe it's a map-specific thing, right? Maybe it's just on Kalahari, they felt like they could use it because there's so many areas where you are forced to fight in close quarters. It is going to be slightly different on Nextera, where you have the option to play from further, and that's sort of where BRU excels if they are given the option, especially for Moshi. When you give him enough time, he is going to be able to deliver. What RRQ did on Kalahari was good, right? You prevent Moshi from being effective. You make sure that you always keep the playing field constricted, but it's not going to be easy to replicate the same thing on Nextera.
Yeah, no doubt. Next map is going to be the pick of Buriram, and we get dragged into Nextera, a map where I think we're going to see quite a number of glue walls, so that Skylar might come in very handy. I don't think many players favor the Skylar in Clash Squad, but this is the kind of map where you do get a big advantage off of that. Or in fact, even the Narrow might come in a tad bit handy here. As long as you can prevent those glue walls from being used, your team does get a massive advantage on the front lines.
Let's check out the drafts coming up. See, if there's gonna be anything different from RRQ. Are they gonna go for the Ray again? We start with the Zane and the Steffi ban.
Okay.
Should be an Oscar pickup for Wasana.
So A124 has not been taken out of the equation just yet. RRQ actually gets a double pick here. Orion, if they sneak away that A124, it's going to be a big one. If Buriram pulls in that A124, it's going to be the perfect counter to the Orion, since it wasn't taken out of the equation. Let's see exactly where they go with this one. Big play here by Duts, who pulls in the quota for the squad. With Wasana having the Oscar on his side, a good combination could just be that Cassie. The electrotherapy might come in handy to deal with a little bit of the pressure of the ride. So A124, Cassie, definitely big picks here for Buriram that could come through, but it's the Chrono, and I'm not going to complain.
I think Chrono Morse as well for Jonah's side. Might switch over to Moshi, who knows? But Moshi and Chrono, no complaints on that either. The Ray comes out again for Ma'al, so they are serious about it.
They're very serious about it, as a matter of fact. Ma'al again on the Ray, on the front lines. I am liking this because the guy can get the job done. And on the map of Nextera, I think the Moss is definitely very viable, right? Big map, big compounds to play around with, where you got to sneak around towards the left, right, wherever, and the stealth bites will come in pretty handy. Final pick here, and it is that A124. So Ranze will not get a big advantage off of that Orion play as these picks get locked in.
Wow, DJ Arlock as well, right? If they're running as a unit and get hit by the A124, BRU just turns off the music and it will just devolve into a raw gunfight. This one looks more manageable for BRU's side, but RRQ Kazu, they clearly have something cooked up. It worked once. Now we have to see if it can work against the full BRU squad now that Jonah is back in the roster.
Alok gives you 50 HP over 10 seconds if you slow the pace down here. You do get a little bit of a speed boost as well, but I don't really see that making a very big difference for Bay. But of course, let's see how they pull this one off. A124, not pop just yet. The thrill of battle held back by Captain Jonah. Sana gets tagged up by Ranze. Dudes making that long flank around from the bottom. Moshi looking for the short time turner, invested by Get High, who almost got knocked down to the ground, and the backstab by Dudes. And that's a big play.
Good stuff there. Great pincer from RRQ Kazu. I feel like BRU had an idea that there was a flank coming. Like you see Moshi, he doubled back for a while, but again, they just got distracted, right? Like Moshi, he had to deal with Joyce, but his front line collapsed instantaneously. They had the answer for the Orion. It was the Chrono time turner, but you can only do so much.
I mean, that was a brilliant play by Dudes. And he had the Aurora Vision on him. I don't think the A124's Thrill of Battle was used in time to really prevent the active skills on the side of RRQ. So that could have been a misplay from Captain Jonah. Let's see if or not they'll be able to pull this one back. Ma'al with the wild sprays off of that VSS early on. Didn't even have the Bond of Eclipse just yet on that Ray. Not even close enough. Sprays from the left-hand side. Ranze flanking in from the right hand. And Ma'al with a big advantage here, but Get High just overextends, gets Ma'al, and Buriram just taking control of this battle with the time turner.
Ranze actually gets sprayed down with the midi Uzi to Abai. Finds another one, and Ranze makes it out with almost full health. Wow, okay, RRQ. Another quick round, but it did start off well for them, right? Ma'al getting the pop onto Wasana, and sure, it was a bit messy in the smoke, but another pincer attack. And the fact that Ranze somehow survived long, I think with the Crimson Crush that really extended his life, BRU had no idea where to look.
Could potentially be part manifestation of Turner as well, hoping that when the captain makes it back, the results don't change. so that they don't say that he's the one that dropped the ball. 2 rounds in, Captain Jonah's in the squad, and nothing has changed. RRQ still in the driver's seat, leading us to very early end within the series, perhaps. Osana about to be tagged. Abe bangs around and is the king. Kingfisher fishing out Wasana up close and personal.
What a swing there from Abai. Jonah finally punishes him and does. Is it a red? Ma'al not so healthy too. There is still a chance for BRU to turn this around with how the health bars are looking. But it's only going to get harder from this point onwards. Jonah is waiting for someone to come rescue Abai, but unfortunately misses the opportunity as Moshi pushes forward as well. But still, RQ, all 4 men back up. Jonah, another knock on the dudes. Ma'al also knocked down, but with Moshi removed, this is going to be round number 3 for RRQ Kazu. They are halfway there.
Bro, they are winning on all fronts. They get the cyber point. They get 3 rounds in a row. They want to look for the series point. They want to end this one early. They want to punish Buriram big time. And I have to say, the biggest game changer here is Ma'al. Dropping the intention to be a sniper, and he understands that Clash Squad perhaps needs a different sort of flavor, and he's taking the fight straight up to the Buriram players. Still, of course, keeping a little bit of distance between himself and Buriram through the VSS. But things have been perfect so far. He actually swaps out to the Thompson this time round. He wants to take a closer fight with the SMG.
Yep, has a VSS in hand just in case. Again, initial tags. Ranzai with the follow-up. I mean, this kid doing wonders now. Marvelous stuff. And the Orion Crimson Crush too. They cannot get him. Get high. Ends up getting knocked down. And that is, again, the perfect representation on how you utilize a composition with Orion is exactly what RQ is showing us. When you are moving forward as a unit, the Orion becomes such a priceless asset.
Turner's using up a lot of his manifestation juices right now. Captain Jonah just couldn't do much in that situation. Moshi with the Punisher from up top. With the Thompson able to find those knocks. Looking for the finisher, but barely enough HP. And Ranzai looking for the finisher. Does he have the glue wall to pull his buddies back up? Yes, he does. Backstab from Moshi is not going to cut out here. He gets the pickup and Ranzai with the Punisher off of the MP5. 4 rounds in a row. RRQ looking to split Buriram in half and blitz their way through.
I don't remember the last time I see BRU get potentially 6-0. This could be a first if it's never happened. This could be a first. I mean, our viewers still have some time to catch up to this moment, but imagine the shock of the BRU fans. So I did ask who would win, and of course, majority say BRU to no one's surprises, but the results are telling us a completely different story. And we even see the shift in Wasana, right? The head shake there. Things not going to the plan at all. 4 rounds in a row for RQ Kazu. 2 more for a clean sweep against one of the best teams we have.
I call bluff on Buriram, man. There's no way this is Buriram at their peak. Wasana, look at him, not even shooting, running away, looking for recovery. Ranzai find Moshi, punishes him big time. Ranzai, a sliver of health left on him. MP5, time turner investment by the Buriram players. Ma'al with the spray and just wild flanks coming on through, giving them the advantage. Get high, spray down again. And Jonah left all alone. Captain Jonah, what can you do? With the rest of his players down on the ground, bleeding out, Jonah stood no chance, punished by Abe and the Thompson.
I can tell you, even production doesn't believe that BRU is losing because we're in round 5 and the score is still 3-0. But guess what? It's now 5-0 as we head into round 6. RRQ on the cusp of a clean sweep over BRU. Can't you believe it? We caught up on schedule, but RRQ is about to put us ahead of schedule with how dominant things are looking right now.
Thank you, RRQ.
It's still 3-0. They're 5-0. Come on.
Production is in disbelief. They are in denial right now. Whoever who's a fan of Buriram on the production side, y'all need to wake up. RRQ's here to run them down into the ground. Ranzai, beautiful smoke. Thompson knocked up by the enhanced hammer on top of everything else. This is going to be a big opportunity for RRQ to finish this off. Series point for RRQ against the monsters Buriram, who don't look like a monster in this game.
Finally, the dust will slow down just a little bit. It has been high octane for the entire series, and now teams finally get a bit of a breather. But still, if you are BRU, you're looking at a 6-round run it back. And Wasana with a good opening onto Ranze. A very much needed takedown. As RRQ now springs into action, Du's trying to make contact, but not given the opening to do so. Jonah with the drop down here to reinforce the lines. And Jonah actually very low. Du still around the corner. They find Ma'al.
Wasana beautiful. He gets the back-to-back, but Abe finally punishes Wasana. Can he get the pickup though? Get High is here for the save, but punished by Dudes up close and personal. I tell you that Enhanced Hammer knocking the Thompson up, just giving a big advantage to RRQ. But Abe and Moshi both have the exact same gun. Can they get the clutch here? Moshi can't do much, and RRQ just smashed Buriram, who had Captain Jonah. Turner is smiling. I am not the problem, he says. RRQ was uncontrollable in the series.
And RRQ wins 2-0 over BRU. I would like to apologize for my earlier tantrum. I indeed voted for RRQ 2-0 over BRU. What a win for the Indonesians. Sure, game 1, 6-4, it was close, you know. There were fights on both ends, and people say that, okay, maybe because BRU were testing the waters, it was a litmus test for Turner. Game 2, they brought in Jonah, and they got completely smashed on their own map pick.
I'm not sure exactly where they were going to go with that one. You know, I talked about how Morse was going to be decent enough for a map like Nextera, but that's only if you have time to flank around. If your opponents are going to be rushing at you like some mad dog who's a tad bit hungry and you've got a hamburger in your hands, then you're going to have a little bit of a problem. Your stealth bites isn't going to be taking a bite out of the burger. RRQ took many bites, and unfortunately, Buriram had no response for it. I think Wasana tried to wake up in that final round, but he just got snuffed out later on by Abe. It was a brilliant game of Clash Squad by RRQ.
And it gave almost like the same vibe as the first series, right? AG.AL against EVOS Divine, like the third match, where you can sort of see the gradual descent into madness, where one team is just getting completely ran over. RRQ Kazu, they made the Ray work. Ray is now 2-0. I am still not fully convinced that is it. But RRQ, they found a solution, right? They were able to, they were daring enough to experiment, and the result speaks for itself. Like, it's hard to fight against what RRQ has put up so far.
Yeah, I think Ray is a beast in Clash Squad. He comes with his downsides, but if your team's going to be that aggressive with a little bit of a solid backup as well, and you've got the time turner on your side, I think it's a big game changer. RRQ played this one perfectly. The biggest surprising element was the fact that it was Ma'al on the Ray 2 rounds in a row, getting the job done. I feel like RRQ is just focusing on cleaning up their act in terms of wherever they were weak at, right? All of the points which perhaps had kept them away from getting to that #1 spot in the past competitions. They've identified exactly where they have gone wrong, and they're coming back in here with the fixes. Granted, this is Clash Squad, it's not Battle Royale, but they're looking like shining kings at this point of time. I mean, the scoreline is very convincing. RRQ was a beast in this fight against Buriram.
Yep, and this is already a very good start for the Indonesians, right? If there's any time you want to, bank your votes on them getting a good run, this could be it. But this is less of a highlight and more of a montage of RQ's Game 2 performance, where they just completely bulldozed through BRU. And it almost felt like BRU had no solutions, right? There was just no fight. They were not winning the gunfights. And even when they get traced, RRQ was just sharper.
Of course, as I say all of these things, and I kind of nod my head when you say or make these statements, one part of me also does not believe these words that are coming out of my mouth and your mouth, because at some points, Buriram looked like they just were not fighting, right? They were not even shooting. Wasana was just running around looking for the defensive spots. It just didn't look like a very aggressive Buriram. I don't know what they've got up their sleeves here. Maybe they want to make a lower bracket run, but it's just, I feel like they could have done better against RRQ, and there might have been a point in time where they just decided, we're just not going to go all out. Does that take the glory of winning away from RRQ? Absolutely not, because I think the way they got it done, especially with AG.AL once again on the front lines with the Thompson, with the VSS, with the Ray, it was just a shock factor for sure. I did not expect that out of the sniper from RRQ.
Yep, actually the greatest rusher in the entire match is AG.AL, the sniper of RRQ Kazu, right? It's not Ranze, it's not Captain Dutz, it's actually, and it's not even Abai. I think the greatest rusher is actually AG.AL, but Abai still the MVP of this game. And of all the characters, right? DJ Alok actually paid off with the Thompson, 7 elims and 15 assists, and he can't do any wrong. Like, this is RRQ's game.
Yeah, I think Alok with the Olivia is a big game changer for the guy. Wouldn't be my priority pick in a matchup like this, but at the end of the day, he's got that Rocky as well, just gonna make sure that he's gonna be constantly a thorn in the side of Buriram. And the most important factor of Abe was the fact that he was the guy with the enhanced hammer. So almost all of his coins was not going in for prioritization of defense or, you know, getting better guns. It was mostly being invested in upgrading these guns, enhancing these weapons to make sure their firepower is just a notch above, to take advantage of the fact that Buriram might be stacked on the defense and they'll just be able to penetrate through all of that, right? He also had the Joseph on him, and you know, the beautiful part about this whole setup was all of the assists that he managed to get just basically means that he was just running and gunning, getting those tags and sneaking away, allowing the rest of his team members to get the follow-up done.
Yep. More so, how are we supposed to answer to the people that is calling this this AI result, right? It is so unbelievable, but reality sometimes it doesn't go according to expectations, and this is a blowout. This is a complete landslide victory.
Yeah, I want to give it to RRQ. I really want to, but again, Buriram just did not look like they were going all out in this fight. Look at Moshi, no eliminations. Captain Jonah, everybody getting low numbers, I can understand, but get high, getting just 952 damage. This guy is the most supreme support player we have ever seen out there in the world of Free Fire. He definitely should get more tags. He was barely shooting out there. Wasana just kind of buzzing around. I felt like Wasana played only 1 round out of the 6 rounds in the second game up against RRQ. That was the final one where he got the 2 eliminations. But apart from that, they barely made any moves up against RRQ. But good on RRQ, man. I think it looks like their run was pretty solid. The active-passive skill lineup was, you know, a great combo as well. And it worked out for them. Buriram got punished 2 games in a row. Turner, no Turner, nothing turned around for them.
Hey, at least Turner can say he had a better performance than Jonah. Not something you want to brag about, but hey, you gotta take whatever scraps of win that you have. Still, just the first series, you know, all these teams have 2 more left. So BRU, I'm pretty sure they can bounce back from this. Not a problem there. But for now, RQ, they get to enjoy this euphoric victory over BRU. Again, game 1, 6-4, pretty close. But game 2, 6-0, the first 6-0 of the day.
And this is very much unexpected. The first 6-0 of all teams against Buriram. We don't even get to go into a game number 3, 2-0 scoreline. And I think Buriram did us all a very big favor so that broadcast gets to catch up on timing, but it just didn't go the way of the fans. The fans are definitely crying at this point of time, wondering what in the world just happened to their favorite squad. RRQ, on the other hand, you look at the numbers. Everybody put out those numbers in terms of damage. You can see Ranze actually got the least amount of damage in here, but in terms of the action that he got for himself, 10 assists, 7 eliminations, very active in the game. I'm surprised the damage was low.
Yeah, the game ended too fast, right? It's pretty hard to rack up more. I mean, Abai has a 22 KDA. Like, when was the last time you saw someone with a 22 KDA?
He had 0 deaths, no eliminations at all. They did not get taken down a single time in the 6 rounds. How insane is that?
Very, very insane. I have no words. This is. We literally say this is the most anticipated match, and it's also the fastest match.
Yeah. Not a single player on the side of Buriram getting a positive KD. That's a little bit of a surprise. Again, barely any shooting from the side of Buriram to keep up with RRQ. RRQ, on the other hand, they were just blazing through not just the series, but every single round was a blitz play for the squad. Let's check out the standings here as Buriram gets kicked down to the bottom. RRQ Kazu rises to the top with the 3 points.
And that's going to put BRU at the bottom for now. But of course, again, this is just the first series. They still have Argon MY and GAM XPE to go through. And coming up is going to be Argon MY against Gigabyte Marines XP Esports. So that is going to be interesting as well, as P Esports is the defending Clash Master champions.
I think it's going to be very tough in terms of a fight for Argon MY, but if they, just like RRQ Kazu, manage to pull off some miracle here, shutting down the reigning champions of Free Fire Clash Masters, then I think we are just going to go for a back-to-back shocker here to end day 1 of Free Fire Clash Masters. Our summer season seems to be heating up perfectly. You can fry an egg right now with the heat in the atmosphere.
Yeah, if our Argon MY beating GAMP XP is going to be an even bigger shocker than RQ Kazu beating BRU. Maybe Group B is the group of shocks, right? A group of surprises. Yeah. I wouldn't mind it at all. I think they would be very, very fun.
Imagine Argon beating Buriram. If Buriram continues to play like the way they played against RRQ, I don't think they're going to pull away a single victory in this grouping. It was not the best showing from Buriram at all. Are you guys disappointed? Am I disappointed? I don't think I'm disappointed. I think we've got a long journey before we get to the grand finals, and there's many, many more matches from the side of Buriram. And I don't think they're going to be dropping the ball when it comes to the elimination brackets. Here in the group stage, man, you can mess around as much as you want. Nobody's going to get eliminated just yet.
Yep, it's just upper or lower bracket. I mean, BRU, they literally had to make the longest lower bracket run in the qualifiers. So who's to say they can't do it again, right? Maybe group stage is really just them trying to get a feel of how things are going to be. It is not truly over until they actually get eliminated. But that's going to be the story for the next few days.
Absolutely, man. I mean, brilliant stuff overall from the first 3 series of the day. We are down to the final one. Is it going to be a 2-0, or will Malaysia show us something shocking? And look at me already saying that Malaysia is probably going to be at the receiving end of the 2-0, right? But of course, I have to say, even if they pull away a single game from GAM XPE, who look like they are on fire right now in Clash Squad, I will be fairly shocked.
I mean, we said the same about Aurora in the spring season, right? And now, they are inbound for Paris, so
that's true.
It's a good year so far. Now we got to see how far these teams can go. Of course, we haven't been on the stage since 2020. 2022 was our last appearance. So it's been a long time coming. It took us 4 years to get back to the international stage and even just the regional stage in general. So I am personally excited to see Argon MY play, especially these are some of our elite players that have been around for very, very long.
Absolutely. I feel like all the regions are waking up, man. South Asia's on fire. You see a lot of teams waking up there. In Southeast Asia, Vietnam's finally on their winning streak. Like we talked about GAM XPE, we talked about Secret WAG winning out Battle Royale as well in spring. I don't think the shocks are going to slow down or peter off. I think they're just going to come and in a landslide, probably a tsunami, and continuously pile on us, because it's these shock factors in all of these competitions that really keep us all going. I did not expect RRQ to take a 2-0 victory. The fact that they took it got me so excited. I am waiting to see more from them. And I really am curious, is this really the power level of Buriram, where they could not even pull away a single round from RRQ? I'm actually more shocked with the fact that they barely got any eliminations.
I think, like BRU has been the best team for so long that it's gonna be hard to accept that at some point in time a team is going to be better than them, right? And regardless of what the team is, it's gonna take a while for people to come to terms with it. But
that's true.
I think this is for now an isolated case. We'll have to continuously monitor for the rest of the year at least, right? Given the rest of the year, EWC, fall season, and then global finals, and then perhaps by then we can come to a conclusion and if BRU is still one of the greats.
Absolutely. And I think Brazil will be waiting to prove that BRU is not the greats. They are the greats, but of course the trophy room will show otherwise. History records will show that Buriram is definitely a well-accomplished squad who can turn it up when they want to turn it up. Whether or not Turner is a part of the turn up or not, we'll have to wait and see. I feel like Turner definitely needs more time to cook in terms of chemistry with the rest of the squad. They just don't look like a well-oiled machine. But as I say that, nothing actually changed when Jonah jumped into the fray as well, which was a little bit of a shocker as well. I think they just didn't recover off of that first game. But we would love to hear more from the side of RRQ. We've got another interview segment coming up for you guys. Unfortunately, we don't get Conchita Caroline on the interview segment. You guys catch up with them. We'll be right back with you in a bit.
Kalau manajer sih, yang penting dari saya sendiri sih ini selalu backupin Siran, karena dia kalau di backup tuh makin gacor lah mainnya lah, makin kuat lah. Kalau buat perasaan sih pasti senang karena main CS dari season kemarin kurang bagus lah buat RRQ Kazu. Mungkin buat di CS doang, karena di CS sekarang tuh buat dapetin AWM susah karena harganya mahal sih. Dan Ray juga kalau yang bisa pakai enak banget lah buat incar satu orang. Buat tim Argon nggak gimana-gimana sih, soalnya kita latihan sama dia juga kan, kita bantu terus sih. Pesan-pesan buat Argon ya semangat aja lah, semoga bisa konten.
A good point there by Ma'al. Yeah, I actually forgot we bumped up the prices of the AWM a tad bit there. So he's actually right. As a sniper, you're not actually going to get to your sniper very early in the game. So you're practically a sitting duck unless you switch up your playstyle, which is exactly what he has done. And it is actually bringing him those big numbers.
Even give us a preview on what to expect from Argon and why, who will be taking on GAM XPE next. And scrim partners with RRQ Kazu. Most of the time RRQ Kazu wins, but I always am a firm believer of scrim doesn't decide the actual result on tournament day. So I'm still keeping my eyes open to see how the performance of Argon MY is going to be. I think GAM XPE most likely will win the series, but we've been wrong on various accounts, and let's see if Argon MY can put up a fight.
You were right in the previous account. RRQ getting
by accident.
The 2-0 whooping pulled out against Buriram. But yeah, like you said, right, Argon MY up against GAM XPE. This is going to be the final series of the day. Are we going to see something surprising? Are we going to see a flat out beating handed out by P Esports? Either way, it will be determined in a little bit. Is it going to be a split? Is it going to be a blitz? We're going to wait and see. But a quick 5-minute break before we get to that. We'll see you guys in a little while.
Level of Southeast Asian Clash Squad dominance. This is the Free Fire Clash Masters SEA 2026 Summer. Let's break down the battlefield. First up, the group stage. 8 teams split into 2 deadly groups of 4. Every squad plays a single round robin in a strict best-of-3 format. Victory gives you 3 points. A loss leaves you with absolutely nothing. Once the dust settles, the rankings lock. The top 2 squads from each group punch their tickets straight to the high-stakes upper bracket. And if the teams are locked in a dead tie on points, the tiebreakers are brutal. We look at head-to-head results first, then total map differential, total map wins, and finally, total round differential. Only the best numbers move forward. Finish 3rd or 4th? You drop directly to the lower bracket, where one single slip-up means you are eliminated from the tournament. Except for the massive best-of-5 bracket finals and the grand finals, every playoff match is a merciless best-of-3 war. And how do they choose where they play? In the semi and grand finals, map priority isn't decided by a simple coin flip. It's forged in blood. Before the match starts, each team sends out their absolute best mechanical specialist for a high-stakes 1-versus-1 lone wolf duel. Win the duel, and you control the map pick order for the entire series. Get ready for a lot of intense 1-versus-1 in a BO9 match. Once the map is set, the ultimate mind game begins. The active skill ban pick. Using the official Global Finals draft tool, teams will systematically ban out dominant active skills and alternate picks. No more running the same meta combos every single round. And if you lose game 1, don't sweat it. From game 2 onwards, the losing team gets the massive advantage of banning and picking first. Adapt, counter, and outsmart, or watch your championship dreams burn to ash. 8 elite rosters, new mechanics, unrivaled chaos. Who will conquer the new era and cement their legacy? Find out live. Squad up, drop in, and get ready to master the clash.
Double kill.
One team rose above the rest. One team survived through the abyss of the lower bracket. Young blood, raw ambition. A 75% rookie roster for FFCM 2026. P Esports brings 3 rising stars to the fight, ready to turn FFCM 2026 into their playground. They begin their journey strong, winning against Heavy and EVOS. They gave Buriram a fierce fight and chipped the King's armor even though they lost. But the message has been sent to the world. P Esports is here to win. After suffering a defeat against the winged beasts Team Falcons, P Esports was sent to the abyss of the lower bracket. Amongst the foes stood one monster of a team, the former champions of CS, Team AG. P Esports fell down the monster AG and sealed their title as the Titan Slayer.
Nếu các bạn nghi ngờ về xem P Esports thì các bạn hãy theo dõi từ đầu mùa giải đến cuối mùa giải, bởi vì đôi khi cái sự nghi ngờ của các bạn lại là bất ngờ.
The Titan Slayer. P Esports marches down the lower bracket and meets a familiar Titan. Buriram stands tall as the last hurdle between P Esports and the grand finals.
P Esports redeemed themselves and destroyed the world champion Buriram,
and are one step closer to being named the 2026.
Well, survivors, we have arrived at the final series of this evening at the Free Fire Clash Masters Summer 2026. It's Husky and the Mustachio AJ, and we have lined up Argon and Y against Gigabyte Marines x P Esports in another best of 3 before we draw the curtains. And this one is going to be interesting. Defending champions of the spring FFCM up against Argon and Y, Malaysian team who hasn't been on the regional stage for the longest of time.
I mean, P Esports has beaten the greats, man. I don't know if we can count EVOS as part of the greats in Clash squad, but they've beaten them down. They've taken out AG.AL, they've taken out Buriram, they've taken out Falcons, and absolutely nothing stopping them at this point of time. But it's been a while. Definitely been a while. It's been a quick second since we've seen them perform in Clash squad. The last time at FFCM SEA Spring, they had a fantastic start, but not really a great end to their run. But Secret WAG stepped up for the nation. But it's not about the nation representation at this point of time. It's all about the squad representation. And P Esports needs to step it up once again. Can they do it this time round? Can they go back-to-back Clash Masters champion? Man, if they actually pulled it off, I would be speechless.
I mean, if they get to defend the title, I would be extremely speechless, and it would be quite the achievement for the team, especially. Of course, we did agree that PE is going to win this, but part of me hopes that Argon MY can put up a fight, right? Take one game, talk, ask, I know, but one can hope.
I mean, you can definitely hope, man. If you look at the players on the side of Argon MY, they've got Traps, Faiz, Noki, Alif. I think they also have Ajimbu on their side, which is a solid roster, right? And they used to be known as Toda in the past. They have definitely been in the esports circuit for a long time. So these guys are not new to a stage like this. It's just that they just haven't had a lot of coordination to dominate. I feel like consistency-wise within the Malaysian circuit, this team has definitely grown to a point where you can count on them. In Clash Squad, nothing has been proven by Argon MY just yet. But we did have the FFCM Malaysia where they did become champions. So let's see if or not that can translate here on the Southeast Asian leg as well for the Malaysian squad.
Starting with Argon MY, we got, again, like you mentioned earlier on, we got Traps, Alif, Noki, and Faiz, all veterans in the Malaysian scene. And they have been dominating for the longest of time, and they still are one of the more dominant ones alongside Aurora, or previously known as Team Vamos. So if we talk about local circuit, we have the talents, right? And it's all about taking it to the next step, which we have still been trying to break through. Last time we ever made it to a stage that big and had a chance was Global Final 2022. And now we have to fight off against the defending champions from spring of GAM XPE, LBT, Zeref, Huangxi, and Sichuan.
Man, I think this team is definitely one to look out for. And they were chumps when it came to the group stage run. But when it was the elimination brackets, they were just beating down opponent after opponent in the most unbelievable fashion. And now they're back in here. And they actually have a lot to prove because expectations are at an all-time high for GAM XPE in Clash Squad. If they do not deliver, I guess we won't say much because even Buriram didn't deliver.
Yeah. And I think, GAM XPE, they understand, I would say the stakes and the expectations coming for them, especially when you ride that momentum, right? And, having to start the summer season, I guess, against a easier matchup in a way, it's a very good time to see how dominant they can be. Right? Obviously, I think if we talk about power discrepancy, I'm looking at like a complete wipeout. But if Argon MY can put up a fight, then that is also a good thing. At least Group B is going to be a lot more competitive.
Yeah, I'm expecting a few rounds to definitely go the way of Argon MY, but are they capable of taking away the game from GAM XPE? Because, GAM XPE wasn't just a team that won it out mechanically, right? I think their drafts were really solid when they became champions. Their, double elimination bracket was a thing of beauty in terms of how they read their opponents, and they knew exactly which of those active skills, if they ban, would take away a lot of strength off of their opponents. And that's exactly what it's going to take for a team to go out there and dominate, because you need to know exactly where your opponents excel, where you can hit them the hardest, where it's really going to hurt, and then take advantage of that. And they have proven to be able to do that. But off of Argon MY, they do have a little bit of information off of FFCM Malaysia. That's the only dangerous point. If Argon MY did not play a qualifier, I think they would have stood a bigger chance. Now that GAM XPE has been able to study them, I think that definitely puts them in a little bit of a pickle.
And Argon NY gets the advantage of having first pick as well in game 1. Of course, the map pool also matters a lot, and I do wonder what is Argon NY going to get for the maps as well. In rotation, I'm expecting Kalahari to be there, but probably as map 2. And there's a high chance that Bermuda will be a map 3 thing. I think if you are Argon NY, if you're not confident enough on Bermuda, you don't want to take it first, since it is one of P Esports' better maps.
Absolutely. Whether or not the map will be an advantage for the side of Gamex PE or Argon NY is just going to stomp them down into the ground, just like what RRQ did to Buriram in the previous series. We'll have to wait and see. I'm very excited to see the drafts in a little bit, because that will give us a rough idea as to where Argon NY is in the overall grand scheme of things when it comes to strategizing for the upcoming match.
And I think, you know, for Gamex PE, I want to see, you know, like what have they sort of improved on coming into the summer season, because in spring season, sure, they won the whole thing. They gave us one of the best lower bracket runs, but a big part of it is also how these players sort of work together, right? And I think a big highlight really went over to LBT and how he led the team, and not only that, in how strategic he was, you know, approaching some of these rounds. Like, we know he has been one of the few veterans in the scene for the longest of time, but he really stepped up in spring. Like, he was the highlight of that season.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I feel like, you know, in the grand scheme of things, it is definitely a player that you can count on. And you look at Zaref and Wang Shi, and I think we have to count in LBT as well. In their capability of being a rusher for the squad, they have proven themselves. LBT very specifically has got the tenacity as well as the brains to call the shots out there on the battlefield, right? We have seen just absolute perfection out of him. But I also do wonder if or not C1 is going to be in a little bit of a pickle because of what Ma'al pointed out earlier. It's not going to be easy to get to the AWMs, which means earlier parts of the game, C1 needs to figure out how does he handle the battle. Is he going to take the fight up to the front lines just like what Ma'al did? Or is he going to be hanging back, you know, just like Moshi, and probably not walking away with too much, depending on the assault rifles? Maybe the Thompson might come out to play a little bit. Either way, I think it's going to be very important to see exactly how he positions himself out there in the fight, because I wouldn't be surprised to see Argon NY just have a 4-man rushing squad running the game straight up to Gamex PE.
And I think, you know, for Argon NY, another thing that probably they could do is just, I think you play with no pressure, right? And sure, you know, there's prize pool on the line and all of that, but I think coming into a tournament where people are in a way underestimating them is a good thing, because I feel like, you know, back then when we were still actively showing up on the regional stage, there is a certain level of expectations, and the local teams, they feel the stress, right? But being away from the circuit for, you know, 3-4 years and coming back fresh, I think it's a good time to start from ground up. And, you know, Argon NY, this could be the opening for some of these players who've been around for the longest of times, and like players like Fires, who actually has been to the world stage, to restart that journey.
Yeah, I think the meta is just very different now. The game state is so much more different, and that has allowed a lot of these regions to really put up a strong fight as well. The meta is evened out. A lot of the active skills are very much viable out there for the pick these days, be it in Clash Squad or Battle Royale, which is, it really changed the pacing of the game overall. And because in the past, when you had a meta, everybody would just bank on that one gun or that one active skill to go out and spam. Now it's not really like that. You actually have the flexibility to have an option of whatever suits your play style. And I think that was the beauty that Ma'al brought in early on as well when he played that Ray. It was a rare pick that just really suited his play style very well. I wouldn't expect that from a lot of the other squads, and Ray is just that kind of an active skill where if you're not good at using him, if you don't know how the mechanics of his you know, active skill works, you're probably going to be punished. But not only did Ma'al know it, but he executed those plays very, very well to give the team a big advantage as well. And that's exactly what I expect out of Argon MY. You know, show us exactly what you have learned from the current meta, show us what you bring differently to the table. And I think, like you said, you know, being a team that's underestimated, it does give them a big advantage. Maybe not many teams did the homework on Argon MY. This is the time for them to shut them down.
Yeah, and sort of like to get back onto the international stage, there is going to be a certain degree of like polish that people will want to see from both teams. But I think, you know, you take it one step at a time. And okay, so Bermuda gets picked by PE, and again, we did expect that if it's Argon picking the map, Bermuda is not going to be the opener. But if it's PE, yeah, of course, it's like literally one of their most comfortable map.
I thought Argon got the advantage.
Yeah, I
with
saw the
map
first pick,
but
right?
Yeah. So I don't know what happened there, but P Esports with the big advantage here. Bermuda is not going to be an easy play for the side of Argon MY. They'll have to make sure they don't really need to focus a lot on the glue walls first. I think the priority definitely has to be on the Wester helmets. Those medkits are going to be very important as well. But of course, before we even go that far, let's check out the drafts. Cassie taken out of the equation. Steffi banned by Argon MY.
One thing I want to see is also how like Argon MY adjusts to kind of being back on the regional stage. Right, like sure, like dominating domestically is a given because they are cream of the crop here. But now you sort of have to play on a slightly harder playing field, and adjusting back is not going to be easy because these players on the side of P Esports and a lot of the other teams participating, it took them years to constantly play on the regional stage and the world stage to get to the level they are at. Whereas for Argon MY, it sort of feels like to a certain degree you are thrown into the deep end. So pretty exciting stuff. We even saw C1 hovering over the Ray, but clearly didn't pick it up. Go for the Santino and the Coda for the roundup.
Okay, so the draft first pick was on the side of Argon MY, and the map first pick was on the side of P Esports. So this is actually very interesting. So they have gone in here with the initial investment onto Oscar, and the counter pick was LBT and Zaref bringing in the Zane and Orion. I'm really liking the fact that the instant response to that was Traps pulling in the A124 to counter the Orion play, potentially even countering the Zane on the front lines as well. If the A124 is popped even before the Coda uses the Aurora Vision, I think Argon MY will stand a very big chance to really crush the momentum of P Esports from the get-go. In fact, not allow it to ramp up and find their own momentum build up here on this Bermuda map. It's all about the execution, all about the timing, and all eyes on Argon MY as they take the battle up against the reigning champions Gamex P.
It's going to be quite the opener here, at least as an introduction or a welcoming party for Argon MY back on the regional stage after so long. Clash Squad nonetheless, definitely something different from the usual battle royale that we see. Let's see this opener. It's just pistols in the hands of both teams. But Argon MY, they do have a couple of tools that help them weather the storm of PE, especially that A124. Fi's definitely going to try to gain some ground with the stealth bites, but not really much of a flank going on here. They are spreading out their members though.
Okay, so Traps did not use the thrill of battle. Instead, it was C1 that popped the Aurora Vision. They've gotten the information already, and I feel like this is a smart play off of Argon MY, slowing the pace down, not going in for the rush, understanding they're at a disadvantage. But LBT just rushing on in there, and I feel like that was a brilliant play off of that Orion. The Crimson Crush being pulled out at the perfect timing to punish the players, and C1 cleaning up the rest of the players, making them bodies hitting the floor hard. Argon MY crushed in the first round.
A complete collapse on multiple angles. I think Argon MY had a decent idea, but the problem is if you don't really have much info on where P Esports is at, it's pretty hard to formulate a plan, right? I think Argon's formation was more of trying to catch a crossfire, but P Esports just swarmed them. So a crossfire unfortunately didn't really work out, and Noki found out the hard way. Small matter there. It's just the approach from P Esports is a lot more organized, and not to mention they have the Santino to work with too.
Flank to the left from the Shape Splitter. Wang Shi will have a reset to flank. And the play on the side of Argon MY is perfect here on the knock for Zaref, but LBT, but a sliver of health left on him. will be able to get the knock onto Noki. Big advantage for P Esports as they pick each other right back up. Argon MY only has Faiz. And then sorted out by C1 from afar. The Thompson coming in handy in that battle. 2-0 Argon MY on the back foot now.
Again, just complete mow down. A good idea from Argon MY. This one is a lot more honest. Just take the fight against PE with Faiz as a long-range support, but clearly PE outgunning them. So nothing much that can be done. I think Argon MY, they can try to switch it up and go for a more strategic approach and utilize the utility, especially when you have someone like a Morse on your side. It does alter how you want to play these openers, and it's also a double-edged sword, right? Like, for example, like Faiz, he's deep in enemy lines.
Aleph bringing in the Tatsuya. After the Tatsuya has gotten nerfed down to the ground already, makes me a tad bit curious as to how is he going to be able to pull this one off. C1 getting Aleph out of the equation, man. That's just a no play off of Argon MY. They got close enough to the cyber point, but P Esports smashed them with that flank. Questionable for sure on the side of Argon.
I think Faiz wanted to get into a flank position, but I think his head popped out and got instantly blasted. So unfortunate there. Again, right idea, but very linear approach, right? And I think that's sort of like, you can see sort of the lack of experience, I guess, on the regional stage, where the plan from Argon MY is there. There is the blueprint, but a lot of variables still needs to be considered. They will swap the starting location now, so that means that Faiz doesn't really get to sneak into the backline as often, and unfortunately P Esports going into positions first, and you can see a potential pincer maneuver coming in.
Oh man, what a shot from LBT on the Thompson. Dangerous, and the grenade follow-up is perfect. And they find another one for themselves. LBT, a monster for sure on that Orion. Crimson Crush being pulled out just so that he doesn't get snuffed out. Wang Shi on the hunt. Traps up against C1, stood no chance. Faiz left all alone in the battle, having to deal with 4 players on the side of Gamex PE. Looks like this is going to be an easy 4-0.
No contest there. P Esports again, just quicker on the draw, getting into the position quickly, and I think Argon MY, we're starting to see the pattern. They like to go, they want to go for the traditional front to back, right? They have 2 members in the front, have someone supporting from afar, which is most of the time going to be Noki and Faiz. But first of all, Faiz has the mini Uzi, Morse, which doesn't help, and the Morse too. So pretty counterintuitive. But not to mention that they should realize by now, Gun PE wants to be in their face.
Aleph 4 rounds in a row, and he only has accumulated 49 damage out of the 4 rounds. How insane is that? He has barely been able to play. LBT aggressive once again. Faiz all alone on that second floor. Third floor is not going to be accessible. No jump pads for the squad, so no high ground advantage for the side of P Esports, but I guess that doesn't really matter to them. Traps is going to get caught out here by Wang Shi on the flank, but a good glue ball keeps him safe. Wang Shi breaks that down, pulls out his own defenses, and on the other side, Faiz and Noki get knocked down to the ground. Aleph still standing, but not for long at all. Man, we are blitzing to the finish line.
In any other situation, LBT would not have been able to get away with this move. It's insane stuff. Man just ran down to 3 people, wills aside, breaks the glue wall, switches back to his primary before finally getting knocked down and doesn't even get eliminated in the end. So P Esports, a clean record. 0 deaths on everyone's side. I mean, the KDA is going to go through the roof after this game. So the record we have so far is 22, I believe, on Ranze. Let's see if anyone on PE can break this.
I mean, can we see the thrill of battle already from the side of Traps? I feel like the A124 has not been extremely effective at all for the side of Argon MY. And the players on the side of Gamex PE have been able to run all around, dominating these battles. C1 straight to the head. Aleph dropped down to the ground. That Tatsuya basically doing nothing in this first game. Traps will get caught out as well alongside Noki. Faiz again, the final one left in here with the MP5 in hand, up against 3 players. He needs a miraculous play to survive, and he does not find it. 6-0. A blitz to the end. First game wrapped up quick. Thank you very much, PE.
Yeah, it's very much within expectations. We knew that this is a possibility, and Gamex PE delivered it on a silver platter. Unfortunately for Argon MY, I think this is clearly a lack of experience and just a complete power gap between these two teams. And I don't blame them. I think, this outcome, it wouldn't have been any much different. Maybe a round or two for Argon MY, but GAM PE taking 6-0. It's also within the realm of possibility. Argon MY, the approach, I would say, is not really off their fault. I think it's very reasonable to go softer on them. I think they're just playing by the books and what they are used to domestically, but on the regional stage, it's a very different playing field.
Yeah, that Tatsuya was just not the right pick, right? I don't think the extra bit of dash did him any bit of favors whatsoever. So that's definitely questionable. But when you look at the lineup on the side of P Esports, it was perfect. And was there a counter pick from the side of Argon MY? Yes. Was that counter pick's active skill used? No, which was just so sus. I mean, they had 6 rounds, 6 opportunities to lock them down with the thrill of battle. Make sure LBT does not get to roam around freely with the Crimson Crush and bully everyone. But no, man, he was allowed to bully everyone. And I'm just wondering exactly what happened there for Argon MY.
I actually was, kind of paying attention to when the A124, used the ability. A lot of times it's like, the opening sequence of the round where it used 0 impact, right? Where there was no return on that. I mean, maybe like on round 1, he used it because everyone was close to each other. But when you go into the later rounds of game 1, it was just very early on. And clearly, it didn't really give them any sort of an advantage. And if you are P Esports, you just wait it out.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't even need to wait it out. Most of the time, they were just running at them. Timing was definitely off. But I guess this is exactly what the group stage is for you to learn from your mistakes. And I think I saw Traps go in for 2 of those rounds where he invested in the grenade. And those nades didn't really bring anything. I don't think there was any coordination from the side of Argon MY to, follow up on those lethals, on those frags. And when P Esports brought out those grenades, on the other hand, you saw a very different story. The coordination of having their players on the front lines, for example, LBT get close enough with the Thompson before those nades were tossed out. I think those are the kinds of adjustments Argon MY needs to bring in here to stand a chance up against P Esports, or else you're actually going to end on time.
We are going to actually end on time. P Esports is they're speedrunning as fast as possible, right? We're not going into the late games at all. The games end like in one of the few first opening sequences. But Argon MY, you can see the effort of trying to fight back. But man, they get outgunned at every single turn.
Yeah, and of course, there is a counter of that A124 on the side of P Esports as well. We shouldn't forget the Josephs on the side of P Esports have been making the difference for their rushes. Even if you do pop that A124 up against that Joseph, that A124 is absolutely useless. Like you can see here in the hands of Seat1, that's exactly what he has, that Silver Spoon. He, on the other hand, has got the Coda, he's got the Rocky, so he's going to be able to get those extra refreshes, a quicker refresh on the active skill every time he uses it. And, it was just a surprise with the pacing of matchup. But on top of anything else, a little bit of a surprise here is also bringing Kelly in. It's been a while since we've seen her out here in the passives listing. Just increases your sprinting speed by a little bit, which shows us the mentality of P Esports. They just literally wanted to run at their opponents, and they executed it very, very well round after round.
Yeah, that is very confident, right? Very confident. Yeah. That they are gonna dominate this game, and I don't blame them. So far, KDA record not broken just yet. Probably the second highest, Seat1 with 19. But on Argon MY side, this is gonna be a harsh beatdown. I think behind the scenes, coaching staff, you have to manage the expectations of these players, right? Like, it was an inevitability, but at least they made it here, and it's going to be a long journey, especially having to restart from the ground up.
Yeah, I dare say at one point Malaysia was better than Vietnam. So Malaysia definitely needs to dig deep and ask themselves, what the hell happened? How did we get left in, the dust as Vietnam just took off? And they are running things down here in Clash Squad and Battle Royale, and we are still lagging behind. In fact, we've missed out on a couple of opportunities on the global stage, and that's definitely cost the nation quite a little bit so far on the catch-up game. And This is such a one-sided matchup. Only Fires with a single elimination. I've never seen a 0.0 KD ever.
You basically didn't play the game. Spend more
It's a
time.
-6 actually. I think we're being kind to them.
Technically it is, but KDs don't go into the negatives, you know. So in a way, you're correct. But yeah, it's they spend more time not playing the game, unfortunately. And you can chalk it up to, okay, we were playing on PE's best map, you know, it's Bermuda, and we sort of know that if Bermuda is open for the taking, P Esports gonna take it, and they're gonna roll over Argon and Y. Now I want to see Nextera, right? It was Argon's pick. Out of the remaining 3 maps, Argon and Y decided that Nextera was the map that they have the best chance on.
It looks like the reigning defending champions of Clash Masters are showing that there is a good reason why they're called the Clash Masters at this point of time. They played that to perfection. The draft was beautiful. The execution of those plays even more brilliant. Yes, the A124 was there as a counter. They knew exactly how to counter that counter, going in with the Josephs, just barely being paused at all. And like you said, the players who did not bring in the Joseph, all they had to do was just wait on the back lines and say, okay, you guys go and get the job done first. And most of the time, the rushers who had the Joseph got the job done. And the follow-up with those remaining at the back, you know, it just didn't take a lot from them at all. Beautiful stuff overall. If you look at the chances of Argon MY making their way back in the series based off of that first game, it looks impossible unless something crazy happens with the next draft.
It really just looks like there's too much, the power gap is too much, right? It's almost impossible to kind of catch up within this short period of time. But again, I want to see what else does Argon MY have left up their sleeves, and if they still stick by the book of, you know, what has been working so far, I wouldn't blame them. But it also gives a very clear direction of where they should, you know, move towards next in terms to improve their gameplay.
Absolutely, man. I'm expecting. So do you still stick with your prediction 2-1?
I mean. Sure. Why not?
You got lucky once. I
got way too lucky.
I have no idea how you got lucky on the previous one. Buriram taking a beating from RRQ. I don't think anybody saw that one coming. Chat just lost it. But this one, I think everybody kind of predicted the same except you. You still think they're going to lose, but you think they stand a chance to pull away one game. I kind of think I might be wrong, right? I think Argon MY does stand a good chance to pull this back. I think they were very nervous. They haven't really played it at a level like this just yet in Clash Squad. And they just need to dip their feet into the deeper end a tad bit. They did that. They drowned. They got saved. Thankfully, someone threw in a buoy for them. Let's hope they get to swim a little bit more in this next game. I'm not expecting a full-on game victory, but at least a few rounds, a few eliminations just to show us that they're still in here.
Yeah, and I mean, even for like Argon MY, just because this is like the first regionals in the longest of times for most of these players, people might, the newer viewers might not even remember who they are, might not even know who they are, right? Like,
ouch.
Only true OGs will know. Like 2021. No, 2021, right? 2021, that's sort of like when we sort of seen them alongside, Axel, Cobra, Too Fast, some of the names that are still around. But yeah, Argon MY again, they've stuck around for long enough.
2021 was a long time ago.
It was a long time ago. The genesis of like the new era, I guess, of Free Fire.
Oscar banned out here by Gamex PE. Steffi of all skills taken away here by Argon MY. I wonder what they're up to. The Zane for the initial investment. Argon MY gets a double pick and they go in for a beautiful combo. They've got the Cassie with the electrotherapy plus the Crimson Crush off of that Orion. And I think this is going to give them a little bit more tankiness on the front lines. I hope they don't bring in another Tatsuya.
Yeah, I think here you take Koda if you are GAM PE. I think you take Koda and I mean Koda Chrono works. They're both fine. Koda Chrono, I wouldn't put it past them if they would just want to go for the Ray at this point, right? Just give Ray the LBT, let him do the 1v3 again. With how explosive they were in round one, that Ray would have so much value but I don't want to see the Moors. I feel like you should pivot. Go for, man, who else is there? I know Ignis, someone, but not the Moors. I think they just aren't getting value out of it.
No, they're definitely not getting a lot of value out of this. In fact, at this point, I'll even take the nerfed narrow, which they do take as well. And they actually take your Ignis that you suggested. So I'm actually liking the lineup here on the side of Argon MY. It's not too shabby at all. The Chrono is that final lock-in here for LBT. And Gamex PE has a solid lineup as well. I think that Sentino is going to be very annoying, especially in the hands of Wang Shi. And, you know, if Wang having this Sentino with Zeref on that Zane as well, I feel like the front lines is going to be really strong. I do expect LBT to be on the Russia side of things as well, together with that Zane. So can you imagine that Zane, not only does he have the extreme encounter, he also has a Chrono to back him up. That's going to be pretty deadly.
As if you know it wasn't already hard enough to take them down without these utilities, and now they have ways to reinforce themselves in the fight. Gonna jump into Nextera. This will be Argon MY's map pick. See if they stand a better chance against Gamex PE, or it will be another wash of a 6-0.
Let's see how they will come back here. Argon MY still expecting to see some beauty off of their place. They're looking for that long flank. Oh man, I don't think. Ah, beautiful. Off of this flank, they send the Flame Mirage first, and they are going to be covered all the way through. And Gamex PE says nope as they go ring around the Rosie on the second level.
Pai is telling his team to wait for him because he is lagging behind. But okay, a better start already. Whew. Zeref, he ran straight in. He's gonna get sprayed down by Noki. Already a better start for Argon MY. Here comes Trap with the second one. All right, Argon MY off to a fantastic opening. It's just Wang Shi left, and I don't think he can do this one before.
That's what I'm talking about. I think that was a brilliant play from them. They strategized this well. The Flame Mirage was a thing of beauty, and they had the right active skills on their side as well, right? They had the opportunity with the electrotherapy on the side of Alif, just boosting up Noki in that battle. I don't think that I saw the Crimson Crush come out for the play at all. Argon MY just weren't pressured that much from the side of PE. But they'll have to be careful. The Deagle's in play this time around, and that hand cannon can definitely do a lot of damage on the side of P Esports.
It was definitely a bit of a weird move as well. Like Zero sort of doubled back into the fight, but didn't really put up much of a fight at the same time. There's an investment up from Argon MY. They're willing to, you know, put in the cash to get better weaponry, and Zeref is already tagged down to red.
Noki? Is he seriously going in here for the push all alone? He does have the Crimson Crush to buy himself a tad bit more time.
What?
But I think that's way too daring if you ask me. This, I don't think that was the exact intention of the mannequin, but it is going to be exactly what it is here for Wang Shi. A little bit of a misplay, and they will get punished for it. 2 rounds in a row. Argon MY overwhelming P Esports, but LBT, no medkit on him. Look, it's shut down by Ale, fished out with those Kingfishers.
Wow, the Cassie actually doing a lot of work. That is why electrotherapy is one of the prize abilities in this game. Does so much passive health regeneration, constantly make sure that you are topped up in the fight, and really forces you to confirm the knockdown and then the takeout. If not, it will be, if not, all your efforts is going to be negated, and that's precious resources, especially in Clash Squad. Argon MY up to easily rebuy it for traps.
Big advantage this time. It's going to be the Cyber Drop Noki on the front lines, powered up by Alif, as well as that electrotherapy. Top instead to catch traps, and the backstab was perfect to punish the player.
Yeah, unfortunately, Travis slightly slow on the draw there, and they weren't able to take out Zeref, so Faiz gets knocked down in the process. Wang Shi getting backstab, but still wins the fight regardless. P Esports. This is the round that starts mattering when you start getting better weaponries. You need to see Argon MY start winning these big gun rounds. P Esports clearly fought back and got a clean one themselves.
The capability to bring out the bonfire a little bit later in the rounds, definitely making a big difference for these players who do not have a medkit on them. And the super bonfire making sure it gets Zeref back up in shape. didn't get sprayed down. Instead, he backed up the rest of his team members to get the numbers in here for the side of P Esports, who pull one round back, and more importantly, they managed to get their hands on that cyber point.
Round 4 PE. Let's see. The approach this time is a 2-2 pincer split. Argon and Y is going to group up to take the second floor. Just correct move. The time turner is used, but Blue Wall blocks out, and now a funnel created by Argon MY. Attacking P from multiple angles, but P, they're going to decide to go into the building instead. Trying to overwhelm Argon MY, and now Argon MY trapped in the slow cooker. Huang Shi with the initial takedown, and the conversion from the rest of PE is good.
Let's see if or not they can pull this one away. Faiz with a survival play, doesn't get there. Zarif with the punisher off that MP5. 2 rounds in a row now, P Esports. Slowly, but potentially surely making their comeback in here up against Argon MY. Pulled off a big momentum booster from the pistol round. But just couldn't punish this time.
Yeah. It's sort of, again, we said Argon MY, they have to win these important gun rounds, but Esports, they just use Argon MY's playbook against them, right? Trapping them in their own setup and just winning the subsequent gunfight. And Argon MY, they won when the weaponries weren't that great on P Esports, but on even grounds, still a lot more to be desired.
Flame Mirage up fourth. Gonna tag. Oi! Stops just short of the players on the side of P Esports. Does not tickle them at all. Barely functional for the side of Argon MY. Alif sprayed down. Wang Shi going in for the hunt. Noki will be able to turn that around alongside Zarif. And this is P Esports just stepping it up, leaving traps all alone, and P Esports are definitely on a run now to pull this one back.
3 rounds in a row, and they again halfway there to that series win. Argon MY, especially Noki, trying to be sneaky, but if you have the Crimson Crush with no one backing you up, it's only a matter of time before they take you down, as 3 members of PE basically surrounded him for the elimination, and Huang Shi survived the encounter too. So another round where P Esports carries forward what they have.
Man, this is not looking good at all. Yet another cyber point went the way of P Esports. Argon MY, apart from the first 2 rounds, haven't really gotten the big objectives sorted out in this game just yet, up against Gamex PE, who look like they want to pull a finisher here. Winchester in the hands of the Argon MY players, but most of the shots just not finding those connections. Can see the mannequin laid out here already. Huang Shi with the reposition, looking for the big one. LBT on the follow-up with the MP5. Gets the spray down. And Alif might just be able to pick up his buddy.
Good chance. Rescue coming in, but fortunately, didn't really work out, and Bias left on an island. 1v1 against Huang Shi. Brings him low, but low is not enough. Fortunately, Conveyor ends up blocking the bullets, so Esports are going to finish off whatever's around them, and eventually Fies will end up going down to 4-2, and that's a 4th consecutive win for P.
Not looking good at all if you are a Malaysian fan. Next round is going to be a crucial one for the side of Argon MY. If they drop the ball again, this will be the sweetest reverse sweep for the side of Gamex PE. Obviously not from the craziest standpoint, making a comeback 5-0 down, but I guess that's all the blood Argon MY will be able to draw from Gamex PE in this game if they don't do anything beautiful. I felt like they were initially playing this so perfectly. Alif straight up, using the zip line to cut their way down to the mid side of the battlefield. Noki in a dangerous spot down at the bottom. LBT looking for the Punisher, finds the double connection with the Winchester. Zarif at the backstab and will put the guy down.
Oh, we would find one, but unfortunately, Conversion still needs a bit more. That's 2 of P Esports down, and Noki gets brought back up. LBT found.
There you go.
Argon MY showing some signs of life again. It's the entire team against Situan. They should be able to bring Fies back up and make it a 1v4, unless a miracle happens here with the Winchester in Situan's hands. Should be Argon's round. Arlif with the confirmation there, so Argon NY keeping it close.
Keeping it close, but a big factor of victory for the side of Gamex PE was looting the cyber point right under the noses of the Argon NY players. And that's going to give them a massive, massive advantage for this next round to pull the series to an end. Do they go for the level 4 West in the earlier parts of the game? Do they have enough coins? Yes, they do have enough coins. So this is definitely going to be a punishing round here for the side of Argon MY. No investments coming on through just yet for Gamex PE. LBT smoked out, no key, under pressure, but it will be the electrotherapy that saves his life, putting LBT in a little bit of a pickle in a 1v2, but through the smoke, blind shots as he punishes no key.
LBT greeted out, trying to go for the knuckle sandwich and ended up getting shot. And that's good news for Argon NY. They get a numbers advantage. Guangxi getting found by traps too. An equalizer inevitable at this point. Sitwan again left to his own devices. Almost caught mid-air in a 2v1, but there's a Cassie on the other side. But this is going to be a tough one.
Skoda is on cooldown. Traps dropping down to the lower ground to see if he can get picked up, and Bias finds the finisher either way. And this is that punishing round from the side of Gamex PE that I thought would pull them back in, but Argon MY showing us that they still have the fight in them.
That's what we want to see. That's actually, quite the positive there. From the side of Argon MY, 4-4 now. P Esports not really having the same results as game 1, where they basically wiped the floor with Argon MY. There's a lot more composure here. And maybe the map does make a bit of a difference. Finds the setup there as Olive progresses forward with the help of Noki. Again, this Cassie is providing so much value. Zero with the Trogon of all things finds one. But Noki able to find the exchange. LBT in the midst of things calls for backup on the C1. And C1 goes to the flank. Noki wins again.
Unbelievable play. Peace, but Gamex PE just hyper-focusing on the cyber points by the looks of it. They just don't want to go for the round victory, or at least that wasn't the main priority for them, and they paid a big price, allowing Argon MY now to get to match point and to potentially survive into round 6. But the big problem is going to be that 4th cyber point, leading them to those level 4 West, leading them to the extra layer of defense. And they're so much more difficult to take down. Gamex PE does have a phenomenal advantage in this next round.
Incredible stuff from Argon MY. We wanted the fight. We wanted to see some fight, and we certainly got it. Now it's about closing out the round. Obviously for P Esports, like you said, they do have the full cyber points. They gain access to this premium loadout. And Argon MY have been able to punish them in the past few rounds, especially when P Esports got a bit too overzealous. Zerif again, the Trogon in hand of all things, finds a takedown. They play around with the Chrono Dome, but Argon MY also have theirs, and now it's Pandemonium, and this time P Esports are going to be the one that wins out to bring us to sudden death.
Man, like I said, those level 4 West do not mess around. It's like a walking tank. That's the advantage you get in these rounds. Argon MY, they were winning out a couple of engagements, a couple of eliminations. I guess that's exactly what we were asking from them, right? Just show us some rounds, show us some eliminations. They showed up, but with the objective play, Gamex PE just showing up a tad bit stronger. But it's not over just yet. Malaysia still stands a good chance to push this into a game number 3, depending on this round. Series point for Gamex PE, match point for Argon MY.
Yeah. And it could have been a better location to close out this. You do have the narrow that could control some of these crucial zones. We see an early smoke grenade thrown out. So it does cut off the line of sight for P Esports and allow Argon NY to go for the setup. The UAV also sent out too. Argon NY, let's see if they can capitalize on that info.
still a little bit of a deuce here from the side of PE, not wanting to go in for the rush just here. Left tagged. Noki still the one who's going to be on the front lines here for the squad with that Orion. It's all about the timing, and I believe that Aurora Vision was already played, so it's on cooldown now. Seat1 is to hope and pray that Argon MY doesn't run at them just yet. And there you go, another Aurora Vision pop. A updated information list here for the side of P Esports. They know exactly where to focus the attack.
Yeah. Just now, Huangshi actually got a decent timing with the mannequin position switch, but didn't get any takedown. So Argon NY averted a bit of the storm. The Aurora Vision use as well. Plenty of tags, and let's see if P Esports wants to take on the fight into Argon NY like that. Huangshi is going to keep Faiz occupied, so we get a 3-1 split on both sides, but Huangshi throws out the mannequin too. Faiz is going to keep him locked down, and now he has a time turner. Seems like it's favoring Argon NY so far. P Esports looking to blitz through, but Traps ends up getting knocked down by Zeref. LBT couldn't make it to cover, but Noki might be the difference maker here. They take down 3 of the PE members, and Argon NY will be able to claim the Booyah on map 2. 6-5 on Nextera. We are going the distance.
That Crimson Crush, the difference maker. Noki definitely crushed it for the side of Argon MY. I have no idea what the hell happened in the game number 1, because that was not the Argon MY we saw. This version of Argon MY, deadly, and a big potential to crush Gamex PE, who are hyper-focused on those cyber points.
There's a good chance we see an upset here. They did have to fight for it. You know, they were behind, and then they slowly caught back up. But I think that one of the bigger difference maker was just Argon MY, a lot more systematic with their approach, right? They weren't just blindly running into PE anymore. In fact, they were forcing Gamex PE to play their game. And a lot of these fights enabled by the fact that the glue wall usages was good, but having the Crimson Crush and the electrotherapy, I think it's a bit too much even for Gamex PE.
Yeah, I think it's a super power combo, right? And if you don't have that A124 to kind of straight away disable the connection of those active skills, I think it does change the game a tad bit here. And you're right, that Orion and the combination of that Cassie off of that Orion is just one that is unforgiving. But I don't think the electrotherapy even had to be used at all, because the way the Orion was played was a thing of perfection. The timing was absolutely perfect. And I think Argon MY woke up in this game number 2. And I'm very happy to see that, because, man, I was actually thinking they were going to be easy meals for these other squads. But Malaysia just stood up and said, nope, that is not going to happen. It was a fluke in that first game. We wanted to force the Tatsuya. Nothing happened off of that. And they made sure they don't go experimentational anymore. And when they got serious with the draft, they took the fight to PE for sure.
Yeah, and also it's worth noting that, you know, being able to recover from an 0-6 loss isn't easy, right? Like they got completely bulldozed in game 1 and still were able to kind of maintain their composure and win out a close game 2 where they were literally 1 game away from losing the whole series. So very impressive showing there from Argon MY. And now we are going to go into map 3, which is I believe Solara, and that would be Gamex PE's map pick again.
What an unexpected turn of events here, with Malaysia waking up and forcing us into a game number 3. Damn it, Husky! You got your prediction right again. Okay, almost.
Almost. Depending on who wins this, right? Like, I got the 3 games one right.
Yeah.
Now we gotta see who closes out the series.
Absolutely, man. I did not expect to see such a turn of events here for the side of Argon MY, who initially did not look like a big threat up against Gamex XPE. But like you said, that Orion being that game changer, but the Nero managing to pull away 6 eliminations, 12 assists, all thanks to Faiz and his sharp shooting, and the Kairos as well. This was that one game changer I did not expect to see from the back lines.
Yeah, the Nero actually like in a lot of these the later rounds, we actually saw not only did Argon MY set themselves up with the glue wall and prevented an immediate push, but because of having the Nero and the Orion, even when P Esports tried to really force the occasion, they have to eat the utilities, right? Like they don't get to go on the offensive for free. So there are some very good values that FiZ got out from this ability.
Let's check out the scoreboard here to see what the stats are like, because obviously it was a massive rampage from the side of Argon MY this time around, but the numbers are not too shabby on the side of GAMX PE. 9 eliminations off of that Zane, thanks to Zerif and his mechanical skills. 6 off of Wang Shi, LBD getting the 5. But the boys that definitely shined quite a little bit was Argon MY. After that first game where they literally got no eliminations, in all of those rounds, they definitely brought the numbers in.
Yeah, and a more even showing, I think, props to Alif and Noki as well, really putting in the groundwork. And this time, their formation of trying to put someone at long range actually paid off, and they actually punished C2 a lot, right? Like C2 was sort of like the ones that was causing a lot of problems in game 1, and even for Zerif, who resorted to just trying to blitz with the Trogon, they were able to find a solution for that as well.
Yeah, man. And looking at the match summary here, obviously a little bit more of a balanced KD average on both sides, and with Argon MY just tipping the scales towards their side this time around. Obviously, that's going to be the case with the round victory and the eliminations, but it's the damage that I'm very impressed with off of FiZ. He was relentless in these rounds, an average of 407 damage per round, 2 headshots in total. Probably not the most accurate player out there with those headshots, but he still got the job done.
This one, so now everything I think is back to the 50-50 again. I'm looking at Solara and I'm thinking that sure, PE picks Solara, but again, it's gonna be less one-sided than on Bermuda. And now I want to see if Argon MY is gonna stick with the Orion, or will P Esports say, you know what, we are gonna take the Orion for ourselves.
I think the Orion's going to get banned, looking at how crucial he is for the state of victory here on both sides. I feel like when GAMX PE was using the Orion, he was a menace. Probably not as big of a menace in the hands of Argon MY. So if GAMX PE is not going to be, well, so GAMX PE got the map pick, which means the draft first pick is going to be on the side of Argon MY. So they are basically in the driver's seat here for the ban, and they get the first pick as well. So they actually have a good chance of taking the Orion for themselves.
Yeah, they actually, if they want to first pick the Orion, I think they most definitely can do that. I feel like there are other picks that's worth going for the Orion. I could be wrong though. We'll have to see how that pans out. I think Orion probably will get let through again because it's too big of an investment to ban him out. We'll see how the draft plays out. But I think for P Esports, at least they aren't really phased by the game too. It's just whoopsie, we got a bit too complacent. Now we got to clean up our act.
Absolutely. Let's see how this one swings. Big smiles on the faces of the Argon MY players this time round. And that's nice to see. A little bit of raised spirits after such a close game where managed to sneak away the victory under the noses of the reigning champs. Man, if Argon MY can keep this up, taking the fight up against the reigning champs, smashing them as well would be a fantastic start to their Clash Masters run.
Would be quite the unexpected one too. Like who would have thought that? I mean, we've already saw some upsets earlier on, right? RQ 2-0ing BRU, but this is one that is even more unexpected in the grand scheme of things.
Absolutely, man. Big smiles, big smiles on the side of GAMX PE as well. It looks like they're gonna be looking for the big punisher. Let's check out the map pick once again. Like you said, this one is on the side of GAMX PE, and they'll be walking us into Solara for this next game.
Yeah, and see GAMX PE. So between Solara and Kalahari, they take Solara. I still think it's gonna be closer probably one of the closer maps. I'm not sure how it would fare against like Nextera, but I think in this case, the draft is going to be the most important element as we hop into the drafting phase for map number 3. And again, Argon and Y get their hands on the first pick Orion, but this time they will not have access to the Cassie.
Yep, okay. Good play here by GAMXPE. At least you get one annoying active skill out of the equation. And at the very least, they will not have to mind a very aggressive version of the side of GAMXPE. Since they took that Oscar out of the equation, their glue walls are going to be fairly functional on the Solara map. But GAMXPE do have the threatening side of that Zane. And the Steffi is going to keep them defended. So those grenades are probably going to be very easily negated on the side of GAMXPE.
Steffi, Zane, DJ, Alok, and Koda as the answer. So it's sort of like what we saw earlier on from RQ Kazu, a bit of that. Ignis and Santino as the response from the side of P Esports. I'm really going to go for the Morse. I think the Nero probably is the better choice. Again, I don't like the Morse, any capacity.
There you go.
So
yeah,
stick with the Nero.
Yeah, the Nero's not too bad, and I agree with you. I think the Morse has not been the most effective active skill out there so far. In fact, even DJ Alok is going to be a better pick in comparison to the Morse at this point of time. It's not like the Morse is not viable, right? It's just like the Santino. You need a really good user to kind of make the best or bring the best out of that active skill. Just wasn't really seen so far out of Argon MY. Let's see exactly what they do here on the Solara map, though. It's the final map. It's the final game of day 1 here at our Free Fire Clash Masters 2026 summer. And an opportunity to beat down the reigning defending champions of Clash Masters, GAMXPE themselves.
Definitely would have expected this to be the road we go down, especially with 2 contenders that seemingly felt like heaven and earth. But here we are, Argon MY. Ignis wall being thrown up, Flame Mirage from P Esports. Trap Steel getting the first drop on the Zera. Whoa, Noki with the follow-up there. And Argon MY already off to a brilliant start. Clean round in map 1, a clean round in the map 3.
Damn. This is a brilliant start from Argon MY. And I'm liking this, man. I'm digging this. I did not see this version of Argon MY in that first game, and in game 2 they showed us they have the fight. We thought maybe it was due to just the Orion and the electrotherapy off of the Cassie, but now they're showing us that they've got the moves as well. But still too early to judge exactly how this one's gonna go. It's just the pistol round. Ice grenade towards the left, Argon MY with the flank towards the right. The Santino, the shape split is going to be very dangerous. Traps turning around, wrong timing, gets punished here by Zaref. And the M1917 from the back, Noki going in with the scythe for the slice. Can he get the shutdown? Answers no. Very cheeky with the scythe play. But the M1917 double revolvers will sort this out.
And not only that, Noki was forced to go into his Crimson Crush very early on because he got blasted in the face. If he didn't have to do that, I think maybe he would have been able to clutch this. And not to mention, they took some chip damage from the ice grenade at the start of the round. So good setup from GAMXPE. Small details. Argon MY still made it pretty close, considering that Traps having a good time. And even Noki on this Orion, he's able to, be very independent despite it being more of a disadvantage than an advantage.
Yeah, AN-94 is in the hands of Argon MY. I don't think they have a shotgun on their side. Traps brings in the mini Uzi instead. And if you look on the opposite side, GAMXPE, they've got those defenses. They've got the vest and the helmet. So the mini Uzi is going to be not the biggest of threat. Noki, perfect Crimson Crush to avoid the engagement with LBT, but he misses a big opportunity. Backstab. LBT turns around, takes away a chunk of health off of Noki, but still gets punished. Beautiful play, but he's the final player in a 1v3 as Zaref gets picked up.
An impossible round. And Argon MY, they do have the cyber point, but that's pretty much it. Noki will try. Crimson Crush, they're all very low. And that forces PE to retreat for now, but still it's a 1v3. As the wall comes through, Noki still has one last blue wall, able to use it to duck behind cover. But C-Twan is already topped back up to full, so he's going to be the first one to make contact with Noki around the corner and finds the secure. But that was close.
Way too close, man. What a fight. Noki just showing that he is not one to be messed around with, and almost pulled this one off, but unfortunately that was just not gonna be around the Gamex PE was willing to give up. They were gonna send in one after the other, their players, but the first one in itself got the job done. 2-1. Cyber point on the side of Argon MY though. That's a small victory for the Malaysian squad.
Yeah, I mean the fact that we see the Orion being put into good use. At least speaks Argon MY, they've had some good practice on it. The ice grenade a bit short, but there's a Steffi regardless. The honest 4v4 seems to be the chain of events there. Have already got a draw with the Aleph, and it's just P Esports being a lot more decisive with their approach.
Noki with the Punisher though, but the Crimson Crush used a tad bit too early to save himself from the engagement in the initial fight, which means he did not get to pull that out when he desperately needed. Zeref and LBT hunting down the final player. It's going to be dangerous since he's got the AN94. So mid to long range, he should be able to sort them out. And Zeref and LBT, on the other hand, are going to be hoping for a slightly closer battle. So they're going to just be hiding away, waiting for Fires to show up.
This should be easy pickings. And unfortunately, Fires is not the Orion. And as a narrow, it's quite a tough spot to be in here. P Esports, they can play this waiting game. There's no need to rush this. 2v1, as long as they don't give him the 1v1s, the isolated fights, this is going to be in the bag.
And they've looted up the AN94 as well as the MP5, so even if you wanted to play the long-range fight against them, the enhanced AN94 in his hands, they will be able to fight right back. Oh, beautiful glue wall. Zeref did get tagged up though, but it's a 2v1. And now the circle's going to be pressuring him. Beautiful play by LBT on that glue wall. Just pressuring him to stay outside the circle. And I mean, in Clash Squad, the damage off of that is massive.
Yeah, this was in it. P Esports just slightly more decisive, of when it comes to the execution. Like, we can sort of see that it was bound to be an honest 4v4, but Gamex PE says we are going to pull the trigger first. We are going to be the one that makes the decisive call. And indeed, it was the right move that caught Argon MY off guard.
Oh, yeah. LBT on the flank from the right alongside Wang Shi. Ice Grenade is going to keep him from pushing on fourth. Pulls out the Painted Refuge a little bit too early for my liking. About to get hunted down, but backs away behind his glue wall and still gets the knock with their Wang Shi's assistance. And now Noki down on the ground. Aleph with a sliver of health will not be able to stand his ground as C2 shows up with the MP5. And Gamex PE taking a cyber point as well, a big win off of this round.
And that one's gonna hurt. The crossfire from Huangxi, and it wasn't like a cheeky crossfire, it was honest out in the open, but Argon MY just overlooked that. Rookie mistake. That's now put them 3 rounds behind P Esports. P Esports 2 more rounds from taking the series away, taking the longer road in this best of 3, but now in a commanding position. And Argon MY back to the drawing board, trying to figure out how the hell they deal with PE when PE comes online.
Absolutely. The opportunity to crush here is there. LBT with a sliver of health does not get to survive. Noki on that backstab. Crimson Crush coming in. Super clutch in that situation. Wang Shi pressured back. Zeref stands his ground, gets the spray down. But Faiz will be there for the backup. Aleph focuses on the pickup for Noki, and Argon MY overwhelmed Gamex PE this time.
Good job with the Crimson Crush, because that bought some precious time and allow backup to come in as well. Noki definitely did his due diligence. And able to overwhelm PE with just the health and man advantage, keep themselves in the game.
4 rounds in a row. Taken away by Gamex PE. A little bit of a comeback here for Argon MY to just stay in the fight. Gamex PE looking for the match point off of this round. They do have a slight advantage on the defense here with the vest and helmet. They can turn things around. Argon MY They've done it already twice. Noki, Mag 7 in hand. They're going to cut down the distance, but they're all going to get tagged out by those ice grenades.
Bit of a chip damage coming through. Situan already taking a damage. Zerve absolutely gets popped there. That is another advantage for Argon and Y. As now they're gonna hunt for LBT hiding in the vortex, but those glue walls are making it so hard for LBT to navigate. Huangxi wants to provide backup, and Traps tries to hunt him down, but loses out instead. LBT still on the run, but they finally get him. And Huangxi left to his own devices. He's taken care of Traps, but he has the rest of Argon MY to cut through, and just not enough health bars to do so. Olive chases him down, and Argon MY back on the board again.
Argon MY hunting down the reigning champions of Clash Masters, and they are not giving them any bit of room to make a comeback here from that round at the very least. Argon MY still on the catch-up in terms of total rounds. They've got the advantage with the cyber points. Big win still coming through for the Malaysian squad. Gamex PE desperately looking for the finishes.
There's a good chance, AJ, by the end of this that we'll both be wrong. Argon Y can prove everyone wrong, in fact. I don't think...
Oh, yeah.
Probably, maybe aside from our Barca colleagues, probably no one predicted an Argon MY win.
No, bro, even the Barca colleagues did not predict this one. Everybody thought they were just going to tank an L here. But Malaysia showing up strong through Argon MY. Noki, big mistake, I thought, but the Crimson Crush is there to help him. Time Turner pulled down as well. Zeref on the hunt. Noki still alive. Finally sprayed down by Wang Shi, but Traps going in for the backup. Can he find the shot? Wang Shi turning around. How the hell did Wang Shi survive that battle just with a level 1 Mac 10? I have no idea, but that was a brilliant play off of him.
Enough to keep P Esports afloat. Again, P Esports in the lead once more. But I mean, we're seeing Argon MY do crazier things to get that comeback going. Let's see if they can do it again. They need to win 3 rounds in a row. And it's easier said than done.
If the level 1 Mac 10 was spicy, she is now upgraded to a level 2. Just too broke to go in all the way. Cyberpoint time. Argon MY putting up a fight for it. Steffi Pop, perfect. Painted Refuge saving them from those ice grenade chip damage. Zera flanking around from the right. Oh, beautiful ice grenade after ice grenade after ice grenade. And it looks like the Time Turner just saving him a tad bit of damage here. And Zeref, the monster with the M590 with the backstab takes Noki down. Traps can't go in for the save just yet as Zeref just hovers around the rest of the Argon MY players. Traps and Feist left in a 2v4.
Only going from bad to worse. Can Feist land a headshot? C2 gladly takes the fight. And Traps is about to get surrounded. Feist with the first one. There is some hope restored, but with Feist now down, Traps will have to make a heroic play, and not this time.
Oh, man.
Gamex PE, they finally close out the show with a 6-3 victory on the map pick of Solara and take out Argon MY 2-1. But I gotta say, hats off to Argon MY. They gave us a performance that is worth remembering.
And that's exactly what the players on the side of P Esports, Gamex PE, was saying as well, as they were emoting absolute respect for Argon MY for putting up a strong fight. It was not an easy victory for the reigning champions, and they respected Malaysia for taking the fight to them, but towards the end, they still wrapped that up. Brilliant mechanical skills. I think we've seen quite a number of times where the active skills kind of played its role, but towards the very end, I think it was all out mechanical, and Gamex PE outplayed Argon MY.
It really just came down to the experience and the execution. But again, I think, you know, Argon MY, they can be proud of themselves for today's results, right? Sure, match 1 was a complete, complete destruction, but Game 2 and 3, they put up a very good fight. It was actually a universe of it. They could have taken down our reigning champions, but they were the reigning champions. They are the reigning champions for a good reason. And I think Argon MY, they can take this result, and perhaps in tomorrow's match where RQ Kazu did say that they are going to whoop them, maybe Argon MY can prove us wrong tomorrow.
Man, I hope Argon MY whoops RRQ instead, because this team, I was not a big fan at the start of the day, especially after they took a beating in that first game. But game 2 woke up a believer in me, and game 3, I wanted Argon MY to take the win. It was so exciting to watch them take the fight to Gamex PE. I want to see what more they can do in these battles they've got coming up for themselves. Brilliant stuff out of the Malaysian squad.
Yeah, it's very, very respectable. They can be very, very proud of what they achieved today. And I think, for the coaches, they can go back and just review some of the games. Obviously, get rid of Tatsuya and just no more Moors. At least we know that they are very proficient with the Orion. I mean, Noki has a very good way of playing around with it and creating space for the team. Now it's just to really clean up on some of these split-second decisions.
Yeah, man. I'm actually very pleasantly surprised. Congratulations on getting your prediction here. It's a 2-1. You got that absolutely perfect. Argon MY, man, I just wish they had proven both of us wrong with those predictions by grabbing that victory. Of course, Gamex PE wasn't going to willingly drop that so easily, right? But let's check out some of the highlights here, some of those key moments in this battle between this Malaysian team that just woke up the belief in us once again up against the reigning champions, Gamex PE.
Obviously, the game started with, Argon MY. They won the pistol, but we saw, P Esports, they recovered fairly quickly and started to really lay in on the pain, especially when they got their guns up and running, and they were just making quicker decisions and winning those gunfights. But Argon MY, they were able to adjust. Took them a while, but they found a way to kind of break P apart, and it really starts with just having Noki kind of conserve his Crimson Crush until the battle really breaks apart, right? Because if he uses it too early, then they won't have the tool to kind of make that space. And that was sort of like the difference maker. Argon MY started to find a way back into the game, but Gamex PE, they adapted. They started to kind of catch on to Argon MY's tendencies. And I think because of that, Argon MY started losing a couple of these gunfights, and not to mention that utility usage from P Esports are just slightly better, especially that Ignis wall.
Yeah, I like the fact that Traps actually brought in the Kairos to combine with his Koda, Kelly and Luna. But I don't think that was the most aggressive setup in terms of active skills, right? He had the extra EP to play around with, and I'm very sure off of the team booster, which he was the user of the team booster for the side of Argon MY, had the extra EP conversions. But overall, execution-wise, I just feel like it was a bit of a mismatch in terms of active passives for Traps. But the guy who did not have a mismatch was Wang Shi. 8 eliminations, 12 assists, 4,309 on the damage. Rocking it with the Rocky, had the Ignis. Some questionable Flame Mirages for sure, but it was the mechanical plays that were very impressive, especially the M1917 by the Aquarium.
Look at that, like the M1917. That's the key weapon. So I think the Ignis definitely play a very, very important role, I think, in this game. Of course, we saw a lot of these like ice grenades into the time turner, which both teams are very prioritized a lot. But it's this Ignis, right? And it's not like we see him use the Ignis at the start of the battle. Sometimes the battle, the skirmish happens halfway through, the Flame Mirage suddenly cuts through, and it really helped P Esports kind of gain the upper hand just by means of chip damage and by throwing Argon MY into disarray.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's more of the shock factor that worked out as far as that Flame Mirage was concerned. But that was not the only factor. Let's take a look at the damage output here. Argon MY definitely gave them a run for their money. Out of Faiz and Noki, a total of 6,700 damage. I mean, solid plays from them. Problem is, Traps just wasn't keeping up with those numbers, right? He wasn't getting in as much chip damage, not a lot of assists on his side, but he was getting a decent number of eliminations. The problem was just Gamex PE leaving them in the dust. I think Wang Shi, again, he was on fire. Zarif, I think that was one of the better Zane plays that we have seen all throughout the day. He used it perfectly. The extreme encounters paid off big time for Xerath in this game.
Yeah, it definitely did. Kept him alive in these fights for the longest of time. And not to mention, right, even for Situan, he, contrary to game one where he was tearing up a storm, this round he was more on a supportive role. 10 assists for him, even for LBT, 10 assists as well. But overall, just being able to set the rest of the team up for success, a lot of it really came down to them willing to take the fight on with Argon MY and making sure that they are not giving Argon MY the 1v1s anymore. They are making sure that they are always outnumbering Argon MY.
LBT brought in the Steffi for the defensive plays. I was expecting him to be as aggressive as that game number 1 that we saw him in, but it was just the assist that was very impressive off of LBT this time around. Nothing much to shout about in terms of those eliminations. The damage was decent, but nothing beyond that. But at the end of the day, what's most important is Gamex PE getting that victory overall. And if you look at the KDs, just so much better. It's just the Traps kind of lagged behind in the overall grand scheme. Couldn't stay alive in a lot of those rounds.
Yeah. And I think even for the side of Argon MY as a whole, they had, I think the rounds they lost was just PE got the drop on them and then the round was over, right? But in a more even round when they were putting up a good fight, they were making better decisions. And I think, again, it's just a difference in experience. And when PE makes a call, they're a lot more decisive. But Argon MY have matched up to that from time to time. They just need to, again, work on those consistencies. And whoever is calling the shots has to be really on the ball.
I did say towards the end, it focused more on the mechanical skills. And if you look at the overall headshots taken by Gamex PE as opposed to Argon MY, you see that exact, story painted there as well, right? This is the brilliance of Gamex PE. They're very dangerous up close and personal, even from the long range as well. Those up flicks to get those headshots are so much more sharper. Argon MY, on the other hand, I don't know if they're focusing and trying to force those headshots, but it's not helping them that they are not able to secure as many of those, because it makes the difference in terms of just a little bit of damage versus an instant knock that throws a team into disarray, Husky.
And I think, again, tomorrow, Argon MY still has RQ Kazu and BRU to go through. So only gets harder from this point onwards. We never, said that this was going to be an easy group, especially for them. But there's going to be a lot of takeaways, right? Because how the other two teams play compared to Gambit SPE is completely different. But with that concluded, we're going to take a look at the group standings by the end of day 1. Of course, Secret WAG and AG.AL at the top with clean wins. EVOS Divine and Team Flash taking the losses in Group A. Whereas for Group B is RQ Kazu and Gamex PE with the win. Whereas for Argon MY and BRU, they will have to seek for their wins in the coming days.
A phenomenal 2-0 victory for RRQ Kazu over Buriram United Esports, who are not looking to make a great run here in the group stage by the looks of things. Maybe they want to pull a repeat of the FFCM that they had within their own local league to survive and qualify for this competition, where they just want to wake up when we get to our elimination brackets later on so they can send teams home one after the other. It will be quite fun to see them do the exact same thing here in Southeast Asia, but I think you can't underestimate any of these squads out here, right? Even Argon MY, on a good day, on a couple of good games, they can bring a little bit of trouble. Gamex PE definitely faced that trouble in that game number 2. Unexpected. And even in game 3, although they managed to only pull away the 3 rounds, I think it was so much more better than that first game between themselves as well as Gamex PE. But I think, of course, a big portion of why they lost that was because they were trying to experiment with a wild lineup of active skills that just didn't give them a lot of advantage.
Yeah. And I wonder if this would, turn any heads or change the opinions of the other competitors towards Argon MY, or at least, give them a bit more credit, right? Because I think even for Gamex PE, you said it yourself, they definitely respected the effort from Argon MY. I think they came to this expecting the win regardless, but after the fight that they had to go through, you sort of understood that, okay, Argon MY, there are no pushovers. Are they? are they the team that has the potential to win? Probably not, but they can definitely make your life hard if you underestimate them.
I mean, Argon MY, they earned my respect. They earned GAMX PE's respect. They definitely earned your respect as well. Whether or not they earned the audience's respect, we'll have to wait and see. I think, some opinions are changing in the chat as well. We initially saw that, it was going to be pretty one-sided. And now all of a sudden, we're starting to see some of our awesome fans here saying that, they've always supported Aurora. They've always known that Argon MY could do it. Beautiful, man. If you're a believer now in the Malaysian region, I think it's going to help them grow a little bit more, because sometimes confidence does definitely go a long way for some of these squads, and some support from the fans can help with that confidence as well.
Yeah, it's also like the whole, GG, nice try, right? Like obviously the approaches that, that most of us have towards Aurora is very different from when we look at the other teams. It's slightly softer, slightly more modulated, but I think it comes from a place of good faith. I think not Aurora, Argon MY, just because it's been so long since they are back on the regional stage. But as time progresses, we also expect to see that growth, right? And maybe in the next 1 or 2 years to come, we want them to show us that improvement. And perhaps this is the start of something good. We'll just have to see what the rest of this summer season that they have to show for us, and whether they will continue to improve once we hit into the fall season.
I agree with everything you said, except the part of in the next 1-2 years. I don't want to see it in the next 1-2 years. I want to see it within the next 1 or 2 series. I think they've already shown us a lot of promise, because mechanical skills wise, I think GAMX PE definitely outplayed them, but GAMX PE is actually one of the better Clash Squad teams right now. So nothing to be ashamed of for Argon MY. I feel like as long as their drafts are strong and they learn from this experience, just kind of keep that pacing a little bit, make sure they get the Orion on their side, they should be a strong squad. But that's the difficult part, because the Orion is a hot pick for many of these teams out there. Whenever you don't get the Orion, you have to ban him out, I think, because they couldn't really deal with the pressure that the Crimson Crush was bringing towards them. And this is where the homework goes into play as well. Just see how some of the other teams have brought it out. Like you said, the Brazilians have found the perfect way to deal with the Crimson Crush. Use your glue walls. Except that in Clash Squad, it's just a tad bit more difficult, especially in the earlier rounds where you don't have many glue walls on you, Husky.
Yeah, that, and also the counter to that counter is if I have an Ignis on my side, right? Ignis, Narrow, anything that takes down glue walls, and I can free up my Orion. It's always a game of rock, paper, scissors. But in this case, I also want to see how deep are the pockets of Argon MY. Because we've seen, if you can't get the Cassie, the Narrow is in the back pocket, right? We know that they have the Morse and the Tatsuya, but those two are unproven subjects. So if we put those two aside, what else do they have left? And that can only, we can only see that if we get more longer series, more full series.
Yeah, absolutely. And basically just like what we have seen out of Argon MY as well as GAMX PE. It was great to see them go into game number 3. I felt like, Argon MY definitely needed it more than GAMX PE, just to prove to themselves as well as to everybody else here that they're just not that free slot that was thrown in there, so that the other teams can just have a free meal, get those easy points off. Argon MY is definitely going to give you a run for your money. But I'm expecting to see some serious victories from them as well. Although I say that, and I also acknowledge that this is a very tough group for Argon MY to pull away those victories. We gotta have our interview for sure before we end the day. GAMX PE, let's see exactly what they have to say with some of these questions we've thrown at them.
Tụi em không chắc chắn là bảo vệ được chức vô địch, nhưng mà tụi em sẽ cố gắng hết sức. Ở game đấu thứ 2 thì tụi em khá là chủ quan với đối thủ, nên là ở trận đấu đó em khá là thiếu liên kết. Hôm nay họ đã để thua trước AG.AL. Tôi hy vọng vào ngày mai bọn họ sẽ nhẹ tay với các thằng đồng trẻ của chúng tôi.
Humble, very, very humble from LBT. Admitting that they underestimated Argon MY, asking Buriram to go easy on them tomorrow. They're definitely going to need a little bit of that mercy, man. Buriram takes on GAMX PE in the final series of the day. But we start things off hot as well with EVOS meeting Secret WAG.
Yeah, EVOS against WAG, that was going to be fun. AG.AL against Team Flash as well. Team Flash definitely got to buckle up after today's performance. I think they're in the same boat as BRU to a certain degree. And then we got RQ Kazu is Argon MY. I'll say that he's pretty confident he's going to smash Argon MY. We'll see if that changes tomorrow. And of course, BRU against PE. But I would say I don't think LBT's wish would be granted, especially not after what happened to BRU today. I think tomorrow they're going to come in hard and they're going to look to 6-0 PE.
Well, number one, I want Argon MY to punish RRQ for their overconfidence. And number two, I actually am hoping to see the return of GAM XPE a tad bit stronger. Yes, we saw them underestimate their opponents in Argon MY, but tomorrow they clearly are not going to be underestimating Buriram, and that's going to be bringing out the best version of themselves. The same version potentially that kicked Buriram out of the competition, that got them to the championship the last time around when we dipped our feet into the Free Fire Clash Masters in our spring season. Very excited for tomorrow's day of play, Husky.
Yeah, very excited as well. So with that being said, that is going to be the end of day one of FFCM in the summer season of 2026. That's going to be a long week, but for now, we're going to sign off. My name is Husky, and this is the Mustache AJ. We will see you guys tomorrow for more Clash Master action right here at the same time. Until then, good night, goodbye.